In front of the national elemental stone, the people stared shockingly at Huangpu Qingtian, especially Luo Yunchong. She was sweating and plagued with worry. If the three houses' disciples fell to Huangpu Qingtian's wild and overreaching ambition, it would be tantamount to throwing Zhuo Fan to the wolves. No matter how strong Zhuo Fan was, he couldn't face all 7 houses' experts by himself. It didn't take long for Chu Qingcheng, Xie Tianshang, and Long Xingyun to reach a conclusion. They unanimously shook their heads, their minds made. Raising an eyebrow, Huangpu Qingtian had seen it coming, but was still somewhat in disbelief. Why make such an unwise and detrimental decision? Humph, if you can scare me with some pretty words, I will never be able to hold my head up high. I will be blaming myself more than anyone else would. That is one future I don't want to see. Long Xingyun snickered, speaking from the bottom of his heart. Huangpu Qingtian shook his head in contempt. What value could dignity and self-respect have in the face of true power? This is your only chance. Take it, or become my enemies. The three saw the determination in each other's eyes and were resolved to fight alongside each other. Huangpu Qingtian snorted. You asked for it. Don't come crying later when you're starting to regret. Huangpu Qingtian disappeared with a light step. The next thing they knew was his sudden appearance before the trio. So fast. The three jerked. They knew Huangpu Qingtian was the strongest, but had heard nothing of his speed, which was obviously even higher than Lin Shenfeng. They couldn't even react as they were already on the ground. How did his cultivation reach such perfection, having both unbridled power and unmatched speed? Damn monster! The three gnashed their teeth in shock. But they were still 6 dragons and 1 phoenix and recovered their calm quickly. Chu Qingqing grabbed her allies and covered them in a cold barrier. The two then attacked. Xie Tianshang's sword flashed and Long Xingyun's palm held a dragon image. Perhaps Chu Qingqing's cold had an influence, as the sword wave and the dragon image fused with the coldness while passing through the barrier. They transformed into a huge attack that slammed towards Huangpu Qingtian. This sword attack was tens of times stronger than Xie Tianshang's previous attack. Even Huangpu Qingtian had to get serious. They know a combination art? How? Yan Bangyi and Yu Yushan cried in shock. Those watching the show beyond the National Elemental Stone were slack-jawed. A combination art needed the users to be in tune at the intrinsic level from a young age. But for 3 of them to achieve it, not to mention being no more than strangers before the esoteric debate, it boggled the minds of all those witnessing such a miracle. Only grandmother knew why. This was made possible by Chu Qingcheng. Speaking of monsters, Chu Qingcheng didn't lack in that department. Just that her monstrous talent went in a different direction. Blizzard Dragon Slash. The 3 shouted and the sword image howled. It stormed Huangpu Qingtian, freezing everything in its wake. Even the number 1 monster, Huangpu Qingtian, had another thing coming if he took this attack with the same carefree attitude as before. For the first time ever, Huangpu Qingtian's face showed shock. Who knew these 3 could combine their power? Who knew they could unleash such an onslaught? Gnashing his teeth, Huangpu Qingtian grabbed the slash with his naked hand. The worst thing to do in this case. It exploded into 9 ice dragons, hammering Huangpu Qingtian from all directions. Boom! A loud noise shook the heavens, but no explosion occurred. Once the cold air scattered, Huangpu Qingtian was encased in ice. He froze in the grasping motion from before, giving the impression that even his soul was frozen. Eldest young master, Yu Yushan and Yan Bangyi panicked and looked at Chu Qingqing's trio with shock. They could actually handle heaven-shaking Dragon Lord, Huangpu Qingtian. Beyond the National Elemental Stone, the audience couldn't believe what they were seeing. The almighty Huangpu Qingtian was frozen over by a combination art. None saw it coming. Only Drifting Flowers edifices, Sword Marquis abode, and Veiled Dragon pavilions higher-ups grinned in pride. They finally turned things around, but the eerie calm Regent estate held itself in, threw them into worry and doubt. Can it be? Grandmother's heart sank. Roar. A dragon roar got everyone's attention. The smiling Chu Qingqing and her allies had no time to celebrate as they turned to the source. Huangpu Qingtian in the middle of that iceberg sported scales. They shone golden, and then a golden dragon shot from him into the sky. The iceberg exploded into pieces, setting the stage for a shiny and golden Huangpu Qingtian to step out of the remains in all his glory. The golden dragon made a circle above him before going back into his body. It's the same as before in Dragon Cloud City. What is that thing? Long Xingyun muttered shell-shocked at the disappearing golden dragon. Huangpu Qingtian's face was unsightly as he spat. I have to give you guys credit. There's hardly anyone in this world who can bring me this close to defeat. Not bad at all. But this is precisely why I have to thoroughly beat some sense into you, so no one would challenge their king. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes flashed with bloodthirst as he shot forth. The three jerked and held hands again. But Huangpu Qingtian's uncanny speed and dreadful might came at them in the form of a palm. 9 Dragons Diamond Body. Dragon-empowered claw. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes flashed and struck without hesitation. Chu Qingcheng covered the trio in a cold barrier, but it crumbled before the attack even arrived. With a loud boom, the earth sank, as if from a meteor strike, leaving a 100-meter-wide crater. The trio spat blood, feeling the huge pressure bearing on their shoulders, stopping them from even moving. This was Huangpu Qingtian's power, and this was the power of but one palm. They banded together and encased him in ice, but even that wasn't enough to even scratch him. This monster appeared, for all intents and purposes, invincible. The three sighed and had a defeated look, having finally realized the difference between them. Huangpu Qingtian took in their pain, disappointment and despair, with a cold eye. Take out the brimming sacred pill, Huangpu Qingtian said, or I will go through each and every one of you here in my search. Huangpu Qingtian's look scared the 1,000+ people behind the trio. He treated them like dirt, needing only to pinch them before popping. Xia Tianyang wished nothing more than to give his all in fighting him. But when he recalled what his brother had said earlier, he forced it down. But the resentment only burned hotter in his heart. Chu Qingqing closed her eyes and her hand held a vial. She held her shaking hand and said, "Just take it and go." Humph. Why go through all this trouble when you could have spared yourself the suffering by taking it out from the start? Huangpu Qingtian sneered as he left with the vial in hand. He was far from done mocking them though. I'll let you guys off this time, but in the off chance you find another brimming sacred pill, do think of me and fetch it over. As you very well know, only the strong are entitled to wealth. You guys are sorely lacking. Ha ha ha. The endless humiliation struck the trio hard. But not even their best could harm Huangpu Qingtian. The audience beyond the national elemental stone side. Huangpu Qingtian was of such insane power that not even a combination art between 3 geniuses could do anything to him. As they all had gotten so engrossed in the show, they had failed to notice 2 shadows hiding in the bushes. One of them snickered at Huangpu Qingtian leaving. This kid ain't half bad. He's just as they say and the one we need. At least we didn't come to Tianyu for nothing. The other shadow looked in another direction however. The first one noticed and found him eyeing Chu Qingqing. Humph, by the looks of things, that crotchety geezer has found his target as well. He sneered. Sister Qingqing, are you all right? Xiao Dandan rushed a helping hand to Chu Qingqing. Xia Tianyang and Long Xingyun were helped by Xia Tianshang and Long Jie with Long Kue. All of them watched the triumphant king strut away with bitterness. Even the thousands of vassal disciples lowered their heads in despair. Drifting Flowers edifices, Sword Marquis abode and Veiled Dragon Pavilion's morale was thoroughly shattered by Huangpu Qingtian. What could possibly instill a sense of courage in them now, to face the one who looked down upon them with such scorn? Yen Bongyi and Yu Yushan, along with the nice doggies left behind, were full of crass and haughty looks. It seemed that following a master had its perks, a perk of showing off. By no means did they want to let this slide. But what could they do besides take the humiliation with lowered heads, trying to at least avoid the cocky faces of their oppressors? Chu Qingcheng bit her lip until she drew blood. The sigh she gave felt like it sapped all her strength. We need to find the key to the array now. Let's go. The others turned to her with a sigh and a shake of their heads. What was originally a search for the array key to become first and crown champion in Dragon Cloud City had now become an excuse for running away. The winner wasn't the first to return, but the one who snatched all brimming sacred pills. Like Huangpu Qingtian said, only the strong could hold on to all of the riches. And they didn't fit the bill. At her words, Huangpu Qingtian's step faltered for a second. But now he sported an even wider smirk of disdain. His lackeys were even more obvious in their mockery. Laughing it up. Beyond the national elemental stone, Regent Estate's top figures were sporting the same disdain, to the sinking and wretched feelings their opposing faction was wallowing in. This battle had seemed to predict the winner. There was no point in fighting any longer. The gap in power was too huge to be even bridged. Rustle. At the sudden sound, Huangpu Qingtian snapped his eyes on the source with a frown. Who's there? Whoosh. A panicked and bedraggled figure hopped out. He found Huangpu Qingtian and burst in tears of joy. Eldest young master. I finally found you. Save me. Oh, it's you. Huangpu Qingtian squinted. Lin Xianfeng, you look like you've seen a ghost. How the mighty had fallen. Lin Xianfeng, of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, used to be a man of culture, of dignity. Now look at him. He was nothing but a bum scared of his own shadow. Although not undeserving, since he was also sporting a missing hand. Not just Huangpu Qingtian's team, but Chu Qingqing's side as well jerked. The one-legged man may be half-crippled, but he still had some fight left in him. He would never look so jittery even if he met some serious danger. And yet, look at him now. He was like a rabbit scared of his own shadow. What could have driven such fear into a man such as him? And you call yourself Forest Fleeting Dragon? Uncaring and ignorant of the looks he got, Lin Xianfeng dashed behind Huangpu Qingtian, shivering and pointing at the trees. Eldest young master. Save me. That freak is coming. Who's coming? You mean? Then it hit Huangpu Qingtian and his mood turned heavy. Yet all he could sense were some spiritual beasts. Pa! Backslapping him into the air. Huangpu Qingtian cursed. What are you raving about? He's not coming. He isn't? But I clearly heard him 10 days ago how he wants to wring my neck. Lin Xianfeng didn't even register his red cheek. Looking back from where he came with a bemused look and breathed easily. The gratified look, the sheer joy he was expressing of having faced death and escaped, only earned him looks of pity. Just how terrified he must have been to show such an expression of joy. Beyond the national elemental stone, sympathizers of Chu Qingqing's faction found Lin Xianfeng to be in an even worse state. Mary Wood's house Lord Lin was between red and blue. The anger he felt from being shamed by this brat was barely contained. You friggin'! I didn't send you to esoteric debate to flounce around and shame me, but to make me look good. Oh, the cruel, cruel irony. He was mocking Drifting Flowers' edifices and the others getting stung by Huangpu Qingtian. But now it was his turn to face the music. He saw how his disciple disgraced him so and swished his head back in shame. That's karma. Chu Qingqing's team's eyes held a glimmer of hope. Huangpu Qingtian glared at Lin Xianfeng with a cold face. You're saying you saw him 10 days ago? But how did you get out alive? He could have easily killed you if he wanted to. I never actually saw him. Lin Xianfeng jumped in fright, then lowered his head, confused. But I clearly heard him wanting to wring my neck. What? You're telling me his voice alone scared you into running around for 10 days? Useless. Even hearing it himself got Huangpu Qingtian to blow his top, itching to cuff the man. Again. Lin Ruffing gnashed his teeth. God! How mortifying! You're a damn dragon for God's sake. How in the hell did you get so scared into running for so long? And you didn't even see his shadow. The rest mocked him on the inside and showed their disdain, even the audience beyond the national elemental stone. Some of the jokes were targeted at Lin Ruffing, who wanted nothing more than to bury his head from shame. Even the broads from Drifting Flowers' edifices know to fight back against an impossible enemy. Yet you jumped the gun, scared from just his voice. Lin Xianfeng could practically feel the ridiculous looks boring holes in his back and snapped at his snickering allies next to him. What are you laughing at? You'd have run with your tail between your legs just the same if it were you instead. Ha ha ha, yeah, that brat sure is a calamity. We admit we'd never face him alone. But even so, none of us would be so quick to lose their heads just from his voice. At the very least, we'd wait to see him, you know? Ha ha ha. Yan Bongyi and Yu Yushan laughed it up. This only worked to launch the ones behind those two houses into a full-blown laughter. Though they did have the modesty to shut up quite fast, in fear of what Mary Woods might do. One couldn't tell what was worse, stifling their obvious laughter, evident from their red faces, or letting it out. Lin Xianfeng went purple now and barked, "You know nothing of how deadly that situation was. The guy didn't show himself, but he took my hand from 1,000 miles. You'd have run too if you met with such a creepy situation." Lin Xianfeng was still hopping about, his face a mask of anger. The laughter stopped and all eyes drew on the smooth stump of his arm. The dread creeped up their spines and robbed them of any jovial mood they ever had. This can't be. Huangpu Qingtian squinted and pulled the arm closer. You're saying you never saw the guy, yet he took your hand? I didn't even realize what happened, and the next thing I knew my hand was gone. And when he was threatening me, even the mountains quaked, as if a mountain god awoke. I was scared out of my wits. What else was I supposed to do but flee? Lin Xianfeng wiped his brow from the foreboding feeling. The rest were tongue-tied. Someone can actually do that? Take Lin Xuanfeng's hand. Without his knowledge, from 1,000 miles away. Everyone, even the audience back in Dragon Cloud City, was horrified. Such creepy ability was beyond the grasp of even a radiant stage expert. Huangpu Qingtian squinted and shouted at Chu Qingqing. Tell that brat that we will be 10 miles east of here. If you want the brimming sacred pill back, tell him to look for me. I'd like to see him try taking it from 1,000 miles away. Huangpu Qingtian flicked his hand and left filled with battle spirit. The only one capable of stirring his will to fight may very well be Zhuo Fan in the whole of Tianyu. Chu Qingqing's gang was stunned. A challenge, one handed out personally by the glorious heaven-shaking Dragon Lord, Huangpu Qingtian. This was the greatest respect any martial fanatic could dream of. Xie Tianshang was practically green with envy. If Huangpu Qingtian had given a challenge to him instead, he'd be bouncing and skipping in joy all year long. Taking a deep breath, Chu Qingqing said, "The brat is cold and ruthless, but he is our only chance at winning this. Everyone is going to go and find Zhuo Fan." Yes. Zhuo Fan was their only and last hope. 100-man team was strolling through a dark and gloomy forest. They talked and laughed as if the deadly beast King Mountain was a mere sideshow. The youth in the lead looked thoroughly bored, making sure to point it out every other step with a long-drawn yawn. He was the fear of all 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, the one and only soaring demonic dragon, Zhuo Fan. Ever since he rescued this lot, he was made leader on the spot and was now taking point as they trekked through the woods. These guys were also weak as hell, being from 3rd and 2nd-rate clans, hardly fast enough to keep up with him. And so, he had no choice but to put a brake on things and slow down. The start of the trek was filled with a somber mood, in fear of what was to come. But after a few encounters with 4-5 H-level spiritual beasts, each punctuated by Zhuo Fan's dirty look, it all changed. They were enraptured by Zhuo Fan's power, bringing not just a little sense of security in this hellhole. It got so bad they were treating the final battle as a sightseeing trip. As long as Zhuo Fan was around, their safety was guaranteed. Relaxation was given at this point. Zhuo Fan wished nothing more than to dump their sorry asses. But with Luo Yunhai having received Dugu Zhantian's righteous education, he was forced to bear with these dead weights in their painfully slow search for keys and exits. Honestly, Zhuo Fan wasn't looking for brimming sacred pills, but for a way out. His dearest wish right now was for an exit and keys to get rid of those pests behind him and be home free. Bummer he was still stuck in this forest and wasting 5 days on top of that. Not only he didn't find a single key, the exits as well seemed bent on eluding him. Zhuofan sighed for the umpteenth time, twisted his head back at the laughing bunch, and snapped, "Cut the chatter. We're not on a tour here. Be more serious and keep a close eye out for any exits or keys. Leave no bush unturned. The faster we find them, the faster we leave this place. You'll be safe then and I'll be free. Got it?" "Yes." A shivering response welcomed Zhuofan's prestigious order. But gone 3 minutes and they were at it again. Without danger breathing down their necks every minute of the hour, anyone would chill out and relax knowing their lives were in safe hands. Zhuofan's mood sank even lower, wishing nothing more than to throw these useless guys to the wolves, or any spiritual beasts for that matter. He couldn't though, not with the genial and kind Xianxia around. Mercy me. Since when was I such a softy? Zhuofan's anger was flaring again. Xianxia's charming and sweet smile came just in time and she placed a bright flowery wreath on him. "Big brother Zhuo, for you. Please don't be angry." "How could I possibly be angry?" Forcing a smile, Zhuofan felt like crying. Luo Yunhai almost laughed. He was glad Ninger was here to curb Big Brother Zhuo's mean streak, or the man'd be sorting this chilled and disorganized rabble into shape by now. And if one took his cruel methods into account, any shape these guys got into, well, that would have been closer to hell than anything. But the real question was, how many would have gotten out with their lives? Luo Yunhai felt a shiver the moment he recalled the survival rate of Luo clan's guards' training regime. His 10 guards were nothing short of freaks, but they all escaped death by the skin of their teeth. At one point in Zhuofan's classic disappearing act, Captain Pang divulged the secret of this cruel and inhumane training. When 1 out of 100 elite youths to survive was a genuine cause for celebration. He was scared witless back then. They weren't shaping up guards, but killing machines at Luo clan's beck and call. He was in Dugu Zhantian's army for 3 years by then. Although these young guards had uncanny powers now, stauncher than even a general with decades of wars behind him, the cruelty of their training left him devastated. After careful deliberations with his sister, they put a stop to it. Luo clan was no longer welcoming youths to train. He hadn't met with a good opportunity to break this news to Zhuofan either. More like he didn't have it in him. He was scared for his life that Zhuofan would flip out and would start cursing him to high heaven. It got so bad that he decided there and then to keep this buried for all eternity. Rustle. The sudden movement from a bush earned Zhuofan's interest. "Who's there? Come out now or stay dead forever." Big brother Zhuo. "It's me." A shy voice followed the appearance of Dong Xiaowan's red face, followed by a sighing Dong Tianba. Every single time his sister saw Zhuofan, she'd swoon and turn bashful, despite the guy never giving her second looks. And sure enough, Zhuofan turned to Dong Tianba. It was only Xianxia who rushed over and grabbed the girl's hands in joy. "Sister Wanner, you're all right?" Dong Xiaowan smiled and sneaked a peek at Zhuofan. "What's wrong? Did you not find any other allies? Then join us, the weak, women and the children team." Zhuofan pointed back at the casual rabble. "PFF." Xianxia and Dong Xiaowan giggled. Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Big brother Zhuo? Where are we weak? We 100 even fought back Lin Xuanfeng's 1,000. Though we were routed in the end and suffered a miserable defeat." Xianxia stuck out her chin, while the said 100 nodded with red faces. In a dark brooding mood, Zhuofan glared back. "You dare admit it when you're now just a lousy and lazy bunch? Isn't it your fault?" Xianxia smiled. Her words were quite sharp. "It's your fault for being so strong. With you being our bastion of safety, we have no reason to even think about fighting." Zhuofan felt like crying. How does that sound logic? But thanks to Xianxia intervening, Zhuofan readily accepted those words. If it were anyone else, he'd kick him to the moon. Dong Xiaowan looked at Xianxia in admiration for being able to poke fun at Big Brother Zhuo so casually. Dong Tianba shook his head at his sister's infatuation and said in all seriousness, "Brother Zhuo, I'll be honest. I have been looking for you by the order of Edifice Lord Chu Qingqing." Zhuofan felt uneasy. Shouldn't she be out there looking for keys? exits, and brimming sacred pills? What's she doing going after me for? Dong Tianba said, It's not quite correct to say it's Edifice Lord Chu, but Huangpu Qingtian issuing you a challenge. He has a brimming sacred pill with him, and heard of you taking Lin Xuanfeng's hand without even showing yourself. He thus challenged you to try and take the pill from him. So he picked a spot to defend. Waiting for me to answer his challenge? Shuofan raised an eyebrow. Dong Tianba nodded. Yes. Then let the sucker wait. I'll just go get the other 3 brimming sacred pills, the keys, and find the exits. Only then I'll get the last pill from him, and I'll be the true winner. Shuofan grinned. Ha ha ha. We now have time in spades, and you guys need not worry about meeting Regent Estate. So split up and search, particularly for the brimming sacred pill, and you'll be rewarded. Ooh! They cheered, infected by Zhuofan's enthusiasm. Dong Tianba was stunned. Wait, brother Zhuo, won't honoring the challenge make the people call you coward? You're our ally. Don't you care about our reputation? We will never be able to lift our heads in their presence. A laughing stock to the world. We are all waiting for you to bring about a reversal. Fool, just say you didn't find me. It'll work just as well. Plus, what does some lame thing like honor help me anyway? Once I get everything, I'll go bitch slap him good. That's the best way to earn the ultimate victory. So what's all the need to fuss about reversals and whatnot? Shuofan grinned, finally in a perky mood. I never ever cared about such empty things in my life. What I can feel and use is what truly matters. Ha ha ha. The rest laughed as well. Soaring demonic dragon was unorthodox, that was for sure. Now they saw why he was Regent Estate's headache over the last decade. You think some measly challenge is enough to force one into showing up? For what? Something as ephemeral as honor. While he in fact spits on anything remotely resembling it. He has none to begin with too. So what are you going to do now, huh? Soaring demonic dragon is not your average cultivator. He is the quintessence of demonic cultivation. None saw Zhuofan for a coward, despite how it looked. Instead of thinking he was a disgraceful and honorless bastard, they thought of him as a man of courage and deep cunning. He played his enemies like a fiddle. That was how a true leader should act. Following him, my future is limitless. Dong Tianba knew Zhuofan's character and sighed. I have no choice but to report back to Edifice Lord Chu about your response. But Edifice Lord Chu won't just stand the humiliation and will one day. Hold up, Huangpu Qingtian is challenging me. So if I won't go, she'd only be shamed to have such an ally. What's this stand for humiliation anyway? Shuofan bemused. Dong Tianba sighed, recounting what happened. To the somber Zhuofan, Dong Tianba finished with, in despair, Edifice Lord Chu told us to look for keys and go home. But Huangpu Qingtian's challenge brought about a glimmer of hope. And since you refuse to honor it... Fine, I get it. Zhuofan dismissed him. His eyes were raging, his fists clenched. Since he started all this, then I will have to finish it. Dong Tianba was in glee, but not for long. What Zhuofan said next got him shuddering. He will have to pay dearly for messing with my people. Ever since Chu Qingqiang got Huangpu Qingtian's challenge, her team didn't move from their spot, standing right next to the wood exit stone in the lush forest. Only the men under them were running to and fro in search of Zhuofan. But even after 9 days, none that returned was bearer of any good news. This only worked to sink their moods even lower, not knowing when they could turn this humiliation around. Couldn't go on for much longer or their morale would collapse. There was no point by then to drag this esoteric debate out, and going back home would be most advisable. Everyone sighed. Who knew the esoteric debate would be so cruel to them, to put their entire hopes on just one man? The audience beyond the National Elemental Stone were looking quite eager. Be it Drifting Flowers Edifices, or Regent Estate, each hoped to see Huangpu Qingtian and Zhuofan duke it out, to see who was the real victor in this final battle. The wood-stone exit is up ahead? Yeah. Edifice Lord Chu is waiting there with the others. A familiar voice entered their ears. Their eyes lit up and were thrilled to see the Dong siblings leading Zhuofan over. Even Luo Yunhai, Xianxia, and many others were there as well. They were ecstatic as they surrounded them in an instant. Xie Tianyang was thrilled as well in his laughter. Ha ha ha, you're finally here. It's good that you are all right. Ha ha ha, that's how brothers that went through hell acts. Happy to see each other. I am so happy I didn't cross thousands of miles in vain. Have no fear. Now that I'm here, I'll make it all better. See how your brother will show you his power and swag. Zhuofan smiled and opened his arms as he walked to Xie Tianyang, only to have his hand flicked away as the guy made a beeline for Xianxia and her brothers. Ninger, ever since we separated from the teleportation, I searched heaven and earth to find you. I was worried sick. I'm so relieved you're okay. Xie Tianyang eased a breath that didn't know he was holding. Zhuofan's face twitched and snapped his cold eyes on the guy. Xie Tianyang, you didn't even care what might have happened to your dear brother? You, a monster? I only care about myself. Not you, snorted Xie Tianyang. The others laughed at their antics. Zhuofan was royally pissed though, wishing nothing more than to kick him where the sun didn't shine. The least you can do is fake it, prick. Is this how a brother acts nowadays? You damn bastard clearly don't know the meaning of brothers before women. Dong Tianba saw Zhuofan sulking and was reminded of Songyu. Ha ha ha. Brother Zhua, do you remember our chat in Drifting Flower City? This is the kind of animal a man is. You're just the same, so try to understand. Glaring at him, Zhuofan didn't speak his irritation. I'm not some pit pony like you guys. I'm not one to just throw my heart to any woman I see. Dong Tianba laughed, knowing exactly what he was thinking. Sometimes not even you know your true self. Dong Tianba turned to Chu Qingcheng and bowed. Edifice Lord Chu, I have found Zhuofan. Nodding, Chu Qingcheng's eyes never left Zhuofan. She walked over with a cold stare. Zhuofan felt killing intent smacking into him and saw her approaching with an icy stare. Shivering for some odd reason, Zhuofan even felt fear, but he kept his poker face up. Do you know why we looked for you? Chu Qingcheng's tone was flat. Zhuofan nodded stiffly. Yeah. Then what are you staring at? Go already. It's high time you did your part as an ally and get to work. Chu Qingcheng's pitiless stare bore into him. It was so cold it chilled even him. Zhuofan didn't reply and simply took flight. He sighed inside. After what happened in Dragon Cloud City, Chu Qingcheng must be hating my guts. It's better this way. We are only allies, nothing more. A demonic emperor like him was better off casting such burdens off his shoulders as soon as possible. Zhuofan's eyes snapped into focus, vanishing from their sights as he increased his speed. Chu Qingcheng watched him leave with clear anger on her face. He won't even greet me? Xiao Dandan skipped over and said shyly, Sister Qingcheng, aren't you perhaps too hard on Darling? What too hard? Nothing good comes out of working with a stone-cold man like him, and you stop calling him darling left and right. He doesn't deserve to be called that by any woman. Chu Qingcheng turned her rage on her and glared. Xiao Dandan jerked in fright. It was the first time she saw the proud Chu Qingcheng flaring like that. Then, a chuckle came. Ninger, you've been surrounded by an army of 1,000 people? Are you hurt anywhere? Xianxia showed his worry after having heard what happened to her. Xianxia brushed his worry off. I'm fine. Big Brother Zhua dropped by and saved us. He even ruined Lin Xuanfeng's hand. With Big Brother Zhua around, nothing can touch us. The rest of the newcomers nodded. They wouldn't soon forget how safe they were with Zhuofan around. Xie Tianyang's mood soured. That prick is awesome and all, but rotten to the core. How can you stand it? Big Brother Zhua is the picture of modesty, although there are those he has to give a tongue lashing to, but he gets over his anger quite fast. We've all been having a wonderful time around him so far. Xianxia blinked her delusion-filled eyes. What was worse, the others nodded as well. They had been having such a nice stroll through Beast King Mountain over the days that even if they met a 6th-level spiritual beast, they'd even point it out to their sons to observe. They were so carefree they turned oblivious to the dangers. This would most likely be the only time they ever felt like this. since the next time they'd come here and meet a spiritual beast, they'd end up as its dinner. To sum it up, it was all by Zhuo Fan's grace that they were so carefree. Xia Tianyang saw the worship in their eyes, the glitter in Xianxia's, and cursed inside. Isn't this all on you? With that punk's lousy temper, he'd never waste time with this bunch. Luo Yunhai smiled. Gratified Ninger was there with them. It only stoked Chu Qingqing's range though. How can he smile to others but be so damn cold to me? Dong Tianba noticed and laughed dryly. Edifice Lord Chu, I have something to say, but it may be inappropriate. Get on with it. Chu Qingqing snapped. Dong Tianba said awkwardly. Edifice Lord Chu, you also know of my past dealings, of wandering from flower to flower, leaving not even the leaves. He trailed off. Chu Qingqing's glare scared him back on track as he explained. Edifice Lord Chu, don't misunderstand, that is all in the past. Now I turned a new leaf, becoming a bastion of nobility and dignity. Then why mention it? Chu Qingqing's icy glare bore into Dong Tianba's confidence. Dong Tianba sweated in fear. Edifice Lord Chu, I just want to say that I may not have achievements and I'm still ignorant in many aspects. But when it comes to romance, I am unrivaled. The way I see it, Brother Zhuo may be swarmed by lilies, yet only 3 ever caught his eye. And he isn't even aware of it. Oh! Chu Qingqing perked an eyebrow. Go on. Wiping his brow, Dong Tianba said. With my uncanny eyes, I noticed them being Luo Yunchang, Xianxia, and you, Edifice Lord Chu. Other women he never cared about, my sister, begrudgingly, included. Why am I the last? Chu Qingqing's mood shifted on the spot, blaming him. Drifting Flowers' edifices sweated harder. Ah, hell has no fury as a woman scorned. A woman wasn't even amenable to take this list of names if she wasn't first. And Edifice Lord Chu was no ordinary woman either, but the leader of Drifting Flowers' edifices. But he still smiled. Edifice Lord Chu, to this is unrelated to your place in his heart. He only has feelings for you 3. Please don't take it the wrong way. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Qingqing nodded. Swallowing dryly, Dong Tianba turned serious. Brother Zhuo feels responsible for Luo clan's miss, showing the consideration of a kin. As for having developed into something more, I'm unsure. Chu Qingqing nodded. Zhuo Fan always carried himself with a cold and indifferent air. But he was always good to the Luo clan. He was indeed taking it upon himself when it came to the clan's future. Dong Tianba then glanced at the cheerful Xianxia. As for young Miss Xue, she is innocent and naive, a rarity in this world. Brother Zhuo sees her as his little sister, although hard to say if there's anything more between them. Chu Qingqing looked with a lost gaze as a smile crept her lips. She was such an innocent child that even women like her would pity the lass, not to mention some rotten men. Dong Tianba then came to the crux of it all and said fearfully, while Edifice Lord Chu is a woman of character, lofty and refined, deserving of the title Ascending Ice Phoenix, but Brother Zhuo thinks of you as... What? Chu Qingqing asked impatiently. Dong Tianba gnashed his teeth. Henpecking him, Chu Qingqing blushed and a sweet and gooey/sappy happiness infected her heart. Only... Isn't that being whipped under the wife's thumb? That makes me the closest among the 3 in his heart. Achoo! 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 3 outbursts disturbed Zhuo Fan's smooth sailing. It got so bad that he almost took an unscheduled dive. This had gone beyond mere cursing. They wanted to skin him alive. Who the hell hates me so much? Is it Chu Qingqing? Has her fury outmatched hell's? Shuddering to his very core, Zhuo Fan shook the thought away. He was oblivious that it was totally unrelated to Chu Qingqing, but instead the person responsible was his buddy-buddy brother. In fact, his intention was no different than flaying Zhuo Fan. Thank God he had no clue what Dong Tianba said, or he'd panic. This guy barely has any talent yet makes for quite a love doctor. How is it that you know who my heart longs for before even I do? Though he had to admire him for such skill, even when Dong Tianba only skirted the waters and never actually dipped. Zhuo Fan kept on flying in confusion. He soon arrived at his destination and released his discerning field. Zhuofan's eyes lit up in joy. Huangpu Qingtian, the biggest headache, wasn't there. Couldn't be better. He'd go in there and remove the pests first, since if they laid a trap, they would harass him to no end. That wouldn't do at all. He now recalled Luo Yunhai's warning. Huangpu Qingtian and company had something special in mind just for him. Lin Xianfeng let it slip when he lost his cool, and Zhuofan doubted he was so smart as to make it intentionally misleading. Zhuofan took it to heart as well. He may have divine eye of the void as his ace in getting out of almost any situation, but he wasn't about to take unnecessary risks. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall. Zhuofan made sure to never make such an elementary mistake as letting power get to his head. Zhuofan's figure flashed and thunder struck the earth the next second, picking up dust. People turned to look in fright. With only weak third and second-rate clan members around, this loud and out-of-the-blue noise had them on edge. But when the dust settled, they gasped. Soaring demonic dragon, Zhuofan? With a twisted grin, Zhuofan's eyes glanced over his future victims. I have come, as requested, for the brimming sacred pill. Where is Huangpu Qingtian? Eldest young master waited for days, so he took young master Yu and young master Yen in search of the other four. Sir, why not wait for them? An honest-to-God man, naive perhaps, spoke up fearlessly. This set Zhuofan's worries at ease. His grin grew wider. Am I to understand you stood me up? No, never. It's you. I am quite angry right now, and the consequences are deadly. Zhuofan cut him off with his bloodthirsty gaze. Now, who do you think I should kill first? They all felt like crying. You clearly had this idea from the start. But how does this have anything to do with us? Huangpu Qingtian issued the challenge. Not us. You didn't just miss the due date, but also saying that we stood you up. That's clearly bullshit. We're just the little guys. Why take it out on us? Think we're easy targets, is that it? Fear swept their hearts as they had long heard of Zhuofan's power. Be it the taunts he threw at the 7 houses by killing their elders, or through the slaughter of thousands on the fighting stage. Not even 6 dragons and 1 phoenix wanted to mess with him, least of all them. But then the demon came anyway, and to make matters worse, he landed just when the big boss was out on a stroll. Could they take him on? The bitter and resigned faces answered aplenty. Young Master Zhuo, we are just errand boys. It would be a great dishonor to you, sir, if you kill us. Someone spoke up with a calm voice, quite odd when one took in the fearful gazes of the rest. The rest bobbed their heads and gave him a secret thumbs up. This line was a good deterrence to most big shots, since it brought a bad taste in their mouth hearing rumors about them picking on the weak. The greater the man, the greater the deterrence. Take 6 dragons and 1 phoenix for instance. As long as one left them be, they wouldn't go out of their way to be heavy-handed on small fries. Not because of their lofty and noble characters, far from it, but because they felt it would become a stain on their pedigree. These guys were so puny, so insignificant, they weren't worth even tying a big shot's shoes, to say nothing of killing them. So, with that educated guess drawn from Zhuofan's reputation being equal to 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, they must be in the clear, probably. A shame they were dead wrong. The likes of Zhuofan only had self-interest above all else, not some useless and ephemeral thing like honor and glory. To an unscrupulous man such as him, appealing to his honor or lack thereof was an exercise in futility, since in all his lives he had stomped dead all who had ever tried it. Grinning from ear to ear, Zhuofan's cold eyes snapped on the man and a ripple swept him. His eyes lost their light and he slumped on the ground, dead. Killing with intent. The rest jumped back in abject fear. Despite the rumor mill going strong about Zhuofan, only after witnessing the true power of Radiant Stage had a dread set in like no other. Zhuofan smiled. Whenever I kill, I do it on a whim. There's nothing else to it. As for my reputation and whatnot, ha ha ha, please. I am but a small steward of a poor third-rate clan. I am far beneath your illustrious names. There's no dishonor whatsoever even if I tear you all apart. It only worked to make them even more bitter. This punk is a scumbag. Since when could a bloody, rotten and vile third-rate clan's little steward mock the 7 houses and get away with it? What modesty! He's clearly showing off. Zhuofan picked up on their thoughts with a laugh. Yep, I'm grandstanding, and I'm only killing you to relieve my boredom. The kill count doesn't matter, what matters is the entertainment. Who told you to make an enemy out of me? Ha ha ha. Bang. As if thunderstruck, their minds went out of commission. They stood there, frozen and lost, scared to even speak. God damn it all. He is a demon who escaped from hell whose sole purpose is to relieve his boredom. He is a psychopath who has no value for life. Not even those hedonistic disciples from the 7 houses were that bent on a murder spree. This guy has lost it. He's psychotic. The fear was closely working its way up to their tipping point. But Zhuofan's last words remained nonetheless. Who told you to make an enemy out of me? Couldn't be a more fitting description. They were all gripped by the fear of ending up another bloody smear on the ground. But in the back of their minds, an obsession was ingrained. None could fight Zhuofan. He was out for blood, and that was what Zhuofan aimed for all along. He may not get the respect of everyone, but he would get their fear. Humans clung to life tooth and nail. As long as they feared him, they'd never dare do anything against him. Regardless of what plot Huangpu Qingtian was cooking, if he got the help of these simps, he'd foil it when Huangpu Qingtian least expected, while also gifting these helpers of his a heart demon. And to make sure the heart demon wasn't going away anytime soon, his eyes flashed and 3 more people collapsed. They were positively despairing at this point. Ha ha ha, how amusing. While we wait for Huangpu Qingtian, I'll take out my boredom on you. Now who's next? Zhuofan broke into his trademark evil grin. The targets of his creepy glinting eyes shivered and crumbled from fear. But there was one who shouted, "Run!" That woke them up somewhat. If they didn't flee now, they'd be toyed to death at this point. They all broke out into a frantic scramble to keep their poor lives intact. Zhuofan smiled, but didn't budge. He didn't really want to kill them, not that many at least. He merely wanted to drive the fear of the devil in them. Although, to make this play of his more believable, Zhuofan took merely 2 steps and killed another 5 bone-tempering experts. The rest thought Zhuofan was on the hunt and ran like mad. With so many of them and only one of him, someone was bound to get out alive. Right? Each hoped he'd be the lucky winner. They prayed for it too, never slowing down for a second. Zhuofan cackled from behind, instilling the horrors of what was to come into their very souls. He found them almost out of his sight, but all he did was shake his head. He wasn't an addict getting his fix by killing. It was also he could shroud them in a thick and unshakable shadow, so that when the time came, they'd foil Huangpu Qingtian's big plan from the inside. Since he drove his point quite clean through, chasing them had lost its purpose. And that guy was right about one thing, Zhuofan would never care about some small fries. Smirking, Zhuofan's eyes flashed, waiting for Huangpu Qingtian. But then he heard a faint breathing. Squinting, Zhuofan flipped around and snapped, "Come out!" Zhuofan moved faster than the other person and grabbed at the target's hiding place. But what he saw left him speechless. "Yan Fu!" Zhuofan shouted. Yan Fu was Vicious Pill King's prized pupil. When he got Yen Song to work under him, among other reasons, he also threatened Yan Fu's life, ultimately making Yen Song cave. It was obvious how much Elder Yen cared about the kid. So, as a good steward, Zhuofan was looking for the chance to get Yan Fu to switch sides as well, and bring the master and disciple back together in one big happy family. Though a chance never came until now. It wasn't like he was swamped with work, but more along the lines of he couldn't find Yan Fu. He lucked out by bumping into him in Dragon Cloud City, but there was no way he could talk to him in front of the 7 houses, that was for sure. Who'd have ever conceived it possible? The 2 of them would finally reconnect after many, many years. Though the circumstances were perhaps particularly awkward to explain his way out of. It wasn't either about Huangpu Qingtian finding out he'd be stealing him from right under his nose. What was a little more hatred when there was no love lost between them to begin with? Just that it would get this guy in the crossfire and whittle down his life to nothing. Yen Song would never forgive him for this. He never ever owed anybody anything, and the same applied to everyone. Yen Fu found his leg in Zhuo Fan's clutches but realized the demon wasn't going in for the kill. He looked on oddly and stopped shivering, trying to calm his errant heart as well. Scared out of his mind, his taunt earlier would earn him a gruesome death. He ducked for cover the instant Zhuo Fan touched down, only to hear him wanting to have a blast at the expense of others' lives, driving such horror into his heart he couldn't even move. His only hope was that the demon would leave once he had his fill of killing. Who was to know once the dust settled, the demon himself would come after his head. He even found his hidey hole like nothing. It terrified him. But figuring out Zhuo Fan had no intention of harming him emboldened him. Perhaps the death of his master had some part in this as well. Yen Fu stuck out his chin and bellowed at Zhuo Fan. "Humph, you damn demon! I vow to get revenge for killing my master." "And how exactly?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, his mood sinking. Yen Fu gnashed his teeth in humiliation. "Yeah, with my power I can never defeat you, and now I'm in your clutches. Kill me if you have the guts. Let me go see my master. I am unworthy of taking revenge, but the least I can do is go serve him in the underworld." Zhuo Fan nodded inside. The kid is a coward and a lecher, but he is filial to his master. I'll give him that much. I can see why Elder Yen doted on him. Rest assured, I won't kill you. As for your master. Zhuo Fan was about to explain, but a sudden noise cut him off. Whoosh. Four figures landed 100 meters off Zhuo Fan, with Huangpu Qingtian in the lead. The other three were Yen Bangyi, Yu Yushan, and Lin Shenfeng. The three looked grave while only Huangpu Qingtian took it easy, but there was no way to hide the raging battle lust in his eyes. "You're here," Huangpu Qingtian said. Zhuo Fan grinned. How could I possibly refuse young Master Huangpu's invitation? Taking in the dozen corpses around, Huangpu Qingtian said, "You're soaring demonic dragon in name and reality. You won't spare even the weak. Humph, with your strength, you're only shaming yourself stooping so low." Yu Yushan vented his ire. Zhuo Fan just shrugged. "I was only playing around. Don't tell me they're worth crying over." "Of course not. But now that I'm here, if you still want to play, come after me." Huangpu Qingtian shook his head, hardly caring about some low lives. He then turned to Yen Fu. "Finish the kid off if you want to. Then I'll teach you true power." Yen Fu shivered from indignation. Ever since his master kicked the bucket, he was reduced to being treated like those common third- and second-rate clansmen. And not just Huangpu Qingtian looked down on him. Not even his clan's Yen Bangyi spoke in his defense. "Ha ha ha. I'm a true pariah now. It won't matter now. For us master and disciple to die at Zhuo Fan's hand is only fitting. At least Zhuo Fan is our enemy. If I would have died because of my clansmen, I'd truly die with regrets." Forlorn, Yen Fu sighed and closed his eyes. He may have thought so, but how could he let go so easily after being cast out by his house? His hatred now changed from Zhuo Fan to the same house that raised him. Zhuo Fan nodded inside. He grabbed his neck and hoisted him and spun on his feet. Intentional or not, it just so happened to block Huangpu Qingtian's vision. "Yen Fu, a man of your grief and emotion. Letting you live will make the pain so much sweeter. I just love seeing my enemies trudge through life in pain and suffering. I won't kill you now, but if you still yearn for death, come find me. I'll send you to hell, to see the ghost of your master." Zhuo Fan's ended on a heavy tone and a slap at Yen Fu's chest. Out of anyone else's notice, he also slipped a jade in his clothes. Yen Fu's eyes shot wide open, but then he saw Zhuo Fan's vague smile. "Remember, if you find life to be too much of a torment, come find me. I'll surely send you off to hell to your master." Zhuo Fan then flung him away. Yen Fu was dirty and wretched, but his eyes lit up and clutched his chest. Huangpu Qingtian looked skeptical. "Zhuo Fan, I never knew you for your mercy, especially on a waist. What can I say? I'm a saint. Shuafan shrugged. Everyone rolled their eyes. If you're a saint, then the whole world is filled with demons. Squinting, Huangpu Qingtian played around. Since you don't want to land the final blow, let me help you. Huangpu Qingtian struck a palm at Yan Fu. Yan Fu was rooted in place from fear as he cried. Yan Fu was useless, true, but he was their waste. Why would the eldest young master kill off one of his own? Yan Fu was close to peeing himself when the almighty strike stopped just an inch off his head. The wind it picked up ruffled his black hair, but also paralyzed him. Squinting, Huangpu Qingtian turned to Shuafan, who watched the strike in interest, knowing full well what he was doing. He also seemed to encourage Huangpu Qingtian to finish the waste off, as if he was eager to see the allies tearing each other up. Huangpu Qingtian took back his palm, still staring at Shuafan. Was I mistaken? What's wrong? Why stop? Shuafan urged him, full of eagerness. Huangpu Qingtian said, he is useless and I want to deal with him as well. But what do you know? I'm also feeling a bit of a saint myself. The two burst out laughing, while the four witnesses looked on in fear. These two vile tyrants are that damn rotten to call themselves saints? Humph! Degenerates, the both of them. Of course, they kept it to themselves if they knew what was good for them. With heaven-shaking dragon lord and soaring demonic dragon's tempers, these savage beasts would tear them limb from limb otherwise. Case in point, one only had to throw a look at Forest Fleeting Dragon's sorry state. Glancing at the one-legged man, the other three knew perfectly well when to keep their mouth shut. Huangpu Qingtian and Shuafan were not ones to take any complaints without dishing out extra punishment. Yet they all failed to realize a shadow peering out as they were engrossed in the play. Is that heaven-shaking dragon lord, Huangpu Qingtian? The same one who doesn't care about anyone? Ha ha ha! How amusing. He isn't average at all. But compared to him, Shuafan is more along my tastes as a demonic cultivator. Nice power, good skills, but who is stronger among them? I am not one to pick up trash and take back the loser. Snickering, the shadow spoke as if he was fetching livestock. Who knew Tianyu birthed so many wonderful goods? I didn't waste time coming here. Ha ha ha. Well, let's get to it. You must be here for the brimming sacred pill, I wager. But don't think for a second it's going to be that easy to take it from me. Having dispensed the probing, Huangpu Qingtian snickered as he flashed the storage ring on his finger. Come, show me what you're made of. Shuafan raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Ha ha ha. You take me for an idiot? Fighting on your turf and on your own terms is retarded. Yes, exactly so. Huangpu Qingtian nodded as he boasted. But if not for that, what are you even doing here? And without defeating me, you'll never get this pill. Whoosh. He didn't finish as his ring vanished, now in Shuafan's hand. Shuafan's right eye flashed golden as he mocked. You were saying? Everyone watched on in shock. They shuddered incredulously at what they just witnessed. Even the ever-calm and stalwart Huangpu Qingtian had a reaction. How did he do that? The observer in the shadows also cried out. What art did this kid use? It's so weird even I couldn't sense it. Shuafan mocked. I only came for the brimming sacred pill. With that done, bye-bye. Shuafan unfolded his wings and shot into the air before vanishing. The rest were so out of it they couldn't even react. They were in complete fear of his mystical art. When they finally did snap out of it, Huangpu Qingtian's face twisted. Toyed around like that never happened to him. Eldest young master, Yu Yushan began. Huangpu Qingtian dismissed him with a wave and turned to Lin Xianfeng. Give me the ring. Lin Xianfeng hopped over with flattery. Eldest young master is amazing. Leaving the ring with the pill in my care. Shuafan would be blowing his top when he finds out all he got was nothing. Ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingtian was not in the least bit amused of having duped his enemy. He took the ring as he sounded morose. I only did it to not lose the pill. He'd never realize I'd be willing to leave the pill to a cripple, but never thought it would show its worth so fast. Shuafan is not easy to deal with. Clenching his fist, Huangpu Qingtian spat. Lin Xianfeng was sullen. Huangpu Qingtian only referred to him as a cripple nowadays. The other two nodded solemnly. But then Huangpu Qingtian found an eerie breeze pass by him, and when he opened his palm, the ring was gone. Huangpu Qingtian's heart sank as he raved, "Zhuofan! Tone it down. What do you want with me anyway?" Zhuofan grinned victoriously as he came from a bush. The three lackeys jumped behind Huangpu Qingtian in fright. Didn't he just fly off? What's he doing back? Huangpu Qingtian glared. It was you just now. Yep. What was I supposed to do with a fake ring anyway? Zhuofan tossed the two rings around, taunting, "Young Master Huangpu, who knew even you are scared of something, unwilling to give me the true location of the pill, and tried to cheat me out of it instead. Are you perhaps afraid you were gonna lose?" Huangpu Qingtian trembled as the rage got the best of him. "I never said the pill was on me, just waving my hand around. It's your fault for jumping to conclusions." "Ha ha ha, sophistry." Zhuofan put the two rings on his fingers and snickered. "But I got the pill this time, so I'll be going. For real this time. Later, people." Zhuofan was gone. They all watched in shock, coming and going without a sign. Huangpu Qingtian released his soul sense in fear Zhuofan might be playing another trick. Only after he knew the coast was clear did Huangpu Qingtian ease his breath. His mood dangerously low, Huangpu Qingtian felt horrendous having suffered so much. He had gone and challenged Zhuofan in front of so many people, and what did that get him? Losing the pill faster than he got it. How could he possibly take it at face value? Yu Yushan inched closer to Huangpu Qingtian in worry. "Eldest young master. Short-term gains aren't important. Zhuofan is too much of a variable with mystical abilities. We need to find a way to deal with his disappearing acts. If we can't trap him, the day we fight he'll take us down one by one while we won't even touch him. We can't have that." The other two nodded. They felt utterly powerless in the face of Zhuofan's shifting around unrestrained. "It doesn't matter." Huangpu Qingtian's eyes flashed. Sir Lung already predicted this. Isn't our earlier plan all to deal with him? You mean? Yu Yushan said. I see. I'll gather the scattered people and instruct them harder. No. Huangpu Qingtian waved his hand. Zhuofan terrified them. They are obsolete. Just leave them to die on Beast King Mountain. Go after our vassals that are still missing. Have them help instead. They were all shocked by Huangpu Qingtian's cruelty. These people had only been with them for around 10 days and were quite hard-working. And yet they were cast away like broken toys. Huangpu Qingtian could tell what was on their minds. Do you know the difference between a help and a burden? They shook their heads. Huangpu Qingtian mocked. A help assists me in achieving what I want, and a burden works against me. It will one day mean the difference between life and death. The three blinked, still unconvinced. They knew of this, of course, but weren't getting where he was going with this. Huangpu Qingtian snickered. They would have helped me before, in dealing with this spawn, but now, they are terrified of Zhuofan and will be an inconvenience to us. Letting them participate regardless will pose a grave danger to us, even death. This is why I threw them away. Or would you rather have Zhuofan kill you because of some deadweights? They finally understood and looked at him in admiration. Huangpu Qingtian is the eldest young master for a reason. Such insight, such cunning, like a true emperor. The shadow nodded from afar, pleased by Huangpu Qingtian's character. Glancing at them, Huangpu Qingtian continued, Yu Yushan, weren't you curious why I let Drifting Flowers edifices group off? Ha ha ha, I'll tell you, because they are all Zhuofan's burdens. If they die, Zhuofan will be uncontrollable, even to us. But now, with Chu Qingcheng helping us without knowing, we will grasp this chance to deal with him for good. The three gave their thumbs up. Even lumped together, Chu Qingcheng's gang was still as weak as if they were alone. While if Zhuofan was left alone, he may one day come to reap their lives. Using these people to tie Zhuofan down was the best bet. It was such an obvious trap that even Zhuofan had no choice but to jump right in. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes shined. regaining control of the situation. Meanwhile, Shuafan was cruising the skies, yet didn't feel like a winner at all. He already guessed Huangpu Qingtian's thinking, but he still couldn't get himself to cast aside all those people. And that was the least of his worries. The biggest headache was how easily Huangpu Qingtian could do it while he found it impossible. Just now after he let Yan Fu go, Huangpu Qingtian grew suspicious of Yan Fu. His suspicions had no real reason, and yet he made the prompt decision to attack Yan Fu. If not for Shuafan being an Oscar-level actor, Yan Fu would have been a smear on the ground. He was cruel enough to kill any doubts than let any mistake slip by. He always watched Shuafan even as he attacked, but stopped short of killing to not give Shuafan more reasons to mock him. Other than that, Yan Fu would have been totally dead. In this way, one had so many burdens on his shoulders, while the other had nothing tying him down. Shuafan found himself at a disadvantage in this psychological warfare, having to accept everything he was attacked with. Even though I say the demonic path is cruel and pitiless, going to battle with so many burdens will be hard. Only, I need to get the keys and exits to let them out as soon as possible. Shuafan gnashed his teeth as he shot for Chu Qingcheng like lightning. Whoosh! With a crack of thunder, Shuafan made his entrance before Chu Qingcheng. They all whipped their heads towards him, their eyes glinting. Their entire morale rested on whether or not Shuafan could bring back the stolen brimming sacred pill. Jitteriness rose as all eyes took in his prideful stance, keeping them in suspense. And the audience beyond the Wood National Elemental Stone was no different. This was the first contact between Shuafan and Huangpu Qingtian, the strongest duo in this battle. Losing it would plunge their morale to rock bottom, and the only sensible choice would be going home. But it didn't stop there. Their vassals' trust in the three houses would splinter, weakening their image in the populace's eye. It was the worst outcome as it affected their growth, especially now when an all-out war with the Regent Estates faction was just around the corner. A trickle of sweat fell down grandmother, Long Yifei and Xie Xiaofeng's cheeks as the tension spiked. Shuafan took a deep breath before grinning. He juggled the two storage rings and snickered. Now which ring holds the brimming sacred pill, you reckon? The words still hadn't sunk in from their momentary daze. But the next reaction was explosive. Everyone cheered. Shuafan obviously got the pill. Everyone was moved at that point. Thinking back a few days ago, Huangpu Qingtian's overpowering might had plunged them into despair. How were they supposed to even face such a monster? But Shuafan came back victorious, recovering the pill from the clutches of that monster. Such a feat worked wonders for their battered hearts from fear and shame, surging in them the will to fight. Even the ever-composed grandmother showed a rare trace of joy on her features. She turned to her two allies and burst out laughing. Dugu Zhantian eased a breath, nodding at the figure beyond the national elemental stone. The kid is a loose cannon, but he always comes through when it counts. If it were a war, the act of recovering the pill would instill our army greater morale than any one skirmish could ever do. Fang Qiubai smiled thinly. This only confirmed he made the right choice when he braved in picking him to face Huangpu Qingtian. He was the only one of the younger generation who could achieve it. But then Fang Qiubai caught onto something and brought it to Dugu Zhantian's attention. Old Marshal? What is that? Dugu Zhantian squinted and cursed inside. That punk isn't a pushover in the least. He even dares to go against my orders. In a remote corner, among the three allied houses group, Lu Yizhen was seen on and off, cheering. Esoteric debate only allowed those below the age of 30 to participate. The old geezer was clearly out of the question. Dugu Zhantian himself even stated he was going to cut down with impunity any and all cheaters. But wasn't that guy a man of the Luo clan? Sir Fang, my eyes must have failed me. I can't see anything amiss. Dugu Zhantian played the fool. Fang Qiubai laughed. In any case, both of their priorities were skewed in Luo clan's favor. But who'd have thought the old marshal, the one immovable and strict man, would cover for Luo clan? Since when did a friggin' radiant stage expert's eyesight go bad? He must really like that fifth godson of his to be this biased. He'd never do this otherwise, not with how righteous the man was. That was for the best, since it was all for His Majesty's sake. In protecting Luo clan, one had to be flexible and ignore minor hiccups. Feng Qiubai was worried this would have ruffled Dugu Zhantian's feathers. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I just saw an interesting spiritual beast that caught my attention. But since Marshall's eyesight is poor, never mind. Feng Qiubai rubbed his beard. Dugu Zhantian blushed, knowing fully well he was teased. So he chose to turn a blind eye. Plus, he vowed this would be the first and last time he'd ever cross his own word. Zhuge Changfeng kept a close eye on Zhuo Fan as a smile played on his lips. Then he gave a long look at Huangpu Tenuan before chuckling. Ha ha ha, Estate Lord Huangpu. It seems in this skirmish, the young master came out at the bottom. Victory and defeat are common in war. It was the steward, unwanted contriver Lung, who deigned a response to Zhuge Changfeng's provocation. The way it came at no surprise to the regent estate. He seemed to have foreseen a long time ago that Huangpu Qingtian would lose. Zhuge Changfeng squinted. Oh? Sir Lung was expecting this, I see. I take it you've taken ample preparation as well. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. I made a fool of myself before Prime Minister with my course skills. They are merely useful in dealing with pests. Lung Wuchang's eyes shined. Zhuge Changfeng nodded, returning to watch the national elemental stone, the cheering bunch therein, and sighed. These kids are quick to celebrate. It won't matter if this trifling victory has gotten to the heads of the weak ones. But Steward Zhuo, if even you are taken in by it, I'd be dreadfully disappointed. Zhuge Changfeng watched him hailed by the crowd as a hero. The man in question took the brimming sacred pills vial from the ring and showed it off to all. See here? I've returned triumphant. We see. They all shouted in joy and respect. With a wicked grin, Zhuo Fan stashed it into his own ring, weirding out the crowd. The 8th grade pill was a treasure in and of itself that not even the 7 houses had one. The least he could do was popping the cork to let them catch a glimpse of it. Zhuo Fan merely coughed and changed the subject. All right, the show is over. Break it up. We need to find the other pills and keys. Our goal is to win this esoteric debate. Ugh. They all looked at him with dark faces. Zhuo Fan, are you planning on hogging the pill? Xie Tianyang's face twitched. Zhuo Fan put on a pained look as he cursed. Xie Tianyang, is this how my brother, going through thick and thin, should act? Don't you trust me? Am I one to just hog it to myself? Am I that selfish? Yes. The crowd had spoken. Xie Tianyang said coldly, it's because of the endless troubles we've passed. I know exactly just who you are. Zip it and hand it over. Nothing is safe in your hands, especially that 8th grade pill. The others joined in, but only as a joke. With Zhuo Fan as the strongest there, no place was safer than with him. Zhuo Fan feigned anger. Since you don't trust me, then I'll eat it right in front of you. Besides, I got it back with my own efforts. Try to take it from me if you want it. TCH. They all flicked their hands. Xie Tianyang even went a step further. See that? I know this friggin' guy's character better than I know myself. If hustling is a bust, he just switches to daylight robbery. Not to mention anything that ends up in his hands will never see the light of day. The others cracked up. Xuaning Xiang was bursting with joy, not caring at all of the value of that bauble. The mood made them seem like one big happy family, laughing their troubles away. They seemed to have returned to the peaceful and safe days of All Beast Mountain Range a while back. This was all thanks to Zhuo Fan. He instilled courage in their hearts, while also dispelling the thick dread Huangpu Qingtian cast over them. It just came to them that even the almighty Huangpu Qingtian wasn't infallible. At the very least, Zhuo Fan was there to give them a fighting chance. Once the cheerfulness passed, the 3 houses' head disciples began discussing serious matters. Xie Tianshang began, Brother Zhuo, you are the strongest here and also brought the brimming sacred pill back. That makes it yours. The stronger you are, the greater our chances. The rest nodded. They were all quite keen on having it for themselves, but with it being Zhuo Fan's spoil, it belonged to him by right. Moreover, a boosted Zhuofan would give them an edge in getting the other pills out there. This was the best outcome for their alliance. Zhuofan shook his head though. I can't, Brother Xie. Did you really think Huangpu Qingtian waited 10 days for me with the 8th grade pill instead of eating it? Just so I could steal it? Xie Tianshang frowned. Zhuofan smiled. Because he won't dare. What? Came their shocked response while Zhuofan explained. It takes a long time to absorb it completely. If an enemy comes in that time, the slightest distraction would render it wasted, if not incur a heavy wound. So before a clear outcome has come from our conflicts, neither side would be willing to eat it. The sudden realization made them look at Zhuofan in a new light. Thanks to his reminder, they could now curb the irresistible lure of the brimming sacred pill the moment they found it. They were grateful for having avoided death if an enemy found them in such a vulnerable moment. They were clearly overthinking things though. Why would Huangpu Qingtian get rid of such delicious bait and help Zhuofan instead? Not to mention, Huangpu Qingtian was sure to drop by the instant any of them found one and appropriated it. They'd never get the chance to even swallow it. These thoughts left Zhuofan sighing. The sooner I send them home the better. Report. A shout caught their attention. A man was rushing over sweaty and in ragged garments. He fell to one knee before them. Why, young masters, we have found the second brimming sacred pill's location. Eh? They all perked up. Zhuofan's advice did the trick, but even so, they were still yearning to go out there and get the pill themselves. Was it that easy to just let this chance pass by? It held the promise of getting a new Radiant Stage expert in their house and increased their power significantly. Then came their united reply. Where? 50 miles out, killing Blood Marsh. The man cupped his hands. He truly rendered a service worthy of a reward. 5 days ago, we were tasked with finding young Master Zhua. By happenstance, we stumbled into a vial of brimming sacred pill in that place. Whether a coincidence or not, the pill is now deep in the nest of a 3rd-level spiritual beast, Bloodcroc. We opted to report rather than risk our lives. Bloodcroc? That put a damp on their joyous moods. The Bloodcroc was a pack spiritual beast, and very territorial. Despite a mere 3rd-level spiritual beast, their numbers deterred even a Radiant Stage expert from approaching. The easiest way to establish their strength was to look at how big this nest was. Long Xingyun spoke. How many? Oh, forgive my forgetfulness. It is around 30,000 heads. The man stammered. Success. The shock was easily seen on everyone's faces. 30,000 Bloodcrocs. Not even 10 Radiant Stage experts or 100 Profound Heaven experts could come out unharmed out of such a scuffle. Least of all their rabble of 2,000–3,000 men. The instant they charged, the Bloodcrocs would tear them to pieces. Thus they all turned their heads to Zhuofan to see his take on this. The man in question was eerily calm, dissing the trouble with a wave. Lead the way. Brother Zhua, you can do it? They looked on in hope. With a vague smile, Zhuofan was playing coy. Ha ha ha. We'll know when we get there. And proceeded to walk southwest. Being all mysterious worked, making the rest follow him in shock. No wonder a puny and forgotten Luo clan reached such a height. This guy was overpowered. He always came through despite adversities. Luo Yunhai, Xuaning Xiang and the 100 people Zhuofan brought followed him the instant he made a move. For the first two it was an obvious choice, as for the 100 people, vassals to different houses, they went after Zhuofan like sheep after a shepherd. Besides, what difference would it make if they were behind Luo clan when the houses they were vassals to were all allies? You should at least go with your master, even if so. They couldn't help it though. Not when Zhuofan was a beacon of safety, willing to follow him everywhere with unflinching determination. Too bad the lucky Luo clan had yet to become a house, or these guys would have switched camps on the spot. The kid is taking everyone from us. I can already see how the esoteric debate ends, with half of our vassals willing to follow Luo clan. Long Xingyun sighed. Xie Tianshang shrugged. That's how charisma works. Be it a mighty emperor or just a clan head, they all have to have some amount of personal magnetism. We all do, but in Zhuofan's case, while ours is but a mere glint. His shines like a radiant star. Xianxia followed closely as well. Long Xingyun chuckled right behind him. Chu Qingcheng thoughtfully watched the prideful and solitary figure in front before coming to. The wood exit was soon barren of people, all going for the killing blood marsh. The audience beyond the wood national elemental stone found the entertainment waning and returned to the seats Dugu Zhantian provided, all while speculating how Zhuofan managed to relieve Huangpu Qingtian of the pill. It was clear by his appearance that no blows were traded, so how? The man in question was now taking a stroll. Perhaps the exhaustion of the past few days never left him and only made him grow weary, culminating in this slow pace. Yet it only worked to put Long Xingyun's group on edge. They were itching to get to the killing blood swamp first. It was funny how the esoteric debate of this century had been reduced to an 8th grade pill hunt. Zhuofan was not in the least bit hurried, taking his sweet time. While he was at it, he had the others scout the surroundings as they made their way forward. The way he saw it, brimming sacred pill was merely a reward to the winner of this final battle. It made little sense to look for it when the exits and keys held a far greater importance. With them on his hands, he had to find a way out, especially for a certain useless bunch. It just so happened to be working fabulously in easing his burden too. So he toned down on his speed, using this time to have the rest search for the keys. Long Xingyun's group found it incomprehensible. They wished nothing more than to charge in and get that 8th grade pill. Big brother Zhua, I found a key. Xianxia skipped over in glee, presenting a red crystal. Zhuofan saw the fist-sized red crystal. It was cold to the touch, telling him this was the Yin key of the fire exit. All he had to do now was find the Yang fire key and Xianxia would be home free, leaving him room to go all out to his heart's content. Zhuofan brightened and patted her cute head. Well done, Ninger. Xianxia giggled, at which Long Xingyun sighed. Miss Xue, finding a brimming sacred pill would be so much better. You won't just be doing a great service to us houses, but even hold yourself in favor. Zhuofan merely shook his head. Xianxia would have none of that. Humph, I won't even go for some mystical pill. That's your delusion. I only care about what Big Brother Zhuo wants. Shuddering, Zhuofan looked queerly at her. He never said what was on his mind even after being in contact for the past few days. Yet Ninger easily found out what he wanted. While not even his allies could, this genial and harmless lass. Long Xingyun shook his head. Miss Ninger, you're wrong. With how strong Brother Zhua is, why would he want a bunch of keys? Only cowards would look for a way out. While a man of virtue like Brother Zhua must be far more interested in the brimming sacred pill. Am I right? Long Xingyun turned to Zhuofan, talking as if it was the norm. Damn you, of course I want the keys to dump your sorry asses. Stop mooching off of me. Only Ninger truly knows what I want. Zhuofan cursed inside, but couldn't refute Long Xingyun's bright smile. Maybe for my reputation's sake, or they'd go calling me coward instead. If I explain it, they'll think I'd be a hindrance and affect our alliance. Zhuofan could only nod. Yes, Brother Long makes perfect sense. Brimming sacred pill is far more important than some keys. Long Xingyun looked smug and taunted Xianxia with his eyebrow. She was saddened on the spot, looking at Zhua like a kicked puppy. I still think I'm right. Big Brother Zhua wants. Ninger, don't feel sad. The thing is this key. Zhuofan was frantic in his explanation, but then stopped. A yellow light aimed for his face tended to do that. Zhuofan easily caught it and found it to have the same feel as the red crystal, albeit yellow. Zhuofan was overjoyed. The Yin metal key! Zhuofan turned to look from where the crystal came. Who did me such great service? Explain. But Zhuofan twisted his head away awkwardly soon after. Chu Qingcheng bore her cold haze into him, coming over to Xianxia and taking her somewhere. Come. Let's go after the other keys. But Big Brother Zhua said he doesn't want them. Stop paying attention to his hypocrisies. Chu Qingcheng snorted. Zhuofan felt a cold shiver. There's two of them now who can understand me. Long Xingyun was watching the two women perplexed. That's odd. It's normal for a naive girl like Ninger to mistake Brother Zhua's intentions. But Edifice Lord Chu is a refined and ambitious woman. So why is she wasting time looking as well? Ha ha ha. You're asking me? Zhuafan let out a dry laugh, masking the sigh in his heart. He was your typical lone wolf, with hardly anyone catching on to his thinking. But now two women showed up at the same time, defying all logic. Is this the legendary bosom buddy? A chuckle escaped his lips. He, a coldstone demonic cultivator, was oblivious to matters of the fairer sex as a close friend, and yet, this feeling ain't bad. Ain't bad at all. Zhuafan resumed walking for the killing blood marsh, leaving a puzzled Long Xingyun behind. What should have taken 5 days? Thanks to Zhuafan taking it easy, they arrived after 10. But not for nothing, considering the riches he fetched along the way. Of the 10 total keys they found four, with the metal key the only complete one. All that was left was to look for the metal exit. Be that as it may, the slow march had its downside. Someone beat them to it. A sudden red sandy beach spread out for miles and miles. All they could see beyond red was more red. And what made it worse was the queasy feeling when the smell wafted into their noses. This was the lair of the 3rd-level spiritual beast, Bloodcroc. This beast left their lair in packs to hunt, then dragged their quarry back to mangle and feast on their kill. This made for a gory sight as well as the endless gushing blood. This led to their domain soaked in red and made impossible for anything else to grow. Hence the name Killing Blood Marsh. The group looked amazed, certain this place was the lair of Bloodcrocs. What was truly baffling was in fact the lack of Bloodcrocs on their way here. Not to mention they took their time. With a frown, Long Xingyun voiced his doubt at the scout. Did you actually see any Bloodcroc here? Or even the brimming sacred pill? Yes, young Master Long. I'd never lie to you. When I got here earlier I saw thousands of Bloodcroc and even caught a glimpse of a vial in their midst. The man pointed. Long Xingyun believed him and pressed on after a quick look at the others. But they soon had to stop again and shudder. Their faces grew grave and their eyes revealed shock. What's this monster doing here? They were at the edge of a sunken area, with a familiar figure in its center. Despite looking at his back, they had no trouble recognizing him. Too slow. I've been waiting here for ages. Huangpu Qingtian made a show out of turning around and directed a snicker Zhuafan's way. I'll let you hog the first pill, for now. But the second one is mine. Ha ha ha. The faces of everyone sank. Does that mean the second pill already landed in Huangpu Qingtian's hands? How did he find out? He knew our objective and waited us out. Is there a spy among us? The horror of the situation dawned on them. In this perilous area, any internal conflict would have devastating repercussions. With a mole within their midst, the dangers would grow exponentially. All of them started looking at their neighbor with a critical eye and became on guard. Any trust they had gone up in smoke. The Tri-House alliance was on the verge of crumbling. Grinning, Zhuafan said, "There's no need to doubt. It was I who told him. You." Xianxia was the first to complain and looked at him with thirst for battle. Why? Rolling his eyes, Xianxia provided the explanation. Big brother. That's him talking nonsense. With him being the strongest, if he wanted to be a spy, he'd have done it from the start. Why waste time with this convoluted ploy? Then, Xianxia didn't get it. Luo Yunhai chuckled. Big Brother Zhua is trying to say that doubting each other will be buying into the enemy's trap and make us weaker. We will talk later about the spy matter. Now it's time for all of us to unite and fight. They all nodded and attached greater importance to Luo clan. The sinister and deceitful Zhuafan wasn't the only one with a full grasp of the situation. Luo clan's future clan head was also wise. He lived up to his name as the 5th godson of Dugu Zhantian. Taking this into account, Luo clan's rise was imminent. The 3 houses' top disciples nodded in praise as well. Although the Luo clan had ridiculous growth over the years, so much so they felt scared, they were nonetheless eager to see what would become of this fledgling clan. In the eyes of the crowd, the clan head and servant glowed with unprecedented brightness. Big Brother Zhua, Something's off here. Luo Yunhai glanced at his surroundings as he whispered to Zhuofan. This place is prone to ambushes. We need to be extra cautious. Nodding, Zhuofan gave the area a once-over. In your eyes? How do you think they'll do it? A frontal assault with a pincer move, followed by an ambush from behind. Luo Yunhai's eyes were firm, convinced of seeing through the other's scheme. Zhuofan smiled. You've learned well from that old geezer. You haven't let me down. You and your team deal with the back ambush while I will handle the front. Zhuofan then shot forth with a calm look. Luo Yunhai was startled then nodded. He knew the frontal assault was the enemy's main force. What Zhuofan chose was the hardest and most dangerous mission. Then again, recalling Zhuofan's dreaded power and mystical abilities, Luo Yunhai set his mind at ease. Where is Zhuofan going? Xianxia was left clueless, as were many others. He was about to chase when Luo Yunhai stopped him. I ask of you all to listen to my orders, lest we be routed. After the shock subsided, they looked at him in derision. They all admired Luo Yunhai, but not to the point they'd be in awe of this young man who lacked the almighty power Zhuofan had. Which among these future house lords would ever let a runt tell them what to do? If there was anyone from Luo clan who they'd ever accept, it would be Zhuofan, but letting a tyke boss them around? Humph! All he got was snorts. Luo Yunhai's face grew grave, knowing there was nothing else he could do. Every aspect of him, be it experience or power, lacked in making these houses' geniuses trust him, let alone listening to him. But it was at this crucial moment a cold, yet charming voice echoed, Is it Zhuofan's decision? Luo Yunhai looked up startled, to see Chu Qingqing's cold and critical eye. He nodded. She looked back at the man's imposing figure walking in front of them and sighed. Then what is your plan? That got a reaction out of the crowd. The grand edifice Lord Chu is actually listening to a damn kid. You may fancy Zhuofan and want his favor, but don't go throwing away Drifting Flower's edifice's reputation. Surely they all hung on Zhuofan's every word. The mighty soaring demonic dragon could fight toe-to-toe with Huangpu Qingtian. No? So what reason did they have to treat a brat the same way? The other two houses refrained from commenting. To Xianxia, the world's #1 innocent, more like delusional, Mrs. The intricacies this decision held to the other houses went right over her head as she shouted, Yunhai, I'll listen to you. You got us out of that impasse last time. You may not be on Big Brother Zhuo's level, but you're still stronger than these guys, who only know how to lose. Restraint was not in Xianxia's vocabulary, making Long Xingyun and Xianxia's faces aflame. Ever since they came to Beast King Mountain they hadn't won once, nor lost with dignity, and that was the truth of it. All they ever achieved since coming here was a big fat nada. They felt ashamed even more now, with Xianxia there to poke their wounds. It also had something to do with Xie Tianyang being her shadow, safeguarding her every step of the way. If it was any other vassal clan, even with Sword Marquis Abode's amiable stance, they'd still get a trashing. Would any lord allow their vassal to act like so? Ninger, don't say that. Leave them with some dignity. They were all on the same side after all, practically brothers. Xie Tianyang had to curb Xianxia's willfulness. He then turned to Xie Tianxiang. Big brother. All of us house disciples are usually focused on cultivating. Fighting alone is out of the question, but when it comes to joining a team, it's best we leave it to Yunhai. If I know that punk Zhuofan well, he never did things he wasn't sure of. So let's go along with his decision. Luo Yunhai nodded in gratitude at Chu Qingqing, Xianxia and Xie Tianyang, then turned nervously to Xie Tianxiang. Xie Tianxiang squinted but gave his consent. What would you have us do? Luo Yunhai was overjoyed. He finally had Sword Marquis Abode's support. Long Xingyun saw how two of his allies caved and shrugged, in lack of a better option. Since Drifting Flowers edifices and Sword Marquis Abode approve, I will also listen to you. Luo Yunhai was excited. He had now become the Tri-House Alliance's acting commander. He had the power to move thousands of people, that of the houses and their vassals. As long as Huangpu Qingtian didn't butt in, He was certain nothing could stand in the way of him and his army. Luo Yunhai put on a serious face and spoke. From my discussion with Big Brother Zhua, we've concluded that we are surrounded. We will have to break through the encirclement. Listen up, everyone, the vassals are to split in 3 groups, those belonging to each houses. The Drifting Flowers Edifices division will form a column, awaiting my order to attack our behind. The other 2 will form our flanks as we move in tandem. Keep cool and don't break formation as you fight. Be mindful of your position in the formation to not let it crumble. Luo Yunhai shouted with confidence. He knew full well that Zhuofan was the sole reason they listened. But come the aftermath of the battle, he was certain their views will change. My 5 years in the army weren't a waste. Luo Yunhai vowed. Zhuofan went over to Huangpu Qingtian, his gait casual, his tone calm, just like seeing an old pal. Young Master Huangpu, since this is the 2nd round, you should have told me. Where's the pill then? Ha ha ha, please. It'd be the same as dangling the brimming sacred pill in your face. Now that I've seen what Steward Zhua can do, let's see you try getting it now. Huangpu Qingtian raised a taunting eyebrow. Zhuofan shook his head. There was no point in doing anything, not when he had no clue of the item's location. Young Master Huangpu, since you won't tell me, take it as my loss this time. Let's meet again in round 3. Zhuofan waved and was about to retreat, as if scared. Huangpu Qingtian snickered. Steward Zhua, I admit that I have no way of stopping you from leaving, nor do you have a way of stopping me. But I can't say the same for them. Hinting at Luo Yunhai's army, Huangpu Qingtian snickered with a light clap. Furious roars filled the marsh, storming for the group of allies from both sides. Just as Luo Yunhai predicted, the attack was formed of 2 armies led by Yan Bangyi and Yu Yushan, respectively. There was no sign of Lin Xianfeng. The guy was double the cripple, true, but a profound heaven expert regardless. He wasn't about to miss out on springing an ambush. With such an obvious answer, Luo Yunhai easily predicted the guy was waiting for them to retreat in his direction. Nice, you live up to the name of Tianyu's 5th tiger. Xia Tianshang showed his admiration. His opinion of Luo Yunhai grew a notch. The same went for the others. If not for Luo Yunhai's tactic, the sudden charge of so many enemies would have crushed them where they stood. Some would choose to flee and run into Lin Xuanfeng's team, sealing any means of escape. Luo Yunhai may be weak, but his art of war was leagues above anyone from 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. Luo Yunhai just shook his hand. The praise didn't get to his head as he kept his cool in dealing with the sudden dual charge. Listen up. Only act when I give the signal. They all nodded, fully trusting Luo Yunhai. Huangpu Qingtian watched it all with a smile. Steward Zhua, your allies look positively rooted in fear. They huddle together like lambs, about to break, flooded by my men. Isn't it what you wanted anyway? Zhuofan smiled back, completely confident of Luo Yunhai's abilities. Squinting, Huangpu Qingtian felt something amiss. His side had 10,000 men doing the charge and even laid down an ambush, while the Tri-House Alliance numbered 3,000 at best, outnumbered 5 to 1. With them holding the field and numerical advantage, anyone would think this battle was in the bag. So what did Zhuofan base his confidence on? Huangpu Qingtian would find out soon enough. Kill! With an earth-shaking roar, Luo Yunhai pointed behind him and his army followed. Yan Bangyi and Yu Yushan's armies were stunned in bafflement. We haven't even made contact, so why are they charging behind? The ambush hadn't sprung yet either. The 2 were oblivious to its meaning and took it as a good thing. Regardless of what trick they pulled, it would only work to show a hole in their formation. This will make things easier, killing them down to the last man. The 2 only grew excited in their charge. How could they have known their crass assumption couldn't be farther from the truth? Luo Yunhai's army did charge, but its flanks did their job in keeping the center shielded. Despite the flanks clashing with the enemy, they showed no weakness in their defense as they also didn't engage in a heated fight, moving with the center's charge as well. Yan Bangyi and Yan Bangyi's armies found themselves in the worst situation. They felt as if each man was facing 5 people. Just as they attacked the front, a sudden retaliation came from the back. The Tri-House Alliance moved like the sea, crushing the enemy armies in waves. Amidst the turbulent waters, Yen Bongyi and Yu Yushan found their numbers culled. As for the lucky survivors, they landed far behind the battle, looking on at the endless strings of corpses left by the Alliance's charge. They had the numbers, they had the flanking, but now they had the biggest losses. While Yen Bongyi and Yu Yushan looked positively glum, Huangpu Qingtian gnashed his teeth. You've got your ass handed to you even when 5-1. Just what do I keep you idiots for anyway? Yu Yushan's back tingled from Huangpu Qingtian's seething bloodthirst, and he gave the signal to Lin Xianfeng. A three-pronged attack ought to save them from a gruesome and cruel death. No? But as Lin Xianfeng eagerly led his 5,000 men to beat someone when they were down, he heard a loud boom and his army was blown away. Luo Yunhai's vanguard, drifting flowers edifices, was mowing his men like grass. His only reaction? Slack-jawed. What the hell? Weren't we supposed to catch a fish in a barrel at this point? Why the hell do I still see them holding strong? How the hell does a huge fish like this just slip right past you? Yen Bongyi and Yu Yushan, are you more useless than manure? What are you doing letting a pristine army charge here? How am I supposed to stop them? While he was here cursing his allies, the duo cursed right back. You damn cripple! Is this how you lead an army? Are your men meant as cannon fodder? I don't expect you to stop them, but you could at least curb their charge somewhat. You're 100% garbage is what you are. You got what was coming to you when soaring demonic dragon took an arm and a leg. As the trio cursed each other like no tomorrow, Luo Yunhai had no problem punching his way through the encirclement. Zhuofan laughed from pride. When it came to armies, ambushes were the norm. This couldn't have been a better test for the fledgling marshal. The way Luo Yunhai set his army was the typical echelon formation, excelling in counter-attacking the pincer attack and allowing high mobility. This formation puts a price on speed above all else. Once it was formed and picked enough speed, nothing could stand in its way. Zhuofan flicked a grin to Huangpu Qingtian. Young Master Huangpu, my guess is that it wouldn't be so hard for them to get away. Face twitching, Huangpu Qingtian looked ahead with a scorching gaze. He wished nothing more than to kill those three wretched allies of his. The reason for one's defeat wasn't an unbeatable enemy, but wretched allies. Those morons have higher numbers yet were still smacked around. All they managed to do is drag my reputation through the mud. They're nothing but utter imbeciles. Taking a deep breath to quell the surging anger, Huangpu Qingtian laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua is erudite in pen and sword. You've had this planned all along. No, there was no planning. They did it all by themselves. One must give credit where it's due, and not take it for oneself. Zhuofan cut him off with his snide remark, which only got Huangpu Qingtian even more worked up. Zhuofan's deceitful character was common knowledge, so losing to him was hardly shameful. But those three sods of his lost to the likes of some broads from drifting flowers edifices. To make matters worse, it was the tyke from Luo clan leading them. With his allies having lost any semblance of dignity, it was quite sensible for their leader to blow a gasket. Grating his teeth and fuming mad, Huangpu Qingtian's face took on a vile tone. Steward Zhua, I never wished to drag them into this. You leave me no choice but to... What? Go and snap their necks yourself. Ha ha ha, you'll have to go through me first. With his trademark evil grin, Zhuofan's urge for battle flared. Huangpu Qingtian nodded. Our fight is foreordained. But first, let's see if you can save them. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes flashed with cruelty and roared at the sky. Ooh! Shockingly enough, Huangpu Qingtian's mere shout sounded closer to a dragon than a human. Zhuofan squinted, but his reply was a calm gathering of eerie power in his eyes. That dragon roar was a special martial art, just like his wraith style. They both originated from dragons, but no man could ever release a dragon's roar, short of being a dragon himself. Zhuofan shook that thought away, finding it utterly ridiculous. A true dragon had the power of at least Gu Santong. Despite being called a monster, His might had yet to shed the realm of mortals. So why then? Zhuo Fan's train of thought was cut off when the earth rumbled with a dreadful sound. Boom. As the rumbling continued, the sound only grew louder. Not even the chaos of battle could drown it. Luo clan and Drifting Flowers edifices stopped their charge. So too did Yen Bongyi and Yu Yushan cease attacking their flanks. Ally and enemy alike watched dumbstruck at the source of the noise. What dreaded creature could make such a riveting entrance? Roar! They got their answer in the form of an endless stampede of blood-red creatures crawling towards them from behind Huangpu Qingtian. Regardless of where one looked, all they saw was a crawling red mass. Now that they got a closer look, the creature was a fanged blood crocodile of 5 meters in length. They were pack animals crawling on the ground, yet that didn't stop them from having incredible speed and tough bodies like peak bone tempering experts. 3rd level spiritual beast? Blood croc. Everyone cried out in alarm. Who wouldn't, when watching 10,000 blood crocs marching towards them with relentless force? A lucky few profound heaven experts would just fly out, while the rest were doomed to be ripped limb from limb in the jaws of a croc. Luo Yunhai turned grave. Godfather told me the Chuanrong are expert beast masters, sweeping the battlefield with their beast army. This army can use formations and could hold its own at a numerical disadvantage, but I never imagined Huangpu Qingtian would resort to the likes of this. This is bad. What? Huangpu Qingtian called them? Long Xingyun snapped his head at the smirking figure, just as the blood crocs simply bypassed him. Now a believer, his face sank. This monster is already strong enough, but now he can call upon a beast army as well? We can't fight them. Our only choice is to run or get trampled. The others took one last fearful look at Huangpu Qingtian and nodded. Huangpu Qingtian's talent had reached a godlike level, but was running that easy? Sure, the few flying ones could take some passengers, but what about the other couple thousand? They were fated to end up as broken corpses under the blood croc stampede. Chu Qingcheng frowned and sighed. Yen Bongyi, Yu Yushan and Lin Xianfeng snickered as they flew away with their profound heaven experts, uncaring to the fate of the rest. Xie Tianyang looked at Zhuo Fan's broad and straight back. Our fate now rests solely in his hands. Everyone looked at Zhuo Fan in frustration and helplessness. Zhuo Fan's abilities were eerie, to say the least, of great power, but could one man stop the flood? They held no hope in Zhuo Fan. Even Luo Yunhai, always confident of Zhuo Fan's invincibility, faltered. I and Big Brother Zhuo had anticipated the enemy launching a frontal assault. It was our ignorance that led us to assume they'd be men and not thousands of blood crocs. Humans are susceptible to fear. A bit of trick here and there from Big Brother Zhuo would be enough to buy us plenty of time. But when facing a horde of savage spiritual beasts, they won't falter for anything. Damn it! Is there no other way? Xie Tianshang cut him off in anger. His eyes were burning from rage. Huangpu Qingtian isn't human. The others got what he was saying. Yes, he was inhuman. No man was able to subdue a blood croc horde and use it for himself. No one would be so cruel to his fellow men, to even throw away his own men's lives to be ground beneath the marching horde of his beasts. Then it dawned on them. Isn't that strikingly similar to Zhuo Fan? They turned to him now. The man was taking a deep breath and looked on heavily. Like a cold-blooded monster, he also possessed power no man could. But how much could this monster slow the horde down? We don't ask for much, just enough to let us get out alive. They held little hope for Zhuo Fan pulling through for them, but they still did hope. His talent was unseen in this world as well, but he was a human like the rest. How could he possibly slow the beast flood down? Well, one delusional girl thought this was right up his alley. Xuaningxiang clenched her fists and said, "No worries. Big Brother Zhuo can do it." She had now crossed the point of no return, becoming an eternal Zhuo Fan's fan. She didn't care about hows or whys, just as long as Zhuo Fan did something, everything would be all right. Funnily enough, she was right. Luo Yunhai begged to differ, however. Zhuo Fan had no problem dealing with a bunch of men charging over, but as for spiritual beasts, in the face of the ravenous flood, Fan looked like a dinghy floating about, ready to tip at any jolt. However, this dinghy was quite calm, and smiling. Young Master Huangpu, who knew you can tame beasts. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. It is but a mere parlor trick. Huangpu Qingtian acted casual, but couldn't hide the conceit in his eyes from Fan. As Fan took pride in his blinking art, Huangpu Qingtian was confident of his beast-taming skill. It was akin to providence. As if heaven went out of its way to lay everything at this king's feet so that no man, or beast, could defy his righteous conquest. Fan could tell what he was thinking and grinned. Young Master Huangpu, you sure are confident in your ability. Not confidence, but a given. Huangpu Qingtian smiled with his head held high. The emperor declared, in this world, be it armies, the ground beneath their feet, the officials, and even these savage beasts, all are fated to bow before their true king. Show off. Fan's inner outcry summed it up nicely, while his reply was a snort and shake of the head. What do you say to a wager then? On what? That got Huangpu Qingtian's attention. The kid has time to bet when his life is at stake. What's he up to? Bang! Fan drew a heavy line with his foot, sneering at Huangpu Qingtian. I wager your beast army won't cross it. Even if just one of them does, I lose. Pretentious. Huangpu Qingtian only had anger for his haughty boast. He knew what Fan was capable of, but never once believed the punk had the power to quell the beast tide of tens of thousands. Huangpu Qingtian only managed to do it with that little secret deep within him. As for power alone, impossible. Fan's crass words undermined his authority. Was the ability of a regent that easily dispelled? Fan only mocked him. Well then, oh young Master Huangpu, do you accept? The stakes are the brimming sacred pills we each hold. The winner gets the other's pill. Huangpu Qingtian mulled over the trickery Fan planned to include in this wager, but still held supreme confidence that nothing the punk did could change anything. As such, for honor and hubris, he nodded. Show me then your futile attempts to stop tens of thousands of spiritual beasts. My pleasure. With a crafty grin, Fan turned to the charging blood croc tide, filled with barbaric and unrelenting savagery. These blood crocs had only one answer to this suicidal kid. Gaping maws filled with teeth and sharp claws. Chu Qingcheng, Xianxia and the rest watched on unnerved. Huangpu Qingtian had a cold smile, calm and uncaring to the lonely man facing a flood. Fan's eyes then flashed in a strange light. The blood crocs were about to tear into him, with one of them even having his head in its maw. It only needed to chomp and that would be the end of Fan. But the blood croc's eyes shrank in fear. Under the astonished looks of the bystanders, the beast army began to shiver. Roar! A mewling cry from somewhere among them signaled the rest of the blood crocs to turn tail and scamper from whence they came. The wild eyes and stumbling gait only hinted at the horrors these beasts had seen. They were even faster in retreat. This spectacle left everyone slack-jawed. Chu Qingcheng was dumbstruck. Xia Tianyang was shell-shocked. Yu Yushan was speechless. Lin Xianfeng jumped out of his skin and, naturally, Huangpu Qingtian was floored. He still had a clear picture in mind of Fan being torn apart, only to be replaced with an image of a cowering beast army. What made it worse was the unknown element of how he'd done it. Huangpu Qingtian stood there like a statue. His eyes lost, mindless of even the fleeing spiritual beasts zipping by. What just happened? Yu Yushan was floating about in the air, looking dazed at the scampering blood tide. When he finally managed to return to his senses, he said to his two allies, "Wasn't that eldest young master's trump card?" The two were still out of it by the looks of it. Huangpu Qingtian had laid it on pretty thick with his boasting, that once blood crocs came into play, the Tri-House Alliance would be left in mangled pieces. They were so excited to see Fan finally falling short in something, getting with the program of suffering like everyone else. The boasting got them hyped as well, eager to see Fan in tears. That wasn't meant to be, however, not when the sure kill method was running away at top speed. The three sank into depression, followed closely by the sharp decline in Huangpu Qingtian's grandeur. Even heaven-shaking Dragon Lord got the same treatment as them. He boasted and flounced, "Sure, but do that in front of soaring demonic dragon and you'd get bitch-slapped." He had met his bane. Luo Yunhai's side was on the verge of breaking down at the sight of the savage beast tide. They felt the end coming, their future robbed. But looking at it now, they knew the earlier panic was quite pointless. There was no need to fear, as long as Zhuofan was here. The acting commander of the Tri-House Alliance shook his head at the casual Zhuofan. "Sigh, it seems even I don't know Big Brother Zhuo well." He shrugged the beast army of tens of thousands like it was nothing. "Forgive me, friends. I have made the grievous mistake of doubting Big Brother Zhuo's abilities. With how Huangpu Qingtian can do it, it's quite obvious Big Brother Zhuo can do it too. It's a fallacy to think otherwise." Luo Yunhai gave a solemn bow to the vexed crowd. It made sense though. Having gone through so many events with Zhuofan, there was one undeniable truth all of them should have figured out by now. Nothing was impossible for him. If even he met with an impossible conundrum, then all hope was lost. Huangpu Qingtian could control spiritual beasts, humph, then so could Zhuofan. The basis? He was Zhuofan, of course. In the blink of an eye, Zhuofan's fan club found its ranks greatly bolstered. One had to admit that even a fan was right sometimes. Just look at Xianxia, bouncing around with unbridled joy. "See that? What did I tell you?" Chu Qingqing shook her head. Although her love rival, she still found her innocence pleasing to the eye. Xiao Dandan's eyes had hearts in them, watching Zhuofan with an intoxicated leer. Zhuofan's cold tone gave her quite the scare back then. But with him striking the alpha male pose, she threw that fear out the window. Dying by his hand would be a dream come true at this point. "I'd rather be a ghost by a hero's side than the wife of a lousy bum." The lust was strong with this one. Xiao Dandan simply wanted to gobble Zhuofan up. Dong Xiaowan saw the others' galls in envy. They all fought over Zhuofan's attention, but not her. She was of low status and being unable to follow her heart left her in misery. These monsters are capable of anything. Xia Tianyang glanced at Xuanxiang's red face with jealousy. The others paused for a second, then nodded unanimously. One man controlled a beast tide while the other shooed it away with a wink. Could a human being ever do that? The two became a beacon of shock and awe to every onlooker. Zhuofan reigned totally supreme. He did have the upper hand and all. Rumble. Amidst the ever-shaking earth from the fleeing blood crocs passing him by, Huangpu Qingtian's face twitched. His fists scrunched up and he spat through gnashed teeth. "Stop! I command you all to stop!" Not one blood croc minded his rave. They had bigger things to worry about. "You moron of elephantine proportions. You're merely a king on earth and can command some of us, but that man is an emperor over everyone. You don't compare. Go home, wash up, and sleep tight." No blood croc who passed him showed any intent of ever stopping, even if he roared himself hoarse. Roar! Huangpu Qingtian was pissed. He released a dragon roar deep enough to resound even through the deaf blood crocs. Zhuofan looked on with a quizzical look. Only now did the blood croc stop and look at him. Huangpu Qingtian smiled in joy, having regained some semblance of his regality. But then the blood crocs lowered their heads again and scampered off like naughty children. The man's eyes were bloodshot and his anger exploded. He was a king and no one defied him, especially not some mongrels. Thump! An iron fist lashed out and blood blossomed. The punch blew up the head of a blood croc. "Stop or die!" Huangpu Qingtian wailed with his hand dripping blood. Not that it had any effect. The blood crocs didn't give a rat's ass about his commands. In a fit of anger, he blew up 5 more blood crocs, but the beasts took it in a stride, running as fast as their legs could carry them. As anger gave way to despondency, this king found himself dethroned, standing there in absent shock as the blood crocs streamed by. "Why won't they listen? I am their king," Huangpu Qingtian muttered under his breath in bewilderment. All this while the blood crocs ignored him. He didn't strike a kingly figure anymore, but that of a beggar now that he had lost his throne. He was a nobody. The rest of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, foe and ally alike, were watching it all in stunned shock. The day had finally come for the mighty heaven-shaking dragon lord, Huangpu Qingtian, to be lost and despondent. The defiance of his orders, thwarted by Zhuofan's ability, had a far greater impact on this proud and majestic king. It was too much for even him to bear. The watchful shadow from the side sighed. These two are natural enemies, yet each is a genius seen once every 10,000 years. The death of even one of them would be such a tragedy. Should I take them both? He threw away that thought with a shake of his head and snickered. Nah. The world isn't big enough for both of them. Their fight is preordained. It's only a matter of time. The most sensible choice is to let them go at it and pick the winner. Hi. No one knew such a creepy and uncertain element had snuck its way into the esoteric debate. Zhuofan scratched his nose, feeling quite disappointed in himself. Young Master Huangpu, don't be so down. There's no shortage of people who had and will lose to me. By the looks of it, I seem to be the winner in this little wager of ours. Will you honor our deal? With all the blood crocs gone, Huangpu Qingtian raised his head to reveal a crazed pair of eyes as he snapped, "Humph! My word is gold. What do you take me for, a Welsher?" Huangpu Qingtian took out a vial from his chest. Zhuofan knew it to have the brimming sacred pill. Huangpu Qingtian was afraid Zhuofan would snatch his ring again, so he hid it in his clothes. Any cultivator out there had the means to store their things, be it rings or bags. It was arguably the safest place to keep, unlike on your own body. But Huangpu Qingtian's thinking went the other way around. He chose the most important item to hide on himself. The most dangerous place was also the safest. It even caught Zhuofan off guard. Zhuofan would never have found it even if he snatched all the storage rings. Zhuofan laughed. Ha. Young Master Huangpu is so crafty. I never saw it coming. I was still of a mind you gave it to that cripple for safekeeping. Humph. You take me for a fool to leave it on him after the first pill? Huangpu Qingtian flicked and the vial flew at Zhuofan. Humph. Take it. Whoosh. The vial shot through the air, leaving eerie sounds as it passed. Even space shimmered. Zhuofan felt a sudden immense pressure slam into his shoulders just as it neared. It even made the likes of him stagger. Startled, Zhuofan threw his hand forward to block it. Thump! The impact had him slide 5 meters and even found his arm that caught the vial numb. He was shocked to find what a mere flick could do. No wonder Chu Qingcheng and the other two lost against Huangpu Qingtian even though they joined hands. This guy is a monster body cultivator. Besides Gu Santong, he would definitely be the most outstanding talent of the younger generation. Zhuofan knew that even his diamond body was a far cry from Huangpu Qingtian's physique. Elderly was right. This guy is a true monster, stronger than me. After this first true contact with Huangpu Qingtian, Zhuofan now realized the full extent of the power the head of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix wielded. Whoosh! A black figure blocked Zhuofan. He was still staggered from the previous blow when another strike came out of the blue. Squinting, Zhuofan blocked the strike with his hand. Boom! The immense power of the strike cracked earth under him, caving it for 100 meters around. But it hardly mattered compared to the pain coming from his arm. It was on the verge of being broken. Astonished, Zhuofan found himself face to face with a sinister-looking Huangpu Qingtian, his eyes beaming with murderous intent. Zhuofan, I can't let you live. Cackling, Huangpu Qingtian spun a kick into Zhuofan's waist, aiming to split him in two. You're the first to ever rile my desire to kill. His brow shuddering, Zhuofan faced the sky-splitting leg. Since he couldn't block, he had his right eye flash golden. Instant movement. Whoosh! Huangpu Qingtian had cut Zhuofan in half, only to find it was his afterimage. While the man himself got some much-needed distance between them, gasping for breath. He didn't anticipate Huangpu Qingtian would ever resort to sucker punching him. What he did just now must have really pushed the guy's buttons and had now driven him mad with the sole purpose of slaughtering him. The onlookers from farther away were astonished. This was the third time Zhuofan and Huangpu Qingtian were at each other's throats. First in Dragon Cloud City, cut short by Dugu Zhantian's meddling. Second was pill stealing, though no one was there to witness exactly how it went down. And as the saying went, third time's the charm. They truly let loose in this round, no holds barred. The result? Zhuofan's prospects at winning just hit rock bottom. He was on a total defensive. And if not for that mystical ability of his, he'd be a goner. Huangpu Qingtian's overwhelming dominance crushed Zhuofan. Not even Zhuofan could face this monster. Gnashing his teeth, Xie Tianshang was tense. Yu Yushan, however, was cackling mad. Both sides' leaders had monstrous talent. But when it came to measuring fists, Huangpu Qingtian won by a landslide. Zhuofan had no way to fight back. The uninvited guest in the shadows nodded. Huangpu Qingtian has the advantage in body, but Zhuofan is far more flexible and crafty. He is better by far. And this is when he isn't even in the profound heaven stage. If the two were of equal cultivation, this fight would have ended a long time ago. Huangpu Qingtian drew the same conclusion, which only fueled his desire to kill to new heights. Zhuofan presented himself as a real and tangible threat to him. He never got the same feeling from the other 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, and only looked at them with disdain even when forced to deal with their cooperation. On the other hand, Zhuofan was a great threat to him. Even more so now that he saw Zhuofan cower the blood croc horde and trampled all over his royal face. It was a wake-up call. That Zhuofan was the same as him, qualified to be king. With a cold glint in his eye, Huangpu Qingtian barked, "Zhuofan, is your art only good at running away?" "Yep." Zhuofan was blunt as a birch stump, not forgetting his evil grin as he counted on his fingers. Running, assassination, scouting, spying, and let's not forget my favorite, ring stealing. It has quite wonderful applications, don't you think? That only pissed Huangpu Qingtian off. He was looking to mock the man into attacking. But Zhuofan was way too calm, ignoring the cheap taunt and making a kingly comeback. His desire to murder Zhuofan on the spot spiked again. The shadow nodded. He knew how to appreciate talents. Detached from everything and looking at things with cool and critical eyes were the makings of a great Aravista. At the same time, Huangpu Qingtian's image fell a notch in his eyes. The shadow slowly began to be partial towards Zhuofan, finding him to be the better seed. Taking a deep breath, Huangpu Qingtian found himself in distress. Zhuofan was unlike Chu Qingqing and the like. He could come and go as he pleased, with no one to stop him. He was the biggest headache there ever was when made an enemy. That magical art gave him an insurmountable advantage. So Huangpu Qingtian pointed at his allies and barked, "What are you gawking at? Kill them already." The trio woke up with a start. Why had they stopped? "We gotta box them in." Thus they gave the signal. Luo Yunhai's echelon formation was still shaken from the blood croc horde and their momentum slacked. They were losing. With the enemy surrounding them, the couple thousand army had sunk into despair against the 10,000 enemies. Few were of Chu Qingqing's level to escape, while the rest would find their lives driven into the mud. Panicking, Luo Yunhai commanded, 3-round formation. In an instant the 3 divisions became rotating barrels, blocking the enemy's onslaught. Yu Yushan wasn't worried though. This formation was a defensive one. They would just have to whittle them down with numbers. Grinning, the 3 looked on coldly. Zhuofan frowned a bit. As long as his friends were stuck here, he was going nowhere and would sooner or later end up just as dead. Yu Yushan leading the 10,000 army not only entrapped Chu Qingqing's group, but also bogged down Zhuofan, 2 birds with 1 stone. "Ha ha ha, Zhuofan. See how I trample them." Huangpu Qingtian snickered. He was forcing Zhuofan to face him. Squinting, Zhuofan sported a cold smile. "You'd lower yourself to such an extent? Moreover, you'd have done it already if you wanted to." "Ha ha ha, indeed. I despise them, but now that you're here, things have changed. I'll take great delight in tearing them apart before your very eyes." Zhuofan tensed and secretly sighed. Just like he thought. Huangpu Qingtian left them alive, just so he could restrain him. But the cold smile never changed. Young Master Huangpu, do you really think I'd let them drag me down? Oh? But isn't your young master with them as well? Huangpu Qingtian's eyes glinted, having seen through him. He charged for the armies. It was also then when a wind whistled straight for him. This was what he was waiting for. He blocked the kick with his hand, releasing a metallic sound. Looking closer, he found Zhuofan eyeing him coldly. He finally decided to attack. Huangpu Qingtian gave a crafty smile from having found Zhuofan's Achilles heel. He threw a devastating punch. The blow had the power of a mountain behind it. Zhuofan vanished, letting the punch pass him. The earth caved in tens of meters over a kilometer as a result of the massive impact. It kicked up a cloud of dust and shocked even the clashing armies from the immense power display. What power could do this? Zhuofan was sweating now. Blocking that would have earned him a quick trip down under. He looked at his friends helplessly, forced to clash this monster head-on. Huangpu Qingtian cackled at the floating Zhuofan, filled with scorn. I wonder for how long can you stop my advance? Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and charged. The effect each time was minimal, barely stalling Huangpu Qingtian's progress. His teleports saved him from the worst, but there was no way to escape unscathed. Huangpu Qingtian was inevitable. He royally took one step at a time towards his target as he unleashed his power. The sight of Zhuofan being played around like a mouse left the others in despair. Not even their last hope could stop the mighty heaven-shaking dragon lord. But only Chu Qingcheng saw through it and said nervously, "It's for us. Huangpu Qingtian is forcing Zhuofan's hand. We have to get out of here." It dawned on them what a disgrace they were. They became Zhuofan's shackles. But how are we supposed to break out when we're outnumbered? What do we do? Luo Yunhai sighed. For even Luo Yunhai to come out empty, it showed how truly desperate a situation they were all in. Chu Qingcheng turned to her two allies. Have you brought your spiritual beasts? Their eyes lit up, reminded how their houses provided them with some high-level spiritual beasts. They were pressed at every turn all this time that they'd completely forgotten. The two nodded. Chu Qingcheng smiled and spoke heavily. Use our trump cards. Release the beasts and clear a path. Shriek. A bird cry pierced the sky, heralding the appearance of a snow-white beast and plunging the area into a freezer. To the shock of everyone, they found a 5-meter large white eagle looming overhead. It kicked up a snowstorm with each flap of its wings. Biting cold winds pierced the enemies in their charge, slowing them and freezing the hapless. 5th-level spiritual beast. Nether Wind Falcon. Chu Qingqing shouted. Xie Tianshang and Long Xingyun weren't slow either. Roar. The reverberating roar drew one's attention to a 10-meter golden leopard. Its piercing eyes unnerved the staunchest of hearts, ready to pounce on them and maul their flesh. 5th-level spiritual beast, Golden Cloud Leopard, Xie Tianshang shouted. And mine, 5th-level spiritual beast, Heaven-seething lava serpent. Long Xingyun pointed at a 50-meter long python covered in rocks, its eyes shooting flames. The descent of 3 5th-level mighty beasts struck fear in the hearts of the enemy. Each one was equal to a Radiant Stage expert. With 3 of them unleashed, the Tri-House Alliance's power was greatly boosted. Roar. Shriek. SSS. The only sensible reaction in the face of such a display was to shirk back. The 3 spiritual beasts started raining havoc within the enemy lines, darting to and fro unhinged. Not even profound heaven experts faced them. As the cries of agony reached the sky, Chu Qingqing's team made a breach, even if that gap was now littered with corpses. Yunhai, use the path to get us out. Chu Qingqing pointed at the clearing. Luo Yunhai was about to do just that, but 3 cold laughs revealed Yu Yushan and his 2 allies looking down on them still. Yu Yushan only mocked them. Chu Qingqing, aren't we all from the 7 houses? You think you're the only ones with pets? Don't take us lightly. Our reserves aren't the least bit weaker than yours. Yu Yushan snapped his fingers and revealed a blazing falcon 30 meters long. 5th level spiritual beast. Scorching eagle. Mine as well. 5th level spiritual beast. 100 eyes pestilent spider. Yen Bongi revealed a 50-meter long, black as night tarantula. It spewed a thick miasma that cut off the path ahead. Chu Qingqing's group found themselves back at a standstill. Lin Xianfeng snickered at their grave faces. It's time for you to feast your eyes on my 5th level spiritual beast. 9-clawed wind stoat. A sharp wind brushed by and revealed a short 1-meter long skunk bearing its claws at them. The 6 spiritual beasts started fighting, with no clear winner in sight. The shockwaves blew away any poor soul too slow to react. These were the ripples from 6 Radiant Stage experts' attacks. Even a profound heaven expert would be sent to his death. The morale began to sink as fear set in. But the most feared were still the 7 houses. Only the likes of them could dish out 5th-level spiritual beasts that could fight a Radiant Stage expert to a standstill. The reveal of the 6 spiritual beasts only furthered the tug of war. Yu Yushan's side stayed back in fear of not being dragged into their battle, but Chu Qingqing's group now had no way of breaking out either. It now became clear that they were doomed to wait for Huangpu Qingtian to come reap their lives. Chu Qingqiang turned to the others. This stalemate is the worst outcome for us. Does anyone have a 5th-level spiritual beast that can help? All she got was eye rolls. What do you take us for? You think we're that well off to raise a 5th-level spiritual beast? Chu Qingqiang sighed in sorrow while Yu Yushan's side was having a field day at their expense. The longer this dragged on, the greater the danger. Huangpu Qingtian glanced over satisfied, before turning to Zhuofan. I didn't think they would use their trump card so soon. A shame it changed nothing. Zhuofan frowned and his hand trembled. Ha ha ha. Worried? Then I will help you feel at ease, by not making you waste time on a bunch of soon-to-be corpses. Grinning, Huangpu Qingtian shouted. Flaming Lion King? End them. Roar. The imposing power pierced the hearts of everyone as a flaming winged lion pounced on Chu Qingqing's army. 6th-level spiritual beast. Flaming Lion King. They all gasped in fear. None saw it coming, that Huangpu Qingtian's spirit animal would be a 6th-level spiritual beast. It was going to throw the stalemate in the enemy's favor. The Tri-House Alliance's spiritual beasts shuddered from the lion's roar. Their power cut down, they were pushed back by the other 3 spiritual beasts. We're finished. Chu Qingqing's army was filled with despair and frustration as the savage lion unleashed waves of flame in its path. Even though they die either way, up till now they at least had the chance to take as many as they could down with them, with even some profound heaven experts cherishing the faint hope of survival. But now that the Lion King was here, all hope was lost. Their lives were now waiting for the flames of war to burn them to cinders. Yu Yushan's side laughed. Zhuofan kept on shuddering. He didn't get to act as a twisted and maniacally voice grated his ears. If you leave, who's to hold me back? Huangpu Qingtian cackled. He was having a blast seeing Zhuofan so conflicted. After suffering at his hand for so many times, he finally had vindication. Felt good. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan found himself in a bind. With 2 threats on a collision course with Chu Qingqing's group, he could only pick one. It was such a nerve-wracking decision that he felt lost regardless of what he picked. But then his thunder ring flickered. Zhuofan felt the impatience and hatred within. Chower? He was startled and perplexed at its impatience. But he soon knew why. Flaming Lion King was the same beast who had killed his mother. Although a different one, the thirst for revenge remained. Its hatred ran bone deep for what it had done to its mother. But how was the young Chower going to fight against the Flaming Lion King? It was only a 4th-level spiritual beast. The answer was picked for him as Chower had reached its limit and the thunder ring flickered stronger. Sigh. It's not like it will change anything. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth, having made a decision. Young Master Huangpu, I may not be able to split myself, but what you have, well, so do I. With a snicker, Zhuofan flourished. Come, Chower. In a flash of purple, a purple lightning shot for Flaming Lion King. Chower only had one thing on its mind: revenge. What is that? Yu Yushan peered at the lightning glow. Yen Bongi said, "It appears to be a thunder skylark, a 6th-level spiritual beast. But why is it purple?" "What? 6th-level spiritual beast? He has one too." Lin Xianfeng panicked. "Won't this end up in a standstill again?" Yen Bongi took a closer look, before giving a deprecating shake of his head. "Relax, that won't happen. This thunder skylark is only a chick at the 4th level. It's no match for an adult flaming lion king. Besides, an adult thunder skylark would fare no better." Lin Xianfeng laughed. "Ha ha ha. What's up with Shuafan then? Is he so fed up with his useless spiritual beast that he wants to give it to the Lion King as a snack?" That set the other two laughing. While on Chu Qingqing's side, they were hopeful a treacherous man like Shuafan had to have an amazing spirit animal, only to feel their hopes crumble at the sight of a young thunder skylark, a mere 4th-level spiritual beast, and they resumed despairing. Even Shuafan felt how hopeless it was to even let such a meager support out. With great hope came an equally great disappointment as they all sighed, resigned to their fates. Huangpu Qingtian wasn't about to let this golden chance go and mock the chick as well. "Shuafan, are you that desperate to even send your useless spiritual beast to its death?" "What can I say? If it wants to die, I can't stop it." Shrugging, Shuafan didn't seem to care, but the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. Even he didn't know of Chower's power. Common sense dictated that a 4th-level spiritual beast wouldn't be considered even a side dish to a 6th-level spiritual beast. Chower's chances were between nil and infinitesimal. Catching on to Shuafan's worry, Huangpu Qingtian capitalized on it to put his own worries to rest. The punk has no overt scheme in play at all. He is on the ropes. That last one made his day and he smiled from ear to ear. In the meantime, Chower was already behind the flaming Lion King. It had everyone's full attention. Even their breath was caught in their throat at the imminent clash. Roar! Flaming Lion King's roar grated ears as it showed its dominance. The 6th-5th-level spiritual beasts had long stopped to watch. Yu Yushan's group's spiritual beasts bent a knee and bowed their heads before the mighty Lion King. While on Chu Qingqing's side, their spiritual beasts knew when they were overpowered and shuddered as they inched backward again and again. It only worked to further let arrogance get to flaming Lion King's head. Showing a scornful smile, it escaped his notice or, better yet, it brushed off Chower's existence entirely. And it went the same for the other 6 spiritual beasts. What could a 4th-level spiritual beast possibly do in this hopeless situation? Chu Qingqing's side's spiritual beasts were vexed. "It makes no difference even if you come foul. You're dead anyway," while the enemy's beasts looked on with mockery. Chu Qingqing's faction was plunged deeper in despair. If the purple thunder skylark instilled a trickle of hope earlier, it was now thoroughly squashed. A spiritual beast's senses were accurate. If they looked down on the chick, then it was clearly worthless. Shriek. Not that Chower cared what any of them thought of it. It only had eyes for flaming Lion King. It cried from behind to call out the Lion King with a gaze burning with hatred and thirst for battle. Flaming Lion King swished his head back, glaring at Chower, itching to eat it and quench its anger. "You dare challenge me?" Chower's plumes flickered and purple sparks traveled all over it. If that wasn't clear enough, then the thick bloodthirst made it abundantly obvious it wanted the Lion King's head on a platter. The Lion King was royally pissed when Chower didn't stop its cries. "You wretched and filthy whelp, no thunder skylark can match me. But you, a chick, thinks it can? For you to challenge my authority, the punishment is death." Roar! With another angry roar, flaming Lion King started showing its violent side. The frightened 6 spiritual beasts were already meek, not even squawking. Chower was the only exception. Its eyes were fixed on the bronze lion and its screeches never stopped taunting it. The fully incensed flaming Lion King opened its maw and spewed a 3-meter-big fireball. Not even a profound heaven expert could block such a blow. He'd be turned to ashes. Everyone watched on edge, worried for the Thunder Skylark's fate. Xianxia was panicking, turning to Xie Tianyang. Brother Tianyang, Big Brother Zhu's bird looks so pitiful. Please save it. Ugh. Cold sweat filled the silent Xie Tianyang. He turned to the unbearably naive Xianxia with an aggrieved look. Ninger, if the bird is pitiful, I am even more so. Have you forgotten our time in All Beast Mountain Range, of the fight between Flaming Lion King and Thunder Skylark? Now you are asking me to save a 4th-level spiritual beast when I am nowhere near as strong as a 6th-level spiritual beast. But it's just so pitiful. Xianxia was saddened. Xie Tianyang shook his head. Blame Zhuofan. He knows it too yet insists on sending it to its death. His words got nods from all around him, puzzled as to why Zhuofan took this reckless course of action. Zhuofan himself tightened his fists from worry. Chower, you are the embodiment of lightning and faster than Flaming Lion King. You must dodge. Huangpu Qingtian snickered. You must be thinking Flaming Lion King can't catch up to Thunder Skylark's speed. Right? Ha ha ha. Have you forgotten whose spirit animal the Lion King is? Huangpu Qingtian gave Flaming Lion King a look. Flaming Lion King nodded and flapped its wings. A blazing tornado engulfed Tiny Chower, sealing all means of escape, just as the fireball approached. With its biggest advantage sealed, its fate was without a doubt certain death. Zhuofan panicked inside. How is the brash and overbearing Flaming Lion King capable of such refined skill? Ha ha ha! You have a spirit animal and you don't know? Unlike spiritual beasts, a master can teach and train its pet martial arts according to their attributes. As I and Flaming Lion King are weak in speed, I devised this move to deal with quick enemies. Huangpu Qingtian snickered. Zhuofan's anger swelled. He had always been a lone wolf, and since he never raised spirit animals before, he was oblivious to its implications. Now he didn't even have the time to regret. This was Chower's decision, and all he could do was support it. All consequences were for it to bear. This was the demonic path he treaded. He hatched Chower from a mere egg and was practically kin. Of course it would walk the same path as him. Boom! The fireball exploded on Chower. It combined with the fire tornado in a tremendous bang, releasing a torrent of flames. Xianxia clutched her ears, ducking behind Xie Tianyang in fear, as she observed the flaming explosion in dismay. The other side. Here lie the bones of an overconfident creature. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth, refraining from looking, and clenched his fists further. Huangpu Qingtian beamed. He wasn't in the habit of letting an opponent's weakness pass by, making sure to drive home as much hurt as he could muster through his condescending. Zhuofan, you truly are empty inside, to even send that young spirit animal to its death. Boom! A thunder cut his mockery short. It came from within the fiery blaze. Purple lightning streaked the skies and pulverized the flames into nothing. Chower was revealed at the center of the purple lightning. Its eyes were raging as before, bent on killing the Lion King where it stood. How in God's name is that possible? Shock and awe was prevalent down below. The worst off were the 6th-5th level spiritual beasts. Not in a million years had they considered it possible for a 4th-level spiritual beast to survive the Lion King's head on assault. What skill is that? Huangpu Qingtian was no different. Since when did Thunder Skylark have such a skill? Zhuofan looked at the sky and frowned, only to see Chower wrapped in a purple cocoon of lightning. The errant purple lightning hammered the flames and evaporated at mere touch. Zhuofan was speechless. He found the purple shield familiar and realized where it came from. It was the same as Lightning Canyon's protective barrier. Is it? He didn't complete his thought as Chower was on the move again. Shriek. Chower called out Flaming Lion King once again. But it wasn't all talk now, releasing its all in the upcoming clash. Purple lightning snaked from its body, twisting space itself. The pressure grew from such a mighty display, to the point it felt as if the end of days was upon them. The 5th-level spiritual beasts weren't the only ones terrified of the imminent danger. Even humans found Chower dreadful. Why is a 4th-level spiritual beast far more dangerous than a 6th-level one? Even Flaming Lion King squinted, moving backward with a grave face. Who'd have thought the same Thunder Skylark he slighted would unleash such power? Long Xingyun's side was dumbfounded. They were more than a little familiar with Chao's power. Little Kuei, little Jie, don't you find that lightning? Long Xingyun stared wide-eyed. Long Kuei nodded. Yes, it's Uncle Joe's purple lightning. But far stronger. Long Xingyun gasped, shocked to the extreme. He had never dreamed he'd ever see the might of God Eye Longzhou. The power he was famed for, purple lightning God Eye, being displayed here, and on a far greater scale and power. On a spiritual beast no less. Huangpu Qingtian was completely floored. Zijua Fan. That's a Thunder Skylark? In the flesh. The one I reared myself. Zhua Fan grinned, sponging off another's achievements without even a twitch. He pointed at the lion and barked. Chower! Put an end to that eyesore. Ding! Its pair of eyes shone with bloodthirst as Chower's sharp claws glinted. With a flap of its lightning wings, it zoomed for Flaming Lion King like a thunder god. All eyes were on Chower. The next moment, the entire sky flashed purple and people's hearts seized. Roar! This time people found the shout a bit off. One could feel the haughtiness subside and even detect a hint of fear. Flaming Lion King's shaking body kept moving backwards as it stared at incoming purple lightning. Franticness touched its eyes and it started spitting fireballs and flapped its wings to keep the dreaded purple lightning at bay. Fireballs dozens of meters big flew out accompanied by blazing tornadoes. Anything to stop Chower. This power was enough to sunder earth and burn the sky. The 5th-level spiritual beasts had long since cowered away in fear. The power of a 6th-level spiritual beast. However, Chower was relentless. Lightning streaked its body as it slipped through the cracks in the flames, arriving 5 meters from the Flaming Lion King and coming face to face with a firestorm. Its eyes squinted and whirled. It charged through, with the purple lightning wrapped around it acting as a drill, piercing the flames and rendering them void. Boom! The struck fireballs exploded in a spectacular fashion. Flaming Lion King was beside itself in fear, and the next thing it knew was its reflection in Chower's cold eyes. PFF. Chower ran through Flaming Lion King's chest before he could even think about dodging. Scarlet blood gushed from the hole like a flood. Flaming Lion King was watching its wound paralyzed. It, a great 6th-level spiritual beast, had actually found its end at the claws of a young Thunder Skylark, a 4th-level spiritual beast. In one move, its eyes grew heavy, its body colder, evident from the flickering flames over its body. Flaming Lion King felt itself slipping into the dark abyss. Yet it still wanted to go on. However, the hole in his chest was too great and he soon found his sight go black before collapsing. Success. Gasping, the crowd never saw it coming. A 4th-level spiritual beast killing a 6th-level spiritual beast. Ridiculous. Zhuofan was just as shocked. Chower had exceeded his expectations, especially that killing blow. The average Thunder Skylark didn't have such skills. Thunder Skylark was a mild 6th-level spiritual beast. It only knew to use its lightning to cover its body in defense, but never to focus it into an attacking skill. This was where Chower differed from the norm. It used the 4th heaven purple lightning and even comprehended 2 skills, one for defense and another for attack. It was uncontested proof of its sentience. Other spirit animals, like Flaming Lion King, were trained in skills by humans, while Chower picked them up by itself. The difference was obvious, like comparing heaven and earth. And what did it mean if a spiritual beast gained sentience? The chance to evolve into a sacred beast. This had never happened among spiritual beasts, nor the appearance of someone like Chower either. A never-before-seen spiritual beast born from purple lightning. Zhuofan did not yet know where the purple lightning came from. He was still debating if the Heavenly Emperor created it or obtained it somehow. But one thing he did know was, purple lightning wasn't just sparkles to instill such fear into even the likes of sacred beasts. Chower had bathed in this almighty power and had a high chance of evolving. The last thought really got his blood flowing. Am I going to have a sacred beast spirit animal? While he was in his own little world, the others were dazed, the 6 5th level spiritual beasts included. They all looked wide-eyed at the purple figure. Who knew a 4th level spiritual beast ever had it in him to kill a 6th level spiritual beast? Surely not them. Not to mention it was overkill how it happened. This is insane. Illogical. Absurd. It went beyond human and beast comprehension alike. Neither side was capable of staring truth in the face. Huangpu Qingtian was the prime example. Seeing his strongest spirit animal killed like nothing, it had messed up the mind of this poor king. What the hell is that thing? Everyone was so out of it and looking at the slight figure in the air until... Shriek. Chower flapped its wings, celebrating its conquest. The cry pierced through the people's haze, but the fear still lingered. The little guy is Zhua Fan's equivalent in the spiritual beast world. A monster. Sigh. Like master, like pet. The people lamented, watching the purple figure in envy. Zhua Fan's eyes shined. Chower. Clear a path for them to break free. The crowd was in complete shock, while only Yu Yushan's side was panicking. That thing is stronger than a 6th level spiritual beast. Clearing a path meant going through them. Chu Qingqing's side was jubilant and Zhua Fan's image grew in their hearts. That's our Zhua Fan. He always pulls through for us. Shriek. Chower complied with his order and dived. He began by peppering the 3 5th level spiritual beasts with purple lightning. Boom. The lightning smashed down like hail, forcing the spiritual beasts to scatter to and fro in fear. Where did this freak come from? And why is this abnormality set on us? Yu Yushan's side was nervous. It wouldn't be long before their beasts would be bombarded to pieces. All the crying in the world wouldn't bring them back then. Robbed of any choice, in fear and anxiety, Yu Yushan's side recalled their spiritual beasts. As long as Chower was looming overhead, no one dared take their spirit animal out ever again. Having lost its targets, Chower flew around unhinged, releasing purple lighting like a veritable thunderstorm and killing all in its path. Cries of horror pierced the sky and the ears of Yu Yushan and his 2 allies as they scattered for cover and their lives. Who the hell had the time to keep Chu Qingqing in a deadlock? Luo Yunhai soon found their path cleared and just strutted out like the enemy wasn't even there. Quite understandable when the same enemy was now screaming and running for their lives. The eyes on Chower were that of awe, shock, and fear. Looking at it dominating the battlefield with its power and valor left them sighing. If Zhua Fan's spirit animal could turn the tides so easily, why didn't he take it out from the start? How were they supposed to know Zhua Fan had no clue of Chower's true might? You'd think he'd keep it stashed away instead of showing off otherwise? Xia Tianyang looked lost, his face stiff. Ninger, do you still find the bird pitiful? With a veritable symphony of screams and wails gracing her ears, Xianxia went beet red as she said, no. But the men facing it sure are. Everything that Zhua Fan throws out is insane. Not even his pet is normal. Xia Tianyang sighed. Just how did he do it? How the hell did he raise such a monstrous spiritual beast? Enough chatter. We need to get out of here first. Chu Qingqing snapped, then gave a nod to Luo Yunhai who signaled, charge. With Chower providing cover fire, they breezed through the enemy lines. No one wanted to stop them either, not unless they wanted to be left smoking and sizzling after a bath of purple lightning. Huangpu Qingtian stared wide-eyed at the escaping prey and raved, a bunch of useless mongrels dare foil my plans? You have another thing coming. Ha ha ha. What if you include me? Whoosh. Zhua Fan popped up before him and kicked his face. Huangpu Qingtian mocked, Humph. You think you can stop me? The only reason you've lived so far is because I was toying with you. You truly believe me to be this weak? Huangpu Qingtian's punch this time left the impression of a rock 50 meters tall crashing down on Zhou Fan. Bam! Yet when the 2 attacks clashed, Zhou Fan's leg flickered purple. A boom resounded as Huangpu Qingtian felt an incredible force stagger him. Followed closely by Zhou Fan's evil grin. Ha ha ha. Who wasn't? Boom. Huangpu Qingtian was forced back 5 steps. Zhuo Fan didn't let him recover and punched this time, his hand wrapped in purple lightning. Young Master Huangpu, we're the same, you and I. None of us will use our aces until the last moment. Squinting, Zhuo Fan's smirk widened and he hammered Huangpu Qingtian's chest. Huangpu Qingtian rushed his hand to defend. Boom! Another powerful blast revealed purple lightning streaking across the ground, now disintegrated in 1,000 meters range. His punch was not one bit less than Huangpu Qingtian's earlier strike. As dust billowed, the boom traveled 1,000 miles. Yu Yushan's side couldn't pierce the veil of dust and were beside themselves with shock. Who knew Zhuo Fan was capable of such power? So much so that it almost overwhelmed Huangpu Qingtian. The worry was prevalent in all, but none ventured forth to clarify it. They were too afraid to interfere between soaring demonic dragon and heaven-shaking dragon lord's deathmatch. When the dust settled, all they saw was a mess. When they double-checked, the two were nowhere in sight. They scrunched up the little courage they had and investigated the disaster. But the sudden explosion scared them back. Looking at the source, they found Huangpu Qingtian shooting from the ground, wretched and dirty. He may look unseemingly, but there was no apparent wound on him. The shock was palpable at Huangpu Qingtian's state. Taking into account the force behind that fist, yet him coming out unharmed in the least, surged them with joy and admiration. Eldest young master, you're okay? Yu Yushan's gang dashed over. Taking a deep breath, Huangpu Qingtian's eyes glinted coldly, but he wasn't looking at them. Where's Zhuo Fan? The 3 were confused, until Yu Yushan came forth with a bow. Eldest young master. Zhuo Fan's punch unleashed a cloud of smoke. Once the dust finally settled, we only saw the eldest young master appear. We saw no trace of him. I suspect he has already fled. Brow shuddering, Huangpu Qingtian spread his discerning field for a more precise investigation. Certain that Zhuo Fan was gone, he said. And Chu Qingqing's group? Blushing, the 3 hanged their heads. Forgive us, eldest young master. We let them escape. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes flashed icily. Reeling, the 3 broke out in sweat. They wished for Huangpu Qingtian's cursing so badly right now. At least it would vent some of his anger. Anything was better than this eerie silence. The fear of not knowing his thinking was only mounting. One day Huangpu Qingtian may very well be so angry as to strike them down. The 3 shuddered in horror, trying to scour for a gesture, anything that betrayed his state of mind. Huangpu Qingtian kept silent for a long time before finally smiling. Let them run. It won't change anything. The 3 were stunned, having never seen Huangpu Qingtian like this and didn't know how to react. Wait, is this the same cold-blooded eldest young master? Not only did his scheme come apart at the seams, but he also lost a brimming sacred pill and a 6th-level spirit animal. No to mention he invested so much effort in this plan too, but even after gaining nothing from it, he isn't flying into a rage. Am I dreaming? Did he flip? Baffled by the sudden turn of events, they looked on at him in bewilderment, like he was a different man. Easily picking up on their thoughts, Huangpu Qingtian showed a vague smile. Don't forget our mission in this battle. How can we? It's the position as head of the 7 houses. Lin Xianfeng let it slip. Having nothing but scorn for the man, Huangpu Qingtian shook his head. Regent Estate has been the head for 1,000 years, and not because of this child's play, but by raw power. We don't need this insipid game to prove anything. Not now, not ever. Huangpu Qingtian instilled fear in each one of them with his declaration. That's the Regent Estate we know, unchanged for 1,000 years. Is it for brimming sacred pills then? Yu Yushan ventured. Grinning, Huangpu Qingtian shook his head again. Brimming sacred pill is a rare 8th-grade pill that even the Regent Estate covets. However, that is hardly our goal. Then please enlighten us, eldest young master. Yan Bongyi bowed. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes burst with coldness as he clenched his crackling fist. Zhuo Fan! What? The crowd was in complete shock. Sure, Zhuofan was like a disease, but the esoteric debate was held once a century to settle the power struggle between the clans. Yet he was saying that Regent Estate only joined because of one man? Aren't you overthinking things? His cold eyes swept the crowd, lingering longer on his three allies. Then Huangpu Qingtian clarified their doubts. Do you believe Zhuofan and esoteric debate to be two separate matters? Despite everyone avoiding his powerful and steady gaze, there were nods. Humph! Ignorance! Huangpu Qingtian mocked. Fools! You have that wretched mentality that says he is only a talented cultivator, that you will sooner or later put him down with the power of your houses. What if I tell you that as long as he's around, Luo clan will stand abreast the 7 houses in 10 years, surpass us in 20, and in 30, it will be the strongest clan in Tianyu that not even all 7 houses together can oppose. Will you still think this esoteric debate to be nothing but a boring game? This can't be. This was too much to bear. Yu Yushan was even denying it as he second-guessed Huangpu Qingtian's words. Eldest young master, aren't you exaggerating? The legacy of the 7 houses is 1,000 years old. He won't reach our level in a century, not to mention decades. Humph. Exaggerate? Ha ha ha, if it was me saying that, your reaction would be inexcusable, albeit understandable. However, the crowd was hanging on every one of his words. Huangpu Qingtian snickered. What if it came from Sir Long? Would you doubt the words of a cunning man with ineffable plans like the unwanted contriver? What? Lung Wuchang said that. They just got the shock of their lives. For even Lung Wuchang to say that, it meant the prediction had to be true. They just couldn't wrap their head around how Zhuofan being a monster gifted with such godlike skills. Huangpu Qingtian smiled at their skepticism. Sir Long said he is of incredible talent, equal to Zhuge Changfeng. He only needs to grasp power and he will soar beyond anyone's reach. That is why we need to clip his wings before he can fully spread them. Or the 7 houses will soon be no more. Shame drifting flowers edifices, veiled dragon pavilion and sword marquis abode are too blind to see it. They are playing with fire standing behind him and will find one day robbed of everything. But the Luo clan is under the imperial family's protection, and they have Dugu Zhantian for support. We are without means to strike him down in any other circumstances. The only way to eradicate him is to do it within the bounds of the esoteric debate. Huangpu Qingtian turned his bloodthirsty eyes to them. That is why our main mission in the esoteric debate is to get Zhuofan's head. Everything else is secondary. The others turned grave, realizing Huangpu Qingtian had finally revealed Regent Estate's real objective for the esoteric debate. But this was nigh impossible to achieve. Harder than gathering the brimming sacred pills and facing spiritual beasts. After witnessing Zhuofan's mystical abilities, they came to realize that he was unrivaled beneath the radiant stage. Even the heaven-shaking Dragon Lord, the strongest of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, had allegedly barely overpowered him. But when they thought about ignoring him, that was an absolute no. Or Huangpu Qingtian would have turned him into a bloody damn smear by now. Why waste so much time explaining it to us? Eldest young master, how are we to go about purging Zhuofan? Our best chance was when we had everyone cornered and Zhuofan was forced to stay. But now they will be on guard and make it even harder. Yu Yushan sighed. Grinning, Huangpu Qingtian said, that was our best chance? Ha ha ha, merely bait. The punk has bit on it and all that is left is to wait for the poison to take its effect. Everyone was clueless. Ignoring them, Huangpu Qingtian turned towards where Chu Qingqing's group was last seen. Ha ha ha. They thought they'd escaped when in fact they fell right for it. Not even the cunning Zhuofan has hope of breaking out of Sir Lung's personally designed master plan. Relax. All's within my grasp. The others shuddered, clueless as to what got into him. And since Sir Lung intervened himself, then this should be a done deal. Sir Lung was hailed as the number 1 schemer with a 0 fail rate. The shadow tailing them was startled. I've heard of Tianyu's unwanted contriver, but never imagined he will lower himself to deal with a junior. Heaven-shaking Dragon Lord is talented and powerful. But now he even has Lung Wuchang behind him. Zhuofan, you are up against peak experts in both brawn and brains. If you fail, it's only fair I discard you. But if you win, you just became a hot commodity. Rustle. A shadow streaked the sky, flashing in and out of view every mile. When he finally stopped, he had crossed tens of miles, listening to the ruckus a few miles out. He just gave a nod, more to himself, and was gone again. The final appearance was in the middle of the group. Who? Xianxia shouted, sword at the ready. He saw everyone look on with joy. Oh, you're finally back. Yeah, so what are you standing with your weapon drawn for? Put it away, will you? Zhuofan rolled his eyes. Xianxia shook his head as he did just that. Brother Zhua is right. I wish to learn a lot from you in a spar, but it doesn't seem appropriate to do it in the middle of a crisis. Zhuofan's face twitched. That's a martial fanatic for you. His mind is ever skewed in thinking fighting came first. At least he isn't a lost cause and a complete battle maniac yet. Zhuofan's return was met with jubilation all around, as if he had become the true winner of that little skirmish back there. Even the vassals forgot about their true masters and they looked up at him in reverence. It was only a matter of time. With the three houses now willing to follow Zhuofan's every word, it was obvious who the little clans would choose. Zhuofan's earlier turning point was the crux. If not for his timely help in clearing a path, they would have been mowed down. They had witnessed it themselves. It was no wonder he was hailed as a savior. Zhuofan's image soared in their minds. Zhuofan, are you hurt? Chu Qingqing came over. She saw the light scratches and spoke softly. Her face was calm, but the eyes spoke volumes of the deep care and worry she had for him. Zhuofan brushed it off and switched topics. It's fine, but Huangpu Qingtian isn't a pushover. Oh, what of Ninger and my spirit animal? Chu Qingqing dimmed, knowing he didn't want to talk about it. She was so aggrieved for not being able to make sense of his thinking. Dong Tianba graced her with a thorough analysis of Zhuofan's heart's ranking. But it was just that, guesswork. In the end, only Zhuofan knew what he was thinking. And this got Chu Qingqing vexed the most. Any woman wished to know if the one they love thought about her the most. Then there's Zhuofan, who was always so vague and dodgy that no one could get a single clue what went on in that big brain of his. Brother Zhua, your spirit animal is so fierce none of us dare even approach. What is even stranger, it seems to have taken a particular liking to young Miss Shui and second young Master Xia. Look for yourself. Long Xingyun smiled and pointed above. Zhuofan was dumbstruck. He saw a purple lightning drifting through the clouds. And on Chao's back was a man and woman having a blast. Who else but Xuaningxiang and Xie Tianyang? Zhuofan felt depressed at their entertainment. A thunder skylark is a high-level spiritual beast. So what is it doing getting so attached to strangers? But then it dawned on him. Xuaningxiang and Xie Tianyang wore thunder rings, he refined from Chao's mother. They held its mother's scent. Such an outcome was obvious. Shaking his head, Zhuofan sighed. Fate, I guess. That threw the others off. Chao noticed Zhuofan and chirped cheerfully. Seeing where they were flying, Xuaningxiang waved. Big brother Zhua, welcome back. Only Xie Tianyang's mood sank. Here comes the third wheel. Smiling, Zhuofan gestured for Chao to come next to him. Xuaningxiang jumped off the bird and skipped over with rosy cheeks and a sweet smile. Big brother Zhua, is it the same thunder skylark young we found in All Beast Mountain Range? Yeah, I got it to hatch. Zhuofan ruffled her hair. Xuaningxiang bobbed her head and treated Chao as seeing an old friend. How adorable! Just like its mother. Her words set the crowd off in a round of twitching. Zhuofan wasn't exempt. If there was anyone among them who'd call Chao adorable, then that would be the ever-naive Xuaningxiang. They recalled with dread how Chao flew in a circle once and blasted experts to smithereens. How in hell is that adorable? They all went silent, having no clue how to break it. Shriek. Chao's sharp cry and piercing eyes raised everyone from their stupor to demand. You dare say I'm not? Go on, make my day. Shivering, they all bobbed their heads, completing the image with a bright smile and a soaked back. Having got its wish, Chower chirped and gave Xianxia a smile. Zhuofan shook his head at how fast the beast and girl had hit it off. Is Chower taking Ninger as its mother? Zhuofan's cheeks went ablaze as his mind spun. He was Chower's dad and Ninger its mom. Then he and Ninger. Oi, Zhuofan. How the hell have you been raising it? It's no less monster than you are. Mind giving it to me? Xie Tianyang showed his greedy side. That caught Xie Tianxiang's attention, looking at Zhuofan expectantly. He wasn't thinking what an asset such a strong spiritual beast would be to Sword Marquis's abode. Oh no. He only saw the spiritual beast as an endless sparring partner to hone his edge. Martial fanatic. Did one need to say more? Zhuofan arched an eyebrow. What do you think? No. Xie Tianyang's face twitched. Then cut the crap. Zhuofan glared. Who in their right mind would give away a potential sacred beast? He didn't have a screw loose. Xie Tianyang shrugged. Just saying. Geez, can't you take a joke? Though the envy had yet to fade from his eyes every time he saw Chower. The spirit animal was just too damn overpowered. Just the fact that Zhuofan had such an insane spirit animal was enough to spur Sword Marquis's abode's desires. Xie Tianyang saw Xianxia cuddling Chower and his heart sank. Though no one noticed, once the pleasantries were over and done with, it was time to return to the grim and bitter reality. Brother Zhua, what do we do now? Long Xingyun asked. Zhuofan muttered, our main priority is to find the keys and exit stones. To leave this place at once. We'll just ignore brimming sacred pills, as life is far more precious. I can search for them myself if I have to. The words cut deep and they sighed with hanged heads. He didn't need to be so blunt about it for them to understand. They were dead weights, pure and simple. The earlier battle was proof enough. They were the reason for Zhuofan's limited actions. If he was alone, he could come and go as he wished. They all turned bleak, but knew the truth in Zhuofan's words. In this battle, they had no advantage whatsoever and would sooner or later end up as Huangpu Qingtian's pawns in this damnable place if they lingered. None spoke as they watched Zhuofan gloomily. Xie Tianxiang broke the silence with his sigh. We still want to fight, but Brother Zhua is right. With how weak we are, it's better we leave. Long Xingyun, take it out. We and Brother Zhua need to consult on the best way to leave this place. Zhuofan looked at them puzzled. Do they have a secret weapon? Easing a breath, Long Xingyun revealed a piece of silk. I am a man living in the present. I do not care as much about the esoteric debate as Brother Xie does. But going home in such a wretched state is not what I want to see. Zhuofan unfolded the silk and cried, Beast King Mountains Array Exit Map? On the detailed map, 5 points stood out, the 5 national elemental stones meant to take them home. With the yin-yang metal keys, all they had to do now was get to the metal exit and they'd be home free. Zhuofan stared at the others. Can it be trusted? Long Xingyun spoke seriously. That's what we would like to know by consulting you. With a shout, some profound heaven experts were hoisting 2 scared people over. At the sight of them, Zhuofan sported an odd look as he said, You again! The 2 were bitter and shuddered on the ground with lowered heads. Kai shouting, Sun Yufei, didn't I tell you to beat it home? What are you doing here? And captives again no less. Zhuofan mocked them for all their little worth. The 2 kneeled there bitterly and wretched, not once making eye contact with Zhuofan. Long Xingyun said startled, Brother Zhua, you know them? Meet the Luo clan traitors. His father was an elder in the clan and even close to the old clan head. Despite their transgression, Yunhai had a good heart and spared them. Zhuofan shrugged. Oh, and why did you capture them? Don't you know killing them is far easier? Long Xingyun gasped then said solemnly. To tell you the truth, we stumbled upon them not long after we escaped the killing blood marsh. I wasn't planning on sparing them, but we found this map on them as well as 2 keys and a brimming sacred pill. Ahihem. Long Kuei's signal came a tad too late, however. The damage was done. Long Xingyun now realized the error of his ways. Telling him about the map and keys was enough. What was I thinking bringing up the brimming sacred pill? Zhuofan perked up at the mention of those 3 little words and his eyes practically shined. Brother Long, What of the vial? We found it. I realize that, but won't it be safer with me? Zhuofan's demonic smile came next, followed by a genial smile. What if it were to fall in Huangpu Qingtian's hands? That would be awful. We can't have everyone's interests be laid to waste because of one man, now do we? Zhuofan's righteous speech didn't forget to include the public interest. Long Xingyun lost the moral high ground and handed the pill in defeat. He had hoped to enter the radiant stage with this pill, but now, that ship had sailed. Long Xingyun wished he could tear his running mouth off. How could he be so stupid? Xie Tianyang and Long Kue knew Zhuofan's character the best and only had sighs of pity. Once it's in Zhuofan's clutches, there's no getting it back. With a gratified flash of light, Zhuofan tucked the pill in the safety of his ring. He looked at the despondent Long Xingyun even more pleased. With 3 brimming sacred pills in the bag, ring, only the last one was left and he'd have milked the esoteric debate dry. Finding 2 extra keys on Long Xingyun as well were the icing on the cake. It just so happened that he had a pair of keys as well. He could already open the fire and earth exits now. He could now leave this place whenever he wished with his spoils. Victory was at hand. The only problem was punching through Huangpu Qingtian's blockades. Alone he'd be home by now. But with so many people dragging their feet behind him, Zhuofan's eyes landed on the kneeling duo. Brother Long fears the map may be a trap. That is what I assume, yes. Long Xingyun brushed past Zhuofan's open appropriation of his wealth and said, They say as early as 2 weeks ago, Huangpu Qingtian sent them in search of the keys to have full control of the battlefield. But I still feel this is too much of a coincidence. We just got out of danger yet met with these 2 who had the map we wanted. The more I think about it, the more I suspect it. That is why I had them on a leash until Brother Zhuo returned to discuss it. Zhuofan nodded inside. Long Xingyun was sloppy by nature, but he had a good head on his shoulders at least. The array map was clearly dubious, but for this fleeing group it held absolute interest. The odds for a trap waiting for them was most likely certain. Even if he absolutely knew about it being a trap, its value outweighed the risks. This is one bait I can't refuse. Zhuofan squinted at the pair. You better answer my every question. If I found out you're lying, I'll make it so even death would be your most cherished wish. The 2 shuddered but nodded. The fear had them soaked in sweat. Zhuofan began. Did Huangpu Qingtian make you wait for us? And no, like we said, we stumbled upon you as we searched for the exits. There's nothing else to it. Kai shouting blurted. Zhuofan stared him down. The man was frantic, but finding no lies, he continued. Did you make this map after finding the arrays? No, the arrays are too spread out. It's impossible for us to find them. Kai shouting shook his head. Fearing Zhuofan would find his answer lacking, he rushed with, There were 5 teams of us, each with its own area to search. We used a jade slip to keep in touch and made the map. What of the 2 keys and pill? We found them along the way. We used to have 2 pills, but a profound heaven expert stole one to take the credit and you took the last one. Kai shouting was heartbroken, his voice trailing off. How could we be so down on our luck? The 2 pills were our promise to greatness. But at some point, their other profound heaven expert team member took one for himself, and when they thought the other was enough to get something good, they ran into these guys. Forget about merits when we're having enough trouble keeping our heads. The 2 fell deeper in despair. Zhuofan saw them squirm and nodded. Long Xingyun added, Brother Zhuo, what if this is a trap as well? There's no need to say it. They were once part of the Luo clan and understand them enough to know if they lie. Zhuofan's eyes glinted. Long Xingyun and the rest were overjoyed. That validated the map as being genuine. They could survive this. Zhuofan shook his head, however. Don't be so quick to celebrate. The map could still be fake. What? The crowd was stunned. Grinning, Zhuofan revealed a deep gaze. They are truthful, yes, but that doesn't guarantee Huangpu Qingtian was honest to them as well. Now they looked puzzled as to why Zhuofan was still smiling. Doesn't that make this map useless? In another place, Huangpu Qingtian pointed at an identical map Zhuofan had. Yu Yushan, You will set up an ambush at the metal exit. Yan Bangyi, you will stake out the fire exit. Me and Lin Xianfeng will be watching the earth one. Remember what I said. Others do not matter, but one person has to breathe their last at all costs. Make sure they die in excruciating pain and suffering. The three felt uneasy. Eldest young master, we understand your wish. But will killing this person have any effect on Zhuofan? Yu Yushan frowned. With how we handed the exits locations along with keys and even a brimming sacred pill, they can now flee without worry. Wouldn't it have been better to give them a fake map? With an evil grin, Huangpu Qingtian mocked. Imbecile. You think you can fool Zhuofan's cunningness with a fake one? But isn't he far too paranoid to believe even the real one? Yan Bangyi frowned. Huangpu Qingtian smiled. All the more reason why we gave him everything. To believe. Even the two prisoners are real. The two were purposefully kept in the dark, limiting their knowledge to the array map, keys and pill. It's all because my men guided them from the shadows. Their words are without a doubt genuine. He will never realize we'd even lie to our men all so we could trap him. No matter how shrewd he is, he will never get one falsity out of those two. The others lit up, with Lin Xianfeng giving a thumbs up in his flattery. Eldest young master is wise, versed in pen and sword. Humph, this is part of Sir Lung's plan. I have nothing to do with it. Huangpu Qingtian shook his head, holding the very last brimming sacred pill vial in his hand. Yu Yushan looked at it with a sigh. Of our 3 pills, we only have 1. What are you so worried about? With Zhuofan's greedy nature, he won't be satisfied with just 3. He will want the last one as well. We just have to deal with him, and the others will be easy pickings. Huangpu Qingtian sneered. Follow the plan and we will have the 3 vials as well as his head. Ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingtian's cackle got everyone excited. The operation to eradicate soaring demonic dragon was a go. A group of people were resting in the dense forest, while Long Xingyun, Xie Tianshang, Chu Qingcheng and Zhuofan inspected a map. Long Xingyun was the first to speak. Brother Zhua, do you see something wrong with the map to call it a fake? None whatsoever. Be it the captives or the map, they are both beyond reproach. Zhuofan shook his head and his gaze hardened. But there's no way I'd take it for granted when something so good just comes and falls into my lap. It goes double for something we need the most. Silence pervaded for a while, then Chu Qingcheng ventured. Maybe we do not need this map. We could go opposite dash. Who says we don't need it? Zhuofan butted in with a smile. If it's real, that turns it into a trap. This makes it worth using it. Since they went out of their way to plan against us, we'll just beat them to the punch. The others didn't know where he was going with this, so Zhuofan held out the 3 sending jades. He left a message on them, then left one to each of them with a crafty smile. Wait for 5 days, then read it. Zhuofan jumped to his feet and barked. Listen up. We're moving out. Form 3 divisions around the 3 houses and split up for the 3 exits. Split up. Why make them weaker than they already were? Zhuofan handed over the exit keys and said, Yes, split up. With our size, it's very easy to be spotted. Smaller teams will allow us to move unnoticed. In the case of an enemy encounter, it would also be simple to flee and hide among the thick trees. While others nodded, Chu Qingcheng pulled Zhuofan to the side. What if the map is fake and the exits hold nothing but traps? We won't know unless we try. We finally got an exit route as well. Even if we clash a few more times in the Beast King Mountain, it will be easy to escape while whittling down their bone-tempering experts' number. It will end with them being reduced to nothing. This is our best bet. Zhuofan put on a smile and turned to the rest. Each team will send out 3 profound heaven experts to scout 30 miles ahead, reporting back on the hour. Understood. They all replied, and Zhuofan said to Chu Qingcheng, even if they meet a trap, they can get an early notice. Glaring at him, Chu Qingcheng shook her head. You're full of tricks. As they all got ready to set off, Luo Yunhai's team followed behind Drifting Flowers edifices just as Long Xingyun brought the 2 prisoners. What do we do with them? Let them go. Zhuofan spoke coldly. The others whipped their heads around in shock. Long Xingyun was the most affected. They'll betray our plan if they're found. It will happen regardless. Recall what happened in Killing Blood Marsh? We have a mole among us. These two situation has already been reported back. Letting them go or not won't make a difference. Shuafan sighed. What a shocker. How could we forget? We still have a spy unaccounted for. Everyone looked around suspiciously. Shuafan said, this isn't the time to draw him out. We'll do that once we get back to the safety of Dragon Cloud City. But a spy implies great danger. Xianxia's face hardened. Shuafan sneered. What danger? He'll only rat out our movements. As long as we're fast enough, any information will be worthless and they won't be able to act on it. On the contrary, if we suspect each other all the time, it will be a disaster only they will profit from. So get a move on. Reach the 3 exits on the double. The people were startled for a second, then their opinion of him grew. They never knew you could deal with a spy like that. Ignoring him yet moving faster than he could report would be the same as turning him useless. The way Shuafan boldly did things got even the army-experienced Luo Yunhai in a daze. Not even Dugu Zhantian led his army with such valor. Big Brother Zhua is a true man of ambition to have so many great figures set their eyes on him. Set off. Let's see each other in Dragon Cloud City in 5 days. Shuafan shouted, and the other replied in high spirits as well. Only Chu Qingcheng and her 2 allies knew his true meaning. The nearest exit was a week away, while the farthest was 10 days. He was speaking for their own benefit to check the sending Jade 5 days later. The 3 noticed Shuafan's slight nod and smile. The group thus split into 3 divisions according to Shuafan's orders. They moved swiftly, curious to see if they or the spy's leaks were faster. The forceful way Shuafan dealt with the spy left the people fired up and eager for battle. Despite being a mere race to defeat the spy, to them it felt like they were battling against their greatest enemy, and winning too. They started to get a feeling of holding everything beneath them, of indomitable spirit, just like Shuafan usually was. Everyone was united in their goal and hearts. Kai shouting took an ashen sun Yufei away. As they passed Shuafan, he asked, "Why let us go?" "No reason. Maybe I'm showing kindness for taking care of Luo clan in the early days. Or maybe I wish to see your agony for my sick humor. But I will admit to this, when it comes to garbage, killing or throwing it away makes no difference." Shuafan left as well, not minding them one bit. Kai shouting sighed and muttered, "Thank you." Then he slowly walked away with Sun Yufei. They had lost the hatred they clutched to so dearly, and it was now replaced by solitude. Recalling their derisory look when Shuafan entered the Kai clan, it all seemed like a poor joke now. He was a true man of ambition and had brushed them off from the very start. It was them who kept having their goals growing higher and higher. The man had a clear vision of what he wanted, never changing, all while theirs did. He finally realized that 8 years ago when Shuafan left Blackwind Mountain, he and his father were in awe of the man's talent, but never held him in respect. It came to him that even his father belittled Shuafan. Shuafan had such a talent lesser clansmen like them couldn't even begin to compare. Sighing, they slowly disappeared among the trees. "Big Brother Zhua, you're not coming with us?" Xianxia ran to him. Shuafan shook his head. "There's something I must do. You and the Shui clan should go with Sword Marquis' abode. Xianxia may be unreliable, but his brother is there to make it up for him. Few are his match except Huangpu Qingtian. You'll be safe." "Oi, what are you implying? Who are you calling unreliable? What did I ever do to you to badmouth me to Ninger?" Xianxia was annoyed and grabbed Ninger's shoulder. "Ninger, don't worry. No one will hurt you with me around." But Xianxia didn't even register his presence. Her eyes fixed on Shuafan, her voice soft. "When will we see each other again?" "In 5 days." Shuafan smiled. "That's a promise. You have to come see me in 5 days. Xianxia held out her thunder ring. "You can't lie to me like you did in the All-Beast Mountain Range." Smiling, Shuafan took out his own thunder ring and let them touch as sparks flew. "I won't." Xianxia smiled brightly, to the rancor and jealousy of Xie Tianyang. Xiang then dragged a stiff Xiatianyang back to Sword Marquis Abode's division. Fan shook his head and left in another direction as he heard Xiatianyang's incessant begging. Ninger, let our rings touch as well. No! Why? I beg you. Fan shook his head, then turned to the aged man following Luo clan. Grandmaster Lu, come with me. I need your help. Lu Yizhen jerked, but got there on the double. The two flitted through the trees and were soon gone. Half a day later, they stood atop a mountain peak. Regarding the breathtaking view, Fan took a deep breath and felt so free, relaxed and soothed. Those dead weights are about to leave. I haven't felt so at ease in ages. Lu Yizhen smiled inside as he bowed. In the esoteric debate this century, the Three Houses Alliance hardly did anything. They could only hold on because of Grandmaster Zhua's support, while they were holding you back. You couldn't be more right. Fan cocked his head with a smile. Lu Yizhen probed. Then, Grandmaster Zhua, what are your orders? Oh, no orders. I only want to know where Huangpu Qingtian is right now. Doesn't he have another brimming sacred pill? I should pay him a visit and receive it. Fan's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Yizhen felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Grandmaster Zhua, I do not understand. How can I hope to see into Huangpu Qingtian's faction's movements? Swallowing dryly, Lu Yizhen froze, stammering and darting his eyes anywhere but Fan. Grinning, Fan shook his head. My dear Grandmaster Lu, you're saying that even now? How would you leak our info if you didn't know his position? His heart beating out of his chest, Lu Yizhen panicked as he explained. Grandmaster Zhua, I don't understand what you... It's fine. You don't have to say it. I won't make it hard on you either. Just deliver a message for me and put that oh-so-great and stuck-up heaven-shaking dragon lord on the spot. Fan brushed his panic off. Lu Yizhen's beard shook, his face haunting. Fan's inscrutable smile unnerved him the more he saw it. Is he faking it or omniscient? This is disturbing. Fan's laugh came as an answer to his thoughts. Grandmaster Lu, you should know by now of my character. If not by seeing, at least from rumors. I don't need to justify myself when I want to kill someone. I just do it. On the other hand, if I want one alive, regardless of how vile and deceitful that person is, I won't lay a finger on him. Anyway, I've had my suspicions on you from the start. I could have killed you whenever I wanted to. But I think it's safe to say my actions prove there will be no killing from my part. Coming out clean won't make much of a difference either at this point. Who doesn't yearn for glory and power? But didn't I let Kai shouting walk free? Fan's daunting eyes stared Lu Yizhen down. Lu Yizhen was in a quandary, but nodded in the end. Grandmaster Zhua is sharp beyond any man. I admit it was unwanted contriver Lang Wuchang who ordered me to get close to Grandmaster Zhua. I do not know how he knew, but he found out you and I were once acquaintances. So he made me spy on you. I refused at first, but then... Fine, the reasons are pretty much typical for any spy. If not out of glory and power, then from a threat. I totally get it. Fan's nonchalant wave cut him off. Lu Yizhen hung his head. Fan is incredible. He knows everything. It was one thing to say power, glory, or constraint, but how many could escape their clutches? Fan stared at him. Now that that's out of the way, send a message to Huangpu Qingtian. What message? Lu Yizhen was stunned. Fan's conduct was baffling. He just got a hold on the enemy's spy and he wasn't going to tear him asunder? And instead he was taking a step further, leaving the spy alive to send word to the enemy. It was as if they were on the same side. Totally floored the calm alchemist Lu Yizhen. Ahem. Fan's straight face revealed a haughty air. Grandmaster Lu, when you see Huangpu Qingtian, this is how you'll behave. You'll curse him. Stupid head Huangpu pup. Ignorant and trifling clown. Yours truly has seen through it all. So tone down the drama and your petty tricks. I've been playing this game from before you were even born. Face twitching, Lu Yizhen sweated buckets. He ventured, Grandmaster Zhua, could you perhaps maybe ease on the rancor? I won't be able to imitate you. Was this a joke? Zhuofan was having a blast here, cursing and wailing like he owned the place. But when the guy met Huangpu Qingtian face to face, was he gonna stick to the real message? Not if he wanted to come out alive. Ha ha ha, fine, as you wish. Just make sure he catches my drift. Zhuofan looked uncaring, but his face turned deadly the next. However, this line you must say it word for word. His hand flashed and was now holding four brimming sacred pill vials. Lu Yizhen was slack-jawed. Zhuofan easily read his shock and smiled coldly. Tell him this. Huangpu Qingtian, you call yourself insidious and brilliant, but not even you would have imagined the last brimming sacred pill was with me all along. And you even laid out the stage to trap me? That's rich. Lu Yizhen blinked, counting the vials. It was clear as day there were 4, but the absurdity of it all made him second-guess it. He'd been next to Zhuofan all this time, yet never knew where the guy got all the brimming sacred pills. So he always assumed Zhuofan only had the 3, yanked from Huangpu Qingtian's very hand too, that there never was a 4th. Is this another pill he robbed? Lu Yizhen showed his shock. Grandmaster Zhua, if you already took Huangpu Qingtian's last pill, why make me a messenger? Shoo! Zhuofan put a finger on his lips. The last pill wasn't taken, but slipped off of him. He's still oblivious. He knows what I can do, so telling him my message will make him understand. Make sure you get a clear view of his blind rage when he flips out and comes back to me. Blinking, Lu Yizhen sighed. They both knew Huangpu Qingtian was gruesome, and yet Zhuofan swiped his pill without the slightest indication? Unreal. Zhuofan doesn't look to be lying either. He wants me to shame Huangpu Qingtian further with that message. By all accounts, it didn't look fake at all. Zhuofan actually swiped the oblivious Huangpu Qingtian's brimming sacred pill from right under his nose. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yizhen's face hardened. Grandmaster Zhua is incredible. There's nothing you can't do. I will pass on Grandmaster Zhua's words, although the wording might not be as taunting. I get it. What matters is the essence. He will surely be pissed when he hears it. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan chortled. Lu Yizhen took 2 steps away before stopping. Grandmaster Zhua, could you please clarify something for me? Shoo. Since when have you doubted me? Lu Yizhen asked. Grinning, Zhuofan said. From the moment I laid my eyes on you in Beast King Mountain. That fast. Lu Yizhen was stunned. He couldn't for the life of him see what gave him away. Zhuofan shook his head. 1. I never believe in coincidences. The esoteric debate is held on Beast King Mountain, yet it just so happened for you to be here looking for herbs? Highly unlikely. You must have got here thanks to Huangpu Qingtian's storage ring. 2. When I accepted you as a disciple, all you showed was respect and not joy. It was a complete contrast from how you reacted the first time you asked. I had my suspicions right then, and using apprenticeship as an excuse to help Luo clan, sealed it. All combined made your purpose in getting close to Luo clan obvious. Lu Yizhen looked long at Zhuofan in shock. Sigh, I failed as a spy. You saw through me the moment we met. But why didn't you get rid of me then? To figure out Huangpu Qingtian's plans, of course. Zhuofan sneered. Each time you used the sending jade, I figured it was to leak our numbers, position, and members. This gave me an easy time figuring out what Huangpu Qingtian was cooking. That he was aiming for those around me. Lu Yizhen's face twitched in shame. He not only failed as a spy, but was an utter disgrace. The info he sent was faulty and went as far as exposing his lord's master plan. Lu Yizhen's face was scorching. Grandmaster Zhua, you truly are cunning. No wonder Lung Wuchang stepped in personally. Lu Yizhen flew away, leaving Zhuofan in shock. It was his first time hearing it. Even considering that the mastermind wasn't Huangpu Qingtian, but Lung Wuchang. In such a case, I have to hurry up. Zhuofan flew after Lu Yizhen, in the shadows. A day later, a light flew nearby. Zhuofan caught the sending jade, which wrote, The soldiers return. The Dragon King is at peace. Sure enough, the array map is a trap. Grinning, Zhuofan shot 3 sending jades to his 3 allies. He then looked at the one in his hand and praised, Perfectly done! He resumed tailing Lu Yizhen. Letting Kai shouting off wasn't out of the goodness of his heart or, like he put it, out of indifference, but to use them and gauge Huangpu Qingtian's reaction. If Huangpu Qingtian raged, the 3 exits would be safe. If Huangpu Qingtian didn't blame the 2, then it all went according to the man's plan and he needed to change the routes of his 3 allies. This was all made possible thanks to the spy he meticulously placed near Huangpu Qingtian. Zhuofan wasn't beneath Lang Wuchang's capacity for treachery when it came to covert ops. While the factions looked subdued at a first glance, the darkness revealed a tangled mess. Whoosh! Huangpu Qingtian and Lin Shenfeng were leading their men to the earth exit when they spotted a light trailing the sky. A figure landed with a boom and Huangpu Qingtian frowned. Lu Yizhen, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to stick to Zhuofan. Don't tell me. Bitter, Lu Yizhen bowed. Eldest young master. I was exposed. What? Then how are you still alive? Huangpu Qingtian's brow pursed, his suspicion raised. A vile and insidious man like Zhuofan actually let go of not just Kai shouting, but you as well? He just discovered and released 2 spies. What the hell is going on in that mind of his? Sighing, Lu Yizhen's heart went cold. He could tell the 2 held no hopes for his return. They had thrown him away from the start. Who told him to climb aboard? He had no choice now but to go with them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yizhen bowed. Eldest young master. Zhuofan sent word for you. Speak. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes were grave. Lu Yizhen mulled for a bit before. Zhuofan said your schemes are as clear as day and should not bother yourself with them. That's it? With his temper, that doesn't sound like him. Huangpu Qingtian mocked. Bowing again, Lu Yizhen continued. Eldest young master is right, but as his true words are crass and rude, unfitting for the eldest young master's ears, I altered their wording. The meaning is the same. Ha ha ha. Are you afraid I'll take my anger out on you? Huangpu Qingtian read him like a book. It's fine anyway. I don't feel like listening either. It's ironic how he thinks himself all-knowing, surrounded as he is by a thick fog he can't even see. The 2 next to him were clueless, but Huangpu Qingtian's overconfidence deterred any questions. Then Lu Yizhen turned nervous, bowing again. Eldest young master. Zhuofan has one more thing to say. I don't want to hear it. It must be some pointless boasting trying to throw me off my game. Let him sink into his delusions. Huangpu Qingtian brushed him off. Lu Yizhen cupped his hands. Eldest young master. Zhuofan does intend to shame eldest young master, but I have to make this report. Eh? Huangpu Qingtian turned grave. Speak. Eldest young master. The 4th brimming sacred pill you are using to entice him has long since been in his hands. He was mocking you, saying how ignorant you were of it all. What? Lin Shenfeng cut in. Impossible, eldest young master had the 4th pill placed in my care from the start. How can it be with him? Young Master Lin, I didn't believe it either. But then he showed me 4 vials. I had never seen them the entire time I was with his group. He also said that you all know what he can do. Lu Yizhen trailed off. Huangpu Qingtian squinted. The seed of doubt planted. Lin Shenfeng was panicking. Did he steal it with that weird art of his? Lin Xuanfeng's hand flashed with the brimming sacred pill vial. Lin Shenfeng only then eased a breath. Ha ha ha. The punk is messing with us. We still have it. Huangpu Qingtian was too deep in thought to care. Then his face changed. Fool. Don't take it out. Lin Shenfeng froze for a second. Enough time for the vial to vanish. Zhuofan. Lin Shenfeng stammered. Not far off. Zhuofan's cackle came from among the trees. Ha ha ha. Thanks a bunch, young Master Huangpu. I shall accept your generosity. Lin Shenfeng blinked, still frozen on the spot. Lu Yizhen was still out of it from shock. Zhuofan has been behind me all this time. Huangpu Qingtian held his head and sighed. Morons, the lot of you. This was the plan to draw out Zhuofan, and he had no idea where I hid the brimming sacred pill. Then you guys just handed it over on a silver platter. What were you expecting? Lin Xuanfeng's eyes widened and threw his rage on Lu Yizhen. Traitor! You now collude with Zhuofan? I'll kill you. Young Master Lin, I am just the messenger. I don't know anything. Lu Yizhen was scared out of his mind. He was under the false impression that Zhuofan sent him on a mere errand to make Huangpu Qingtian look bad with his message. Who even conceived it possible that there was a scheme involved? The worst part was that he made the old man a scapegoat. With the two before him pissed, since they couldn't grab Zhuofan, who else were they going to take their anger out on? Not even washing in the underworld river would absolve him. He began as a spy for Huangpu Qingtian's faction, only to end up dying at his hands. He was dubbed a double agent no one would take pity on. Quite fitting for a spy and ironic. He had now witnessed Zhuofan's capacity for savagery and cruelty. There was no getting out scot-free from him. With the double agent blame smacked on his shoulders, the insidiousness of the ploy finally dawned on him. Huangpu Qingtian signaled Lin Xianfeng. Stop. It's not his fault. He was also used. Eldest young master is brilliant. Lu Yizhen bowed and wiped his brow. Huangpu Qingtian gave him no attention and turned to the forest. Since you came, why don't you come over for a talk? Ha ha ha. What's there to talk about? But since you insist, I'll meet you. I want to see with my own eyes the scowling and miserable face of a loser. Zhuofan walked from among the trees with a smile. The rest of the men there paled and tensed. Soaring demonic dragon was just as notorious as Huangpu Qingtian. Your men sure look terrified of me. Zhuofan mocked. Huangpu Qingtian smiled coldly, not angered at all. Zhuofan, there's a saying which fits you perfectly right now. Stop showing off or you'll be struck down by lightning. Ha ha ha. I've been doing it since I was born, but no lightning has touched me so far. Though it makes me wonder what would it feel like. It must be quite the thrill. Zhuofan laughed. Shaking his head, Huangpu Qingtian grinned. You will soon find out. Squinting, Zhuofan stared into Huangpu Qingtian's eyes with unease. By the way, Zhuofan, the vial you used to fool the old man must be the one you found at some point but never took it out. So when old Lu saw 4 vials, he jumped to conclusions. He would never dare lie to me otherwise. Huangpu Qingtian's lips twisted into a smile. Zhuofan rose an eyebrow. Look at you, young Master Huangpu. You're not as dumb as other muscle-brain fools around you. Ha ha ha. I am destined to be king. How can I be a fool? But to be entirely honest, it's not easy to see through it in an instant. I realized the truth because of something that is happening right now. Huangpu Qingtian snickered. Zhuofan, don't you have the 2 keys for the water exit yet? Keep them to yourself? Zhuofan cried out. How did you? Don't tell me. Correct. I sent my men to place them on your way when you were with Luo Yunhai's group. I didn't doubt for a second you'll miss them. So when Lu Yizhen reported you not mentioning them when you met up with Chu Qingcheng, it made me realize you were planning on using them when it mattered most. You once said we're both the same, that we won't show our hands so easily. Ha ha ha. A shame I already know of 2 of your cards. Shuddering, Zhuofan showed fear for the first time. His mind put 2 and 2 together and his brow was soaked. Huangpu Qingtian's heart burst with joy at his expense. Sir Lang said the pinnacle of the art of war is to make the most of a situation, not just get the enemy to fall for your traps, but to control their every move to guide them where you wanted. Zhuofan, from the moment you met with Luo Yunhai, your actions, your objectives, have all gone according to my plan, including those fights we had. Although your fancy art gives me headaches, letting you win every time was all part of my plan. Also, you would become the de facto leader of the alliance. It was the best way to ensure you will follow the road to hell I painstakingly paved for you. What? Don't tell me you haven't wondered how smooth your journey has been so far. You really think highly of yourself, able to face thousands of men and save everyone from the jaws of death? Humph, you lost all because of your arrogance. Case in point, the Killing Blood Marsh skirmish. Did you ever think about why I didn't unleash all my power? You thought I was too cocky, thinking I had you all like fish in a barrel, so I was going to take pleasure in toying with you? Ha ha ha. I threw the match. Zhuofan shivered, recoiling 3 steps, then shooting into the air after the 3 teams. I have completely lost. Fan shouted in his mind. Never had he been so out of control as he was now. Huangpu Qingtian's side was having a blast, however, cackling arrogantly. Fan was finally beaten back. Lin Xuanfeng's eyes trailed Fan as he vanished in the distance. This is the first time I have seen that punk so out of it. What on earth happened? Ha ha ha, nothing much. Just him sending his own friends to an early grave. Huangpu Qingtian had a vague smile. He then turned to pat Lu Yizhen's shoulder. Old Lu, well done. Just as I expected. Eldest young master, I don't deserve it. I've been found out since the start. Ugh. He didn't finish as Huangpu Qingtian squeezed his throat with a thin smile. No, old Lu, you don't have to be modest. You did great. Huangpu Qingtian smiled, but his hand only clutched harder. The smile looked downright sinister at this point, instilling dread in the puzzled old man. How had he erred? Why had Huangpu Qingtian stopped Lin Xianfeng from killing him, yet was now doing it himself? Eyes bulging, Lu Yizhen could only let out hoarse sounds. Lu Yizhen was just as perplexed as the victim. Eldest young master, what? Ha ha ha. I stopped you only because Fan was nearby. I didn't want to put on a show for him. But now, this old geezer has outlived his purpose. It wouldn't do if he fell into Dugu Zhantian's hands. Killing him here will spare me the trouble. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes glinted and the vile snicker on his face grew. He put just a touch more force in his grip and the body shuddered for a moment. Then Lu Yizhen's limbs went limp. Flinging the corpse away, Huangpu Qingtian clapped. Lin Xianfeng gasped, his mind overwhelmed. Huangpu Qingtian is a beast to dispose of those he no longer has use of. He has not a shred of conscience. Will I end up the same? Huangpu Qingtian knew this was coming, so he patted his shoulder, making him shiver. Worry not. Even if a cripple, you're the next in line to lead Merry Woods. You're so much more valuable. As long as you are by my side, I will do you no harm. Lu Xuanfeng's face twitched. He gave a hollow laugh while wiping his brow. Looking at Lu Yizhen's body again, he sighed inside. Who is to say it won't change? But then Lu Xianfeng brightened. Eldest young master, since you could bring Lu Yizhen, why didn't you do the same for the elders of our houses? Finishing off Fan then would have been so much easier. Fool! You take Dugu Zhantian in charge of Dragon Cloud City's defenses for a prop? Huangpu Qingtian snorted. I only managed to bring him after treating him like a spirit animal, placing him in my storage ring. It is because of his insignificance that he went unnoticed. If it were an elder from the 7 houses instead, it would send an alarm to Dugu Zhantian and get us observed. If not for our low numbers keeping it under wraps, our plan would have fallen through. Lin Xianfeng bobbed his head, accepting the tongue lashing, while not forgetting to polish Huangpu Qingtian's rear with endless flattery. Huangpu Qingtian waved him off. We're setting out for the Earth exit at once. Is there a point going there now that Fan knows our plan? Lin Xianfeng was bewildered. Huangpu Qingtian's snide reply came. Idiot. We're going so that he'd walk right into our ambush. All the traps are in place. Despite knowing that, he has no way to foil them. Not when he had a hand in making it possible. That heart-rending regret, the gnawing guilt, must be quite the torment. Ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingtian cackled evilly. Lin Xianfeng still didn't get it, but did as was told. In another place, Xianxia's team had been heading for the metal exit for 3 days now when a sudden light flew over. Xianxia caught it, knowing to be Fan's sending jade that said, Now you can look at the jade slip. Xianxia was quite puzzled. Wasn't I supposed to do that after 5 days? Why so early? But since Fan said so, he of course obliged. 5 simple words entered his eyes. Head for the water exit. Ugh. Xianxiang was floored. What does that mean? Change course on the spot? Why? Is the metal exit dangerous? Xianxiang shouted without delay. Hold! We're changing directions. Follow me. Xianxiang pulled Xianxiang to the front among the baffled stares. Brother? What's up? We've been running for 3 goddamn days and you suddenly want to change course? Is it an enemy attack? No, Xianxia shook his head, giving him the jade slip. This is the jade slip Shuafan gave me before we split, saying to inspect it 5 days later. But I just received word from him to look at it now. And it said. Xianxia looked at the jade. Head to the water exit? What the hell? I don't know either. But since Shuafan said so, he must have his reasons. Xianxia's eyes were firm. Xianxia shook his head. Brother, since when did you become a fan? What if he's wrong? How many times was he wrong in the past days he was with us? We hardly ever suffered any setbacks as well. While in a situation I cannot fathom, listening to his judgment is a sound decision. Xianxia's mind was set. Xianxia spoke first before Xianxia could. Brother Tianyang, has Big Brother Zhua ever been wrong? Listen to him. Don't you recall the all-beast mountain range? Didn't he fall for Yugiki's ploys time and time again? But with no Yugiki around, Big Brother Zhua is the strongest, right? Xianxia was zealously defending Zhuafan's honor. Xianxia's mouth twitched, feeling his heart ache. And since he could do nothing to Ninger, he could only compromise. And so, led by Xianxia, the Sword Marquis's abode team turned towards the water exit. Chu Qingcheng and Long Xingyun's team received Zhuafan's message as well, and were heading in the same direction. None knew, however, of the 10,000-strong army waiting for them there, led by Yan Bangyi and Yu Yushan. On top of a majestic mountain, Yu Yushan looked on in the distance but didn't spot anyone. He took out his jade slip and sighed. Oil Poisoner, what's your take on eldest young master's action? Giving us a jade slip to open a day later, only to have our course changed to the water exit and set an ambush here. Why didn't he say so from the start? Why make us waste so much time first going to the fire and metal exits? He was afraid of having the info leaked. Yan Bangyi's grim face shuddered in fear. Yu Yushan raised an eyebrow. Does that mean there's a spy among us? Ha ha ha. You crack me up. Any spies will be on their side. Is there any lesser clan out there willing to offend Regent by becoming a spy? Not to mention the dozens of vassals on their side willing to lean on the Regent estate, giving us their movements of their own accord. Be that as it may, it never hurts to be on the safe side, especially at such a crucial moment in our plan. Yan Bangyi muttered. As this is Sir Lang's ploy, we only need to follow it. Yu Yushan nodded as well. The two saw Lung Wuchang's mind infallible, his plans perfect. All they had to do was just do what he said. Senior brother, young master Yu, the third grade array below is set. Yan Fu bowed in respect before the two. Nodding, Yan Bangyi waved him off. Junior brother, you worked hard. Withdraw. Thank you. Yan Fu bowed and left. Yu Yushan mocked the retreating figure. The kid has been quite meek as of late. Not even a hint of dissatisfaction on his face either. Well, he is a rare genius alchemist Pil King Hall raised after all. Ha ha ha. Ever since Shuafan killed vicious Pil King, he lost all support. He must have finally accepted his fate to turn so quiet. Those two only ever looked at others from their high horse. Even you. Yu Yushan raised an eyebrow. They traded a glance, then jeered. The mockery from above slammed into Yan Fu's ears. His fists clenched, and his eyes glinted with savagery. One day you'll get what you deserve, and I'll be there to watch you die. In the meantime, Shuafan was rushing towards the water exit. With no time to notify the teams, he could only hope he'd make it in time to rescue them. His mind kept drifting to the worst-case scenarios, making him clench his jaw and plagued him with worry. He told them to go for the water exit and was sure they would follow it. This was what made it ever worse, riddled with guilt, and yet in complete awe of the mastermind behind it all. To be seen through so thoroughly that even implicated his allies in this trap, he felt toyed, like how a cat did to a mouse. The mastermind was no ordinary man to make even the great Shuafan fall for his schemes. This man's schemes were on a whole another level from Yugiki's. Unwanted contriver, Lung Wuchang. Shuafan gnashed his teeth in rage. He had already guessed the true architect behind all this framing. It was not that arrogant prick, Huangpu Qingtian, but Regent Estate's steward, the second greatest mind of the Tianyu Empire, Lung Wuchang. Revenge was out of his sight, for now. All he could do was to try everything in pulling through this desperate situation. Then, Zhuofan sensed a bone-chilling air as he passed. Looking below, he found a clear pond releasing cold air from its center. 1,000-year-old frigid pond. Squinting, Zhuofan dived. Before the water national elemental stone, on Dragon Cloud City's side, everyone had gathered close to observe the show as it unfolded. Since 3 days ago, the audience saw Yen Bongyi and Yu Yushan leading 10,000 men over. Some speculated that the two had found the keys to the water exit and were about to return. In time, it became clear that they had no such intention. Instead of getting closer, they were setting up an array nearby, clearly an ambush. Yet for 3 days all was quiet. The audience was observing unnerved, especially Grandmother and Long Yifei's group. All the preparations were clearly meant for Chu Qingcheng and company. But were they going to fall for it that easily? Noon knew what was happening on Beast King Mountain, adding to their worries, their frowns never leaving their faces. They prayed with all their heart for their successors to not fall for it. Regent Estate side was smiling. Estate Lord, eldest young master has entered the final phase of the plan. Lung Wuchang stroked his beard. His eyes shined and his mouth perked up in a proud smile. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. Sir Lung's mind is brilliant. I have no doubt you can purge that evil this time. As long as Sir Lung intervenes, not even that demon can escape. You're too kind, Estate Lord. I may have presented eldest young master with the plan, but it was his remarkable wits that led it to fruition. I do not dare take all the credit. Lung Wuchang faked modesty. With an odd smile, Huangpu Tianyuan said, No, Sir Lung, this is all thanks to you. If it were you leading the operation, it would have been finished much sooner. Lung Wuchang looked at him deeply and nodded. He knew of Huangpu Tianyuan's dissatisfaction for his son. Scared the young master earned enough merit to depose him. So he'd rather let Lung Wuchang take all the credit, all to undermine Huangpu Qingtian's achievements. Such as the Regent Estate, where father and son are fighting tooth and nail in pursuit of power. Lung Wuchang shook his head as he mocked them. Sir Lung, are you sure 10,000 men are enough to deal with Zhuofan? A smiling voice drifted over. Lung Wuchang turned to see Zhuge Changfeng flanked by his elders coming over with a crafty smile. Eyes flashing, Lung Wuchang shook his head. My meager skill is only good for entertainment. I wouldn't dare boast before the great Prime Minister. As for this ambush, it isn't to deal with Zhuofan. Oh! Zhuge Changfeng raised an eyebrow. But then he said after a moment of pondering, First deal with the horse then the rider, right? Prime Minister Zhuge is truly wise. Lung Wuchang nodded. You know the saying, those whom God wishes to destroy, he first makes them mad. Zhuofan is not only powerful, he has many odd tricks up his sleeve. And let's not forget his devious mind and penchant for schemes. If we do not rob him of his reason, not even a foolproof plan conceived by us two together would work. By the sound of it, Sir Lung has already found his weakness. Or you wouldn't be so open with your designs. Raising his eyebrows, Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Who is it then? Luo Yunhai or? Lung Wuchang shook his head, his wording vague. Prime Minister Zhuge, you will know soon enough. I believe not even Sir would conceive it possible who his fatal weakness was. Zhuge Changfeng's reply, Ha ha ha. Sir Lung, you're even holding me in suspense. Very well. I'll just have to see for myself then. How that demon loses his mind. Lung Wuchang smiled back at the Water National Elemental Stone. At this time, a group appeared on the big screen. Grandmother and Long Yifei froze at the sight of them. Their hearts tensed and cold sweat filled their fists. They wished nothing more than to shout at them, to warn them of their demise. A darn shame the teleportation array was one way only. Their warnings would fall on deaf ears. While Lung Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan showed a snicker, they're finally here. Two teams were clearly distinguished, Sword Marquis abodes and Veiled Dragon pavilions. They were far quicker than Chu Qingcheng and even met along the way. Just what was Zhuofan thinking when sending us here? We're clearly wasting time wandering all over the place. Xia Tianyang was holding a leaf in his mouth, brushing away a bush while complaining of boredom. Long Xingyun laughed. Second young Master Xia, ever heard of the lies and truth in lies used in the art of war? To deceive one's enemy you must deceive your allies. Those 3 exits were nothing more than a lure for the enemy, while we changed our course midway towards our real purpose. Yeah, Brother Tianyang, you need to learn from Big Brother Zhua. Even he knows more than you about what's going on. Xianxia jumped in, pointing at Long Xingyun while calling out Xia Tianyang's flaws. Xia Tianyang sneered in silence, while his heart bled from anger. You're saying as if Zhua Fan's every word is the unblemished truth. Long Xingyun nodded first, then his face twitched. The last sure has a mouth on her. What do you mean by even he knows? Are you saying I'm usually an ignorant Philistine? Do I look that stupid to you? Then, a cry broke their ceaseless argument. Long Kuei shouted as she pointed at the shining water crystal. There's the water exit. The map is real. The others perked up thrilled at the prospect and rushed over. Ha ha ha, the water exit is here. Brother Zhua was right all along. Long Xingyun laughed, running as well. Xia Tianyang mocked though. Why are you so chipper? We don't have the key, do we? Dunce, since Brother Zhua told us to come here in particular. He must have gotten the keys without even us realizing it. Long Xingyun was over the moon. So much so he forgot who just spoke and cursed back. Xia Tianyang was annoyed but didn't let it show. Xianxia, the picture of ignorance, fan the flames. Yeah. Dunce, do you have rocks for brains? You think Big Brother Zhua would have us come here on a whim? The speaker was clueless to the damage, while the listener found the words intentional to spite him. Xia Tianyang's flames of rage burnt hotter than lava. His fists clenched, his teeth grinded. Why does everyone look up to Zhua Fan and always take me down a peg? He didn't much care about the rest, but even Ninger, the one he cared the most about, did it. He just couldn't accept it. A seed of hatred was planted in his heart, towards his brother who he went through life and death once. A change no one there noticed. Before the water national elemental stone, grandmother's group was so keyed up, their hearts practically flat-lined as they prayed. Don't come any closer. It's a trap. The utter powerlessness they felt watching their clansmen walk into the jaws of death was so strong she felt like her heart was being stabbed over and over, one step at a time. Lung Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan watched them getting closer and the grins turned sinister. It soon turned into joy at the expectancy for bloodshed that followed upon noticing a dainty figure among them. All around the water exit, Yen Bongyi and Yu Yushan's forces laid in wait. Once the two noticed the carefree figure among their prey, they signaled, "Our target's here. Attack!" They both shouted in unison. Then, a glow started rising from beneath everyone's feet. 36 light pylons shot for the skies, trapping them all. At the same time, each of the pylon beams was shown to be housing a person. As the scenery began changing, the water exit vanished, soon replaced by bloody skies and blood-tainted air. They seemed to have found themselves in another world. Not Beast King Mountain of Tianyu Empire, it was such an odd place they may not even be in the martial emperor continent. A 36-man array. Long Xingyun cried, "Damn it! We've been trapped." It was clear as day to all. This was not an array controlled by a single man, but by 36 people. Such a meticulous array needed ample time to be set in motion. In other words, this was a well-thought-out ambush, so much so it began well before they even rushed here. But how? Zhua Fan told them to come here. Why would he lead them into a trap? None could accept what was before them and chose to deny reality. But the facts were laid bare for everyone. Zhua Fan had sent them to hell. Give them no quarter. A shout unleashed a flood of 10,000 men coming at them from all directions. They were so panicked they couldn't tell where the enemy was coming from, thinking of nothing else than of escape. But trapped as they were, with all sides painted red, they had no way to distinguish the exit. Add to that the constant roars of the enemy. The fear gnawed at any semblance of reason they had left, waiting to be culled. "What do we do, brother?" The frightened Long Kuei turned to Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun wasn't faring any better, his eyes darting everywhere. Noticing the 36 pylons, his face grew grave. If we want to survive, we have to first get out of the array. The 36 lights are tied together, making it impossible to break the array from the inside. We need to find the exit if we want to escape. Long Kuei and the rest were even more restless. Looking at the flood of enemies charging, their faces were ashen. How were they supposed to do that when that army would make sure to keep them trapped here even tighter than the array? The array's only use was to rob them of their chance to escape. It made even profound heaven experts flying impossible, to the extent that even 6 dragons and 1 phoenix were incapable of doing it. Everyone hung their heads in despair, having lost their will to fight. Humph, it's just finding an exit. Is that so hard? We'll just have to try them one by one. A snort came just as a black figure flashed into the enemy's ranks. Golden light blossomed as it flew in every direction. Wherever it landed, explosions resounded, paving the ground with hundreds of corpses. The blood flew into the air, only to fall right back down, onto the scattered limbs. They saw how the twisted smiles of the enemy had now turned into ones of horror at the sight of this man. Sword Marquise Abode's eldest young master, martial fanatic Xie Tianxiang. Xie Tianxiang rested his sword, but his cold eyes glinted like daggers. Any that met his gaze would feel as if stabbed by 1,000 swords. His dauntless figure stood unchallenged like an unparalleled sword. The enemy was deterred, in fear of what might happen if they got even an inch closer. Long Xingyun blinked, then turned ecstatic. Brother Xie lives up to be a true martial fanatic. How dependable! But of course, my brother has been obsessed with martial arts since young, training day in day out without a rest. If not for those 2 monsters, my brother would have been invincible. Xie Tianyang spoke with pride. Everyone else sighed inside. Xie Tianxiang is the #1 swordsman in Tianyu. Not even 6 dragons and 1 phoenix can match his talent. Just that heaven-shaking dragon lord upstaged him, followed closely by that bad apple Zhuofan, sealing any chance at showcasing his might. With those 2 out of the picture, the world would finally bear witness to the true might of this martial fanatic. Rolling his eyes, Long Xingyun roared, "Brother Xie, clear a path. We're right behind you." Grinning, Xie Tianyang said, "Brother Long is so shrewd in bringing up the rear. When my brother pushes through the array and is too exhausted to carry on, you could just run off." "Ha ha ha, Brother Tianyang, no need to split hairs. We are allies here. You help me now, and I'll help you later. We will both benefit." Long Xingyun pointed at Xie Tianxiang. "Moreover, don't you find your brother quite willing to be made use of?" Sure enough, Xie Tianxiang's eyes lit up at this proposal, as if he was just waiting for it. "All right." Every swing of the sword sent golden light everywhere. Flowing Space's 9 forms were performed to the full extent of their splendor, at the expense of crushed enemies and strewn corpses. It only took seconds for the casualties to reach 1,000. As the surroundings glowed bloody, now so too did the earth. Xie Tianyang shook his head as his brother was hell-bent on mowing through the enemy like they were training dummies. Sigh, the martial fanatic side of my brother is once again rearing its head. Nothing short of exhaustion or defeat could ever stop his blade now. The others found Sword Marquise Abode's eldest young master's bursting courage contagious. It reached a point where some even wanted to join the man in his charge. But taking a closer look, one saw a bloodshot Xie Tianxiang, slaughtering every which way with a manic grin on his face. That threw a bucket of cold water on their enthusiasm. "He'll kill us just the same." Long Xingyun rubbed his chin, nodding at the crazed figure. He guessed there was no pressure in finding the exit. At least with Xie Tianxiang on a killing spree, the enemy would swiftly be disposed of. At the very least, sans Zhuofan and Huangpu Qingtian, Xie Tianxiang had become the de facto god of war, killing gods, demons, Buddha, and whatnot. "Xie Tianxiang, don't be so smug. Face me for a change." A shout revealed a black figure charging Xie Tianxiang. Xie Tianxiang was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha! Yen Bongi, you're just in time. I grow tired of killing ants." Now I can finally hone my sword on you. Xianxia pointed the sword at the sky. The sword energy burst with incredible might and sharpness. Yan Bangyi squinted and leaned out of the way. The sword energy grazed his shoulder, peeling his flesh and making him clench his teeth from pain. The sword energy shot for the skies, where it exploded and rattled the 36 pylons. The men inside even had to spit blood. It dawned on everyone how mighty Xianxia's sword truly was, of the danger he represented. Yan Bangyi couldn't afford to dodge again, forced to face Xianxia head-on. A green miasma drifted from his hand as he made a palm attack for Xianxia's face. Xianxia turned serious and dodged in a rush. The miasma struck the earth with a bang, catching others in its path unprepared. It bored into them, eliciting a wail of agony, all while blood flowed like rivers from their twisted visage. In mere seconds, all that remained were foul and reeking puddles of blood, good only to make one's stomach turn. Xianxia hunkered behind Xianxiang as horror set in. The rest weren't faring any better, shocked at Yan Bangyi's capacity for cruelty. Xianxiang squinted, his face stony, but not a trace of fear. Xianxiang's sword danced in his hand as he unleashed the 9 forms. Yan Bangyi dodged in panic. Not for a second was he going to take the brunt of such deadly force. They hammered the array and the 36 men in the light pylons heaved blood for a total of 9 times. Even the bloody sky dulled. The array was about to break. Yan Bangyi was soaked in sweat, his heart a mess. If this kept up, he wouldn't even win, least of all kill the enemy. They had worked painstakingly in removing Zhuo Fan from the mix, only to meet another freak, Xianxia. It was common knowledge that the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, Huangpu Qingtian excluded, were on the same level more or less. But this guy, Yan Bangyi's face sank. If this operation fails, the plan to end Zhuo Fan will fall through. Huangpu Qingtian wasn't going to take his failure lightly, that was for sure. Yan Bangyi gnashed his teeth and released a 7-colored miasma. The signature move of Pill King Hall, Rainbow Cloud Palm. The miasma spread, swallowing enemy and friends alike, leaving behind naught but a bloody cesspool of festering pus. In the hands of Yan Bangyi, with his poisonous body, the Rainbow Cloud Palm was even more devastating. It was not without its demerits either. As the poison grew in strength, so too did his agony. Rainbow Cloud Palm was a double-edged sword. Each time it was used it gnawed at the user's body. And because it was him using it, the poison traveled through him far faster than any of his clansmen. Yan Bangyi's face visibly darkened, with thick green blood dripping from his mouth. The wound on his shoulder festered as well, looking to turn him into a blood puddle. But he bore it, his hands still releasing that devastating miasma. He had to complete Huangpu Qingtian's mission, or he'd be dead either way. Xianxiang stared at the source of the miasma. He flicked his sword a few times, but the thick miasma swallowed them all like nothing. Xianxiang jumped back in the face of the spreading disease, next to Long Xingyun. They watched as hundreds of their enemies died a gruesome death, tormented amidst the drifting pestilence. How vicious! Not even his allies are spared. Xianxiang gnashed his teeth. Long Xingyun's face grew hard. We have no antidote for Pill King Hall's Rainbow Cloud Palm. He is invincible. Numbers are useless when facing him. Once Rainbow Cloud Palm is in play, his dominance is assured. More so now in this array. It's just a matter of time before his poison kills us all. Isn't there anything we can do? Xianxiang trembled. Long Xingyun's eyes glinted. Of course there is. Break the array and the poison will scatter. Easy for you to say. I struck it 10 times but it is still holding strong. I need more time. Time we do not have. Xianxiang sighed at the dull bloody sky. The others gnashed their teeth as well, drawing back just as the miasma crept nearer. The 36 pylons created a sealed space, trapping everyone within its borders and preventing any outsider from looking into it. Not even the audience watching the Water National Elemental Stone could pierce the veil. All they saw were the beams of light, mounting their unrest. Regent Estate's side was the calmest of the bunch. going by their broad and sinister smiles. Within the bushes just ahead of the pylons, Chu Qingqing's team, a late arrival, was looking at the scene in bewilderment. They couldn't make heads or tails of this recent change. Why did Zhuofan have them come here? A third-grade array? Chu Qingqing squinted. Luo Yunhai nodded. It also comes with a hidden army. For the ambush to succeed, the easiest would be an array with multiple controllers. Being slow on our way here had worked in our favor. For the trap to be sprung already, someone must have fallen for it. What? Are you saying Zhuofan had us walk into a trap? Chu Qingqing cried in disbelief. Luo Yunhai nodded. Although Brother Zhuo's every scheme has come to fruition, and is unlikely to make such a mistake, our pressing matter at this point is to break the array. Chu Qingqing nodded after a pause, then shouted, Men, on me. We will break the array core and get them out. Understood. The men cupped their hands and charged alongside her. Grandmother's side was extremely worried, but Chu Qingqing's sudden arrival promised hope. At least the other two teams wouldn't suffer total defeat. Boom. Chu Qingqing struck the glowing pylons several times, until it was shuddering and flickering. But when there were 36 of them, each lending support, stabilizing the weaker link. As such, Chu Qingqing's powerful yuan qi spread evenly among them. They were shaken but far from breaking. The rest assaulted the other beams, however pointless it was. Grandmother's side was by themselves with worry. They were in a race against time. The longer they took, the heavier the casualties to the ones trapped inside. In the trap, Long Xingyun and company were driven into a corner by the encroaching plague. When they ran out of places to retreat, some random subordinates were even pushed in front to make space. You are our vassals. Sacrificing yourself for your lord is downright honorable of you. They understood this logic as well and stepped forward without their master's urging. They braved the impending miasma, only to end up a festering pool of blood. Xuanxiang was wrecked with sadness, tears streaming down. Aren't we all humans? Why must they sacrifice themselves? Therein laid the cruelty. If not them, who? The 7 houses? No matter how willing Long Xingyun and the rest were, which they weren't, the vassals would never accept it either. It was easy to guess why. If they escaped this hell by the grace of their master's sacrifice, what future would their clans have? Extermination. So while this act looked quite virtuous and dauntless on the surface, at its core it all came down to saving their bloodlines. And who knew if their masters, in their infinite mercy, would perhaps look kindly upon their clans. The stream of sacrifices was endless, but the miasma forced them into a corner, with no way out. Long Xingyun turned glum. He turned to the dozen scattered men with a heavy heart. Any further sacrifices are pointless. It will hardly give us more room. Will we find our end here? His words made others lower their heads in grief. The earth, soaked in blood, only added to their sadness. Thousands of people came here, only to end up with barely enough to count on 2 hands. They couldn't deny their fate, certain to end up another bloody smear on the ground, joining the others. Oh, the tragedy! Boom! The sky shook at the sudden sound and the bloody images around them dimmed some more. In Long Xingyun's eyes a faint hope blossomed. Someone is attacking the array. Yes, but what good will it do? By the time the array is broken, we won't even have bones left. Xie Tianshang looked at the sky, somber and dejected. His words cut at the others' expectation, at their hope. Long Xingyun waved him off. Don't say that. They might succeed. Long Xingyun patted the shoulder of the man next to him. Brother, what clan are you? For how long have you served the Veiled Dragon Pavilion? Chun clan from Tenebrous City. 150 years ago, we swore fealty to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. His sunken face revealed he understood Long Xingyun's meaning. He bowed. I wish the eldest young master would look after my clan. You have followed my house for so long and today's sacrifice won't be in vain. I, Long Xingyun, will never forget your devotion. Long Xingyun nodded gravely. The man's jaw was set, his eyes firm, and he charged at the miasma. Yet he barely touched it and the poison was already gnawing at his flesh. Everyone watched as his blood soaked the ground in a matter of seconds. Xianxia wailed, burying her head in Xie Tianyang's shoulder. Xie Tianyang sighed and patted her hand in consolation. It came as no surprise to him, not how often he saw the 7 houses abuse their privilege. Long Xingyun stood cheerful in the freshly emptied spot. His calm face begged the question. Did he even bother to remember the man's clan's name? Well, since someone was bashing the array, hope slipped into his heart. A second ago he wasn't intent on making more senseless sacrifices, not when they were doomed to die together. But now, even if he were to die, he'd make damn sure he was going to be last. What if he lived? Chu Qingcheng and her men had struck the pylons of light dozens of times now without any result. Each failure mounting their worry. Grandmother was sweating as well, while Xie Xiaofeng and Long Yifei, fearful of their son's fate, were devastated. No one there was more disturbed than them. Dugu Zhantian stood straight like a blade among them, eyes fixed on the image in silent worry. Dugu Lin muttered, "Marshal, this 36 heavenly stars array. Stop, Yun Hai should know a way." Dugu Zhantian waved his hand, his eyes confident. The tigers nodded, watching the young man in the national elemental stone with a smile. Luo Yunhai scrutinized the array and said, "Edifice Lord Chu, the 36 heavenly stars array is laid in accordance with the 36 stars of the Big Dipper. If one holds, they all do. If one crumbles, they all collapse. Only by attacking the life gate will we tear the death gate open and break the array." "You have a way?" Chu Qingqing asked. Luo Yunhai nodded. "This array is commonly used in the army. I followed the Godfather for 2 years to learn about this array and ask Edifice Lord Chu to lend me all authority." "Done." Chu Qingqing agreed on the spot. Luo Yunhai turned solemn and shouted, "Listen all of you. Dong Tianba, take 300 men and attack the life gate in the center west. Xiao Dandan, take 300 men and attack the second death gate in the east. The rest will be with me in attacking the seal gate." The men set off at once. Like dragons, the 3 teams started raining havoc on the 36 pylons of light. When Dong Tianba attacked the light pylons at the life gate, he sent a ripple to the other beams. Then Xiao Dandan and Luo Yunhai's teams attacked their own targets and things changed. The other 2 ripples prevented the first from spreading to the other pylons. The 3 ripples converged onto a single pylon, stopping it from letting the others share the load. Soon, the man inside the pylon cried out, and as the pylon vanished, the man blew to pieces. The 36 light pylons had lost their balance and they could no longer support each other. Dugu Zhantian laughed. "Nice. The kid didn't waste the 2 years he was next to me." The 4 tigers of Tianyu nodded in pride. They were the ones who brought up this younger brother with them, and seeing him make a name for himself in the esoteric debate filled them with glee and pride. Grandmother's side nodded, glad as well. Who'd have thought the Luo clan didn't just have creepy Zhuofan worthy of notice, but the young clan head as well. Surely not them. What surprised them the most were Zhuofan's decisions. They all knew who brought Luo Yunhai into the limelight, Zhuofan. With Zhuofan always taking the lead in schemes and battles, the third-rate clan's kid would hardly show his face, would hardly prove his worth of being under Dugu Zhantian's care. Chu Qingqing was glad inside. Happy this array that had many of them vexed over popped open with a little effort from Luo Yunhai. Luo Yunhai didn't let this minor success cloud his judgment. "The viewing gate is open. Attack the pain gate." "Understood." The men responded, filled with zeal. Regent Estate's side turned glum, with only Lung Wuchang ever sporting that faint mystifying smile. "Ha ha ha. It's of no consequence." Boom. Booms sounded everywhere as Luo Yunhai commanded his 3 teams left and right. The 36 pylons of light were reduced to 26 in a matter of seconds. The others were stunned, cheering for the Luo clan. Their young master had grown up at last. He will make a fine clan head. When half of the pylons crumbled, the array formation was constantly shuddering from the strain. 18 pylons were hardly enough to sustain such a large array. Luo Yunhai shouted, "Fall back! They all rushed away, but some were too slow in their retreat and the exploding array engulfed them. Boom! The force of the blast smashed into the surroundings, while the unfortunate few who got caught in it were sent everywhere in pieces. Robbed of life before they could utter even a whimper, the lucky survivors saw before them a foul thick mist. They drew a breath, rejoiced having come out unscathed, only to be swallowed whole by the towering miasma. They wailed and cried even as their flesh dissolved into blood and pus, soaking the mud. Chu Qingqing cried, "Watch out! It's Pill King Hall's rainbow cloud palm." A layer of ice appeared on her body as she spoke. She gathered her palms and erected a cold barrier. The miasma touched the barrier and let out hissing sounds, eating through it in moments. Chu Qingqing was shocked. Not even vicious Pill King's poison was that toxic. The saying that no one could defend against Yen Bongi's rainbow cloud palm, who had a poison body, wasn't unfounded. Gnashing her teeth, Chu Qingqing's only option was to retreat. Made painfully aware by the increasing number of victims the miasma swallowed and dissolved. "Ha ha ha! Edifice Lord Chu, you're just in time. I'll never forget this life debt." Following the unbridled laughter, people trapped inside noticed Chu Qingqing. Long Xingyun and Xie Tianshang's teams were free now, just that they were reduced to less than 10 people. The core of the two houses was safe, while the vassals had gone to the underworld. Technically, there was one vassal who had pulled through, the Shui clan's siblings. Thanks in no small part to Xie Tianyang and Zhuofan's fame, or who knew when in this ordeal they'd be used as honorable sacrifices. Luck was with them at least, with the array giving way just as the miasma was about to devour them. They flew away the instant they could, joining up with Chu Qingqing. Long Yaifi and Xie Xiaofeng saw their sons safe and sound and eased a breath they didn't know they held. But looking at the sky covered in poison, then at the bloody mud below their feet, the gruesome hellscape left them soaked. The esoteric debate of this century was far more malicious. Perhaps the fact that the 7 houses were officially at war had something to do with it. For appearance's sake, the 7 houses abstained from a full-out war, letting their vassals be their proxy. But now, the vassals weren't the only ones turned into rivers of blood. The 7 houses were tearing into each other just as savagely. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if Chu Qingqing was even a moment slower in her rescue. The Sword Marquis's abode and Veiled Dragon Pavilion's bloodlines would have been cut short at the hands of Yen Bongi. The house lords of the 2 victimized houses sobbed inside. They prayed that the 2 could come out alive from the most cruel and savage battle that had ever happened over the past millennium. Hall Lord Yen Bogong's face bloomed with the most genial smile conceivable. He even made obvious signs to his allies as if to say, "See that? That's the true power of our top art, Rainbow Cloud Palm. With one hand the world's my oyster. No one would dare come closer." Everyone gave him a cursed look. Their disdain for this petty man's flair for the dramatic was evident. One had to admit though, Rainbow Cloud Palm turned Yen Bongi into a killing machine. In case of anyone else using it, willpower was capable of pushing the enemy through adversity and come out alive. But replace the user with Yen Bongi, and they would dissolve into a bloody stain on the ground before they could even reach him. This was the horror, Yen Bongi of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, the plague dragon, brought to life. Only Regent Estate was shaking their heads, clearly unimpressed by the Rainbow Cloud Palm. On the other side, Chu Qingqing's team was pushed back further and further away from the spreading miasma. It ate through trees and even the toughest rocks, with the first turned to dust, and the second into an acrid liquid. The few cultivators too slow to keep up were swallowed by the toxic fumes, with only screams as an indication of what awaited on the other side. Chu Qingqing's brow was set in a heavy scowl. "We have to stop him or all our men will die." Long Xingyu nodded. "True. Every great clan and house in Tianyu is watching us from beyond the water exit. It would be a stain on our honor to allow Yen Bongi, a single man, push us 3 back. I have a way, but we need to combine our power. The risk may be high, but are you willing?" Chu Qingqing and Xie Tianshang traded looks then nodded. "Speak." The two's eyes lit up and nodded while a grinning Long Xingyun whispered in their ears. The three stopped shirking away from the pestilence and charged instead, giving others quite the shock. Are they suicidal? Not even 6 dragons and 1 phoenix are exempt from dying from that poison. But what happened next was the true shocker. Xianxia took the lead, then slashed. A bright golden and unbridled energy cut into the miasma. The poison was forced to scatter, revealing a clear path ahead. The three followed the path, just as the miasma was coming back with a vengeance and trapping the trio. Chu Qingqing's prompt response was in the form of a flash of cold. Her hands moved, raising an ice wall around them and keeping them safe from the miasma. But the constant hissing bore testament to the poison's power and the short life of the ice wall. Then again, it was enough to buy them an instant, and that was all they needed. Long Xingyun finally released the attack he had built up all this time in his palm. A dragon image pierced forth, forming a new path the three followed. The ice wall gave away under the acidic poison behind them, but the sealed exit didn't seem to bother them. They had come here with no intent of retreating. In such a manner, Xianxia and Long Xingyun showed the way, while Chu Qingqing kept the miasma at bay. They soon found themselves at the heart of it, the source of the poison. Xianxia's last attack parted the thick poison, revealing Yen Bongyi constantly spewing blood. Yen Bongyi jerked in shock. Sustaining the rainbow cloud palm for so long has seeped the poison into his organs, and it was in his worst hour that the trio revealed themselves before him. He was too weak to even hold back one, least of all a team of 3. Panicking, Yen Bongyi was ready to bolt, but Long Xingyun had a different plan in mind, appearing next to him. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon chance. I am an avid believer of one man's pain is another man's gain. Snickering, Long Xingyun struck. Boom! The palm attack sent the defenseless Yen Bongyi tumbling through the air. He was heavily wounded. The moment he flew was also the moment the miasma vanished. The three surrounded the wheezing Yen Bongyi, noticing the glee in each other's eyes. Hall Lord Yen Bagong raved. Despicable and shameless bunch. All he got from the crowd was contempt. This is a house war. You call 3 on 1 unfair? What about Yen Bongyi's army outnumbering others 5 to 1 just moments ago? Yen Bagong noticed his slip of the tongue and went red. Grandmother and Long Yifi were ecstatic. But a peek at Regent Estate's unfazed reactions sank their moods. Just what are they up to? Then, Chu Qingqing's raging caught their attention. Yen Bongyi, you have no respect for human life. Not an ounce of mercy to be using such foul art. You deserve death. The earth soaked in blood was testament to the thousands of lives his pestilence had reaped. Chu Qingqing couldn't stop herself from cursing the weakened Yen Bongyi. Long Xingyun waved her off. Ha ha ha. Edifice Lord Chu. Don't be upset. Capturing Pilking Hall's Yen Bongyi makes all those thousands of sacrifices worth it. Not to mention that most of the deaths were from his side. This is clearly a worthy victory. Ha ha ha. Chu Qingqing and the other women snorted at his laughter. You're saying that in war, it will all be fine as long as their side has the higher casualties. Do their lives mean nothing? Are all men that cold-blooded? They only dared complain in their hearts, having understood now the cruelty of war. Ha ha ha, you're not the only winners. With a bang, Xianxia was sent flying. His spot was instantly replaced by Hell Valley's Yushan. By eldest young master's orders. The more gruesome this last death is, the better. I was vexed on how to go about achieving this, but now I have figured it out. With a dark smile, Yushan turned to the panicking Xianxia. Her eyes reflected the claw clutching at her neck. The man exclaimed jubilantly, Miss, you should be honored. We sacrificed so many people just so we could let him see your twisted and mangled face. Ha ha ha. Ninger! Shui Gang and Shui Lin cried out and attacked. The notion of fighting someone way out of their league was lost on them in their frantic worry for their sister. Yushan spared them no glance, only a wave. A gale dealt with the pesky brothers, sent them flying, and they were left to fall powerless on the ground. but their eyes still brimmed with concern for Xianxia. Xianxia shouted, "Big brother? Second brother? Ha ha ha, easy now. They're fine. I have no interest in swatting down flies." Yu Yushan's malicious grin widened as he had the fragile girl in his grip. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword flashed by. Xianxia had picked himself up at some point and was aiming for the man's throat. Flowing space's 9 forms, empty net. The space froze and even Yu Yushan looked slowed as the only moving object was the swift sword attack at his throat. Unfazed in the slightest, the man merely pinched the glinting cold blade. The sword stopped dead in its tracks. The next thing he knew, Xianxia found Yu Yushan's sneer entering his ears. "Humph! I would have been a bit worried if the flowing space's 9 forms came from your brother. But you, ha ha ha! Never mind." Yu Yushan shifted and both sword and man were seen shooting through the air, slamming into the earth and spitting blood. He found no energy left in him to get up. All he could do was painfully witness Yu Yushan's vile hand squeeze Ninger's neck. Chu Qingqing, Xie Tianshang and Long Xingyun rushed over. Yu Yushan merely displayed a frown and placed Xianxia towards them as he shouted, "Don't come any closer, or the lady gets it." The 3 halted on the spot. They slowly put down their feet and turned grave. The lady was from a trifling second-rate clan, no different from a vassal, but her status was a bit special. She had strong ties with sword marquise abode Xie Tianyang and soaring demonic dragon Zhuofan. Whether it was for the ones behind her or for herself, they had to avoid playing a part in her death at any cost. Yu Yushan's threat wouldn't have worked on them otherwise. With both sides fully knowledgeable of the delicate balance, Yu Yushan regarded them with hatred and a twisted grin. Who'd have seen this coming? High and mighty disciples from 3 houses are now shaking in their boots in fear of seeing a second-rate clan's mishead falling off. What a sight! Ha ha ha! Yu Yushan turned to the said miss with a raised eyebrow. "See that, my lady? They care for you so much. And the one who made it all possible is that man. Ironic how it includes your current predicament as well. If only he didn't exist, who among us would waste time to mind a small and insignificant lady?" Xianxia gnashed her teeth, knowing fully well who he was talking about. The 3 close by knew it too. The focus behind all this planning and ambushing had been Zhuofan all along. This proves how dear Xianxia was to Zhuofan, making it obvious why the enemy would throw away all their honor and go after a frail girl. It all came down to dealing with Zhuofan. All the more reason why the trio couldn't be hasty, lest they find themselves short of Xianxia and with an enraged Zhuofan breathing down their necks. The 3 gave each other a hidden nod, being overt as they looked for a chance. Yu Yushan was one of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix after all, so how could he leave an opening for the 3 to exploit? The scene turned into a standstill, with neither side moving on the other. The audience beyond the water exit were shocked by the sudden development. A mere second-rate clan's miss was Zhuofan and the other's weakness? Go figure. Luo Yunchang clenched her fists, worried sick. She had long been made aware of Ninger's importance to Zhuofan. Neither she nor Chu Qingqing could reach the same place as that girl in Zhuofan's heart. She refrained from waking Zhuofan to this realization out of worry and fear. Fear that Zhuofan would further distance himself from her. It had reached such a point where before the final battle, Zhuofan's heart was a mess. He kept flipping out yet never could find the root of the problem, blaming it all on his restless mind. Only Luo Yunchang knew this was jealousy over Ninger and Xie Tianyang seeing each other every day. With Zhuofan's one-track mind for cultivation alone, his knowledge about love and anything skirting around the subject was a huge void. Without knowing what caused such deep unrest within him, he chose to force himself to be stone cold. His mind had found peace, but all he did was stop the flood by building a dam around it. And once that dam cracked, the surging tide would consume him. Luo Yunchang could practically see Zhuofan's pained face. She turned to the trapped Xianxia, praying for her safety. "Ninger, you must survive, or Zhuofan will go mad." Among all viewers, the only ones who truly cared for Xianxia were her father and grandfather. Seeing their daughter and grandchild in the hands of Yu Yushan robbed them of their breath. Their hearts were about to break. Why has the kind and cheerful Ninger met with such disaster? Zhuge Chongfeng took everything in with a glint in his eye. Sir Lang, is this the fatal weakness you've been mentioning? Ha ha ha, Prime Minister. I have conducted a thorough observation, and that girl is Zhuofan's biggest worry. He might not even realize it himself. Lung Wuchang smiled. Zhuge Chongfeng raised an eyebrow. How did Sir Lung find out then, if even he doesn't know? Ha ha ha, simple. A man will always reveal what he yearns for without even realizing it. When Zhuofan first came to Dragon Cloud City, he and our eldest young master clashed. That time he saved 2 women. One was the Luo clan's young miss, while the other was the Shui girl. That was all it took? Zhuge Chongfeng smiled. Lung Wuchang shook his head. It wouldn't have been that simple, but his eyes naturally drifted to the Shui girl. It begged the question, if he would ignore even the safety of his clan's young miss, and since he's only interested in the other girl, what place does she hold in his heart? Also, on the fighting stage, when Zhuofan was taken by his awe-inspiring first victory, who was it that he went to first? Ha ha ha, when a man shows his heroic side, he wants to share it. Not with his drinking buddies, but with the woman he loves. These are all subconscious actions, but also the ones that betrayed his heart the most. Zhuge Chongfeng nodded in understanding. Sir Lung is truly perceptive. From just 2 encounters you have grasped the kid's weakness. I have to say that I'm impressed. You're far too kind. I don't deserve it. The Prime Minister's wisdom is matchless. I dare not compare. I have never been able to see through the Prime Minister's thoughts. Not one bit. Lung Wuchang gave a half bow in respect. But the way he was looking at Zhuge Chongfeng in the eye, it was more akin to a challenge. With a glint in Zhuge Chongfeng's eyes, the old man laughed. Sir Lung is interested in me as well? Am I to assume I am your next target? How can that be? I'd never dare do that to you, Prime Minister. Lung Wuchang shook his head. Zhuge Chongfeng gave a cold smile in return, not minding it. I don't mind playing a round or 2 once Sir Lung has dealt with that monkey. Shuddering, Lung Wuchang's eyes shined with battle spirit. Of Tianyu's 3 great minds, he had always been second to Zhuge Chongfeng. He now had the chance to face the man, and although he was somewhat uncertain, the excitement prevailed. Every man with power would do anything to fight for the title of number 1 in the world, unwanted contriver included. On the other side, Yu Yushan saw the trio unmoving and turned to the frightened Xianxia. Girl, that old poisoner wanted to dissolve you into a bloody smear on the ground for that kid. But I found such a revenge lackluster and figured out a much better way. You wish. Big brother Zhua will definitely save me. Xianxia struggled as she cursed, her hand tracing the thunder ring. Each time the thunder ring flickered, Zhuofan was bound to swoop in and carry her from the jaws of danger. Big brother Zhua. Her heart cried those 3 little words, absolutely convinced of her delusional fairy tale. Xia Tianyang gnashed his teeth, crawling forth to save his love. He didn't go far, once again taken by weakness. Only his bloodshot eyes never left Yu Yushan, wishing nothing more than to devour him. Shaking his head, Yu Yushan ignored his surroundings and enjoyed making the last squirm. Girl, your man won't come. While we ambushed you, he was going to Huangpu Qingtian to fight over the 4th brimming sacred pill. Ha ha ha. Now that I recall, weren't you supposed to be a cauldron for us? Although late by a few years, it's never too late to receive your fate. Yu Yushan touched her head as it released eerie sounds and gray energy. Everyone cried, Ghost hand? He wants to take Ninger's essence. Ninger! Xia Tianyang shouted himself hoarse. No matter how much he wanted and tried to save her, he just couldn't muster the strength to even get up. Essence was a soul's foundation, its core. Its role was to condense divine sense and anchor the soul. Once taken away, the soul would scatter while the flesh would keep on living merely as an empty shell. Chu Qingqing jerked. Yu Yushan wasn't using her as a bargaining chip, but putting her to death. Her team acted at once. Far too late, however. Yu Yushan's gray energy rippled, and he lifted the hand placed on Xianxia's head. As if pulling something, Xianxia's face grew ashen. Sheer terror painted on her face as she spoke faintly, "Be big brother Zhua. Save me, Then, the top of her head flashed in a blinding light and a pure mote of energy rose above. Xue Ningxiang's eyes dulled, having lost the energy to stand. Even her cheerful nature dissipated, as she fell to the ground. Yu Yushan was overjoyed at the dazzling light, intoxicated even. Such pure essence is rarer than rare. What a waste letting her live for so long. Fortunately, it has found its use in the end. Yu Yushan placed the essence in a censer, then sealed the lid before putting it away. Yu Yushan, release Ninger's essence. Chu Qingqing's delicate voice came, just as her palm was poised to attack. Yu Yushan replied in kind. The two attacks met and were both forced back. Yu Yushan took the recoil to his advantage and flew away in laughter. Ha ha ha, without her essence her soul will last for a few more days. Enough for that punk to say his last goodbyes. Pass this along, would you? If he wants revenge, we'll be waiting at the Earth exit. Chu Qingqing glared in hatred at the fleeting Yu Yushan. Just then, Long Xingyun and Xie Tianshang flew in front of him and cut off his retreat. Yu Yushan, don't think you can get away from me with murder. Xie Tianshang's sword flew. The bright and thick sword attack crossed the entire sky. Long Xingyun snickered. Hee. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Boom. The incredible sword and palm attacks startled Yu Yushan. With 2 against 1, 6 dragons and 1 phoenix at that, he had no hope of escaping. In his desperation, he released his spirit animal to take the brunt as he escaped. Pa. The scorching eagle was struck as it was still making sense of its surroundings. The 2 profound heaven experts' attacks weren't that threatening, but the eagle still cried in pain, turned its head dumbfounded. Where's Master? He had let him out, but there was no sight of him. Xie Tianshang and Long Xingyun were stunned. He is lower than vermin. To even use a 5th-level spiritual beast to cover his ass. He is scum. But we'd be far worse if we wouldn't accept the sacrifice. Xie Tianshang and Long Xingyun smiled coldly and attacked the spirit animal. The duo released their own beasts to attack Yu Yushan's beast and put it down for good. The scorching eagle was devastated. What the hell? Can someone please tell me what is going on? Why am I suddenly in a deadly situation? No one cared enough to enlighten the beast. The 2 beasts and their masters surrounded it. They beat it into submission and tears, turning it into spoils of war. The fleeting Yu Yushan sighed and cried. Sorry, partner. Everything is for the mission. Brother Yu, wait. Panicked cry reached him. Yu Yushan found Yen Bongyi next to him. OL Poisoner. How did you escape? Yu Yushan was stunned. Smiling at his fortune, Yen Bongyi said, It's thanks to you distracting them. I slipped away after taking a pill. If I had known, I wouldn't have used my spirit animal. Oh, and why didn't you take out your own spirit animal to save me? Yen Bongyi smirked. Sure, and what good would 3 men and 3 beasts do against 1 man and 2 beasts? It would only end up sacrificed like your own in the end. Faltering, Yu Yushan's face twitched. This is our mission, not mine alone. He had lost the most in this. Yen Bongyi was quite hurt as well, yet pleased as punch, ready for his reward. Yu Yushan's anger only rose. Back to Long Xingyun, the man and beast team clobbered the scorching eagle down to its last breath, then placed it in his ring. Only then they flew to provide help to Xie Tianyang and others. Chu Qingqing's girls helped Xue Ningxiang up, but her dead eyes and fading life force left them in grief. Chu Qingqing's eyes teared and placed a hand on her head. Dong Xiaowan cried, Edifice Lord Chu, what are you doing? With Lady Ninger's essence taken, her mind is in chaos and her soul is about to scatter. The agony is no different from having one's marrow pierced by 1,000 needles. The pain is enough to harm the soul. It's better to release her from the torment. Chu Qingqing gnashed her teeth, her heart bleeding at the injustice. Dong Xiaowan was stunned. She looked away as tears streamed down. The Xue clan and Xie Tianyang weren't by Ninger's side, but the words cut them deep still. They hoped to save Ninger, even if it was a flimsy hope. But none wanted to put her through such torment. Only Lung Wuchang nodded. Not a bad way to die. At least better than muddying the ground with blood. Yu Yushan showed quite the initiative in this mission. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled. Ninger, please don't blame me. Looking at Xianxia's pale face, Chu Qingqing's palm was ready to strike. But then, Chu Qingqing looked stunned as Xianxia's dainty hand stopped her. With barely any strength left in her, even with her eyes dull, she still held on to the last bit of energy, holding back the attack. A deflated and weak smile graced her lips. Edifice Lord Chu, please, give me more time. I want to see Big Brother Zhuo one last time. Chu Qingqing's words were stuck in her throat. She knew the pain of having one's soul scattered. But nonetheless, Ninger wished to wait for Zhuo Fan. As a woman, especially a woman who loved the same man she did, Chu Qingqing's heart was in such pain that she turned around. Xianxiang gave a faint smile. Thank you. Once Xianxiang and the Xue brothers recovered enough with the help of pills, they rushed to Xianxiang's side. The pale face and increasingly weakened figure filled them with sorrow. Xie Tianyang wanted to go get her essence back, but Xie Tianshang held him back. The other side had Huangpu Qingtian, and neither of them were his match. Xie Tianshang may be a martial fanatic, but he knew his limits. Before they could do anything else, however, they had to wait for Zhuo Fan and discuss it. But even after 2 days, Zhuo Fan was nowhere in sight. Xianxiang only got worse, at the brink of death. Xie Tianyang was always by her side, in tears. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, Xianxiang and Xie Tianyang saw their thunder ring flashing. Xianxiang was moments away from passing, but her eyes shined and a smile appeared. He came! Boom! Lightning crashed and Zhuo Fan landed. He saw less than 1,000 men and his heart seized. He asked Chu Qingqing nervously, Is everyone all right? Their faces were dull and words had left them. Zhuo Fan's heart skipped a beat, feeling the gravity of the situation. Xie Tianyang's bloodshot eyes turned to him, his voice laced with hatred. You're too late, far too late. Zhuo Fan was taken aback seeing the brother he went through life and death with show such an expression. But then he noticed something and his lips quivered. How is Ninger? Xie Tianyang only closed his eyes, but tears never stopped flowing. Zhuo Fan grew more nervous as he approached slowly with shaky legs. He didn't want to accept that because of him, Huangpu Qingtian had moved against Ninger, a sweet and frail girl. As the sad and despondent people slowly made way to reveal a delicate figure, Zhuo Fan's mind was blown away, rooted on the spot. Brother Zhuo, you're back? Xianxiang was so weak that her eyes were now dead voids. But she forced herself to show a smile, to ease everyone's minds. They all knew she wasn't long for this world. Zhuo Fan released his discerning field. He shook for a moment and gnashed his teeth. Ninger's essence. Zhuo Fan's hands tightened. How long? Chu Qingqing spoke dully. 3 days. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan closed his eyes. He felt something warm flowing down his face. Once essence left the body, it had to be returned in maximum 1 day for the person to be saved. With 3 days passing, even if he had the power to return it, he couldn't save her. Xianxiang understood his pain and smiled, like everything would be all right. Big Brother Zhuo, you said you'd come for me 5 days later. You didn't lie to me. You came back. Xianxiang struggled to raise her hand, the thunder ring flickering on her finger. Big Brother Zhuo, you held our promise. Listening to her faint and concerned voice, Zhuo Fan still kept his eyes shut. He was afraid that after looking at her, he wouldn't be able to take it, his heart giving in to the flooding emotions. Then Zhuo Fan forced those impulses down, achieving calm. He opened his tranquil eyes, his voice plain. Ninger, I was late. Big Brother Zhuo, it's all right. You weren't late. To me, today is the 5th day. Xianxiang said to him, Big Brother Zhuo, will you touch your ring to mine and fulfill our promise? Zhuo Fan drew closer to the weakened girl, showing his flickering thunder ring. Xianxia could not see, but the sound reaching her ears made her show a smile. Big brother Zhua, I know you must be feeling guilty, but it wasn't your fault. I believe you were just as taken by their schemes as we were by their ambush. I do not blame you. They even said they came to kill me for you. I am happy. This proves Big Brother Zhua cares about me the most for them to pay attention to a girl like me. Tightening his hands, Zhuofan fell silent, but his eyes exploded in rage. Brother Tianyang, didn't you want to touch rings as well? What are you waiting for? I don't have much time. I still long to hear our 3 rings flicker. Xianxia smiled at Xie Tianyang. Xie Tianyang's heart was consumed by grief, tears flooding his eyes as he touched his ring to the other 2. The 3 thunder rings let out a bright light and intense crackling. Xianxia closed her eyes at peace. I wish we could return to those days in the All-Beast Mountain Range. Pa! Xianxia's hand slacked. She was gone, but there was no pain or regret on her pale face. It was impossible for anyone who died from a scattered soul to show such an expression, because the agony of having one's soul ripped to pieces would twist their face into a horrifying visage. But not Xianxia, she only showed content. Even Zhuge Changfeng, Lung Wuchang and Dugu Zhantian beyond the national elemental stone showed a reaction. They had never seen such a pure and innocent girl. It was a true loss for her to suffer such a gruesome death. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. No wonder the kid is so touched by this girl. She is a true rarity. An evil soul will always look for pure souls to lean on for comfort. But once the pure soul leaves, the evil soul would find itself alone and maddened. No one can prevent it. Lung Wuchang caressed his beard. His sigh showed compassion, but the glint in his eyes spoke another truth. Zhuge Changfeng eyed him coldly. Sir Lung, when playing with an angry beast, beware not to get mangled yourself. Ha ha ha, it's fine, Prime Minister. The most feared are the cold and calculating beasts, while rampant ones are mere brutes, easy to handle. Lung Wuchang showed a crafty smile. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head and sighed, looking at Zhuofan. Kid, how could you fall so easily to their games? Shui clan head and patriarch were paralyzed watching Ninger leave this world. Luo Yunchang rushed to help them, although just as overwhelmed with grief. Shui Gang and Shui Lin wailed by Ninger's side. Xie Tianyang panted, his eyes red, his sword clenched in his hand. Zhuofan, Huangpu Qingtian is waiting for you at the Earth exit. Let's go together and avenge Ninger. That's suicide. You're walking into a trap. Here we have the water exit and we can win the esoteric debate as long as we return to Dragon Cloud City. Zhuofan's eyes never strayed from Xianxia. He was calm, his eyes an endless abyss. Xie Tianyang's vein popped on his forehead and he glared at him. Bastard! Is that all you have to say? Ninger died because of you and that's all you can think of? Are you a cold-blooded animal? That's exactly what I am. Haven't you figured that out yet? Zhuofan deadpanned. My objective is to win the esoteric debate. The human cost is irrelevant. Entering Beast King Mountain means you've assumed the risk of dying. There is no one you can blame for the choices you make. Bastard! Xie Tianyang's swing sent Zhuofan flying as he raved. I don't care how you treat others, but Ninger died because of you. Zhuofan picked himself up, blood trickling from his lips, yet his tone was as flat as before. As I've said, after coming to Beast King Mountain, you have no one else to blame for your fate. But this girl shouldn't have come. She was too weak. Xie Tianyang was shuddering, his eyes flashing with bloodthirst. Chu Qingcheng and her girls looked at Zhuofan with no little reproach and blame. Has this man become dead inside? How can he say such cruel things? Now of all times. Long Xingyun was the only one who nodded. Brother Zhua is right. The esoteric debate is fraught with danger and no one can guarantee one's survival. The top priority is unchanged, to leave this place as soon as possible. Brother Zhua, I heard you snatched the 4th brimming sacred pill. Don't forget your brothers and leave us one as well. I will. Zhuofan nodded. Whoosh! Xie Tianyang had had enough. His killing intent spiked. his eyes bloodshot and his sword pierced for Zhuofan. Bastard! I knew this was all a diversion. You threw us along as bait while you went for the brimming sacred pill. You killed Ninger. What? That's flowing spaces 9 forms. Stop, Tianyang. Xie Tianshang cried for him in panic. For him to use flowing spaces 9 forms on Zhuofan, he was fully intent on killing him. They were as close as brothers, so how did it come to this? He was too late. Xie Tianyang's attack shot for Zhuofan, who merely laid on the ground. When the sword attack was upon him, a mere flash of golden light from his eye blinked it out of existence. He then popped behind Xie Tianyang and struck his neck. Boom! Xie Tianyang laid in a meter-wide hole, out cold. The shock was palpable on everyone's faces. They knew of Zhuofan's power, but hearing about it and seeing it for themselves were 2 different things. The second young master of Sword Marquis' abode was dealt with in 1 blow. Xie Tianshang cupped his hands. Brother Zhuo, please forgive my reckless brother. No need. We're leaving. Zhuofan's hand flashed and 2 blue crystals sank into the water exit's groove. The water exit then released a light pillar towards the heavens. Zhuofan pointed. The array is open. Let's move. At Zhuofan's invitation, Xie Tianshang and the others breathed easier. He carried his brother, while Shui Gang took his sister's body. They passed through the light and arrived in Dragon Cloud City. At the familiar sight, they all relaxed as if they had escaped hell. Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Sir Lung, by the looks of it, the savage beast hasn't gone mad. In fact, he handled everything with exceeding calm. Lung Wucheng frowned as his eyes were skeptical. Was I wrong? Chu Qingcheng came to Zhuofan, but didn't walk through the exit. Zhuofan, I was wrong about you. A cold and ruthless man like you isn't worthy of a woman's love. Zhuofan just stood there. Darling, you? Xiao Dandan shook her head in disappointment, then went away as well. Dong Xiaowan's group merely sighed before following. They were the winners, but nobody felt like one. The prevalent mood was glum and despondent. The only one left was Chu Qingqing. She walked to the array without sparing him a second look. But then she caught sight of the bloodstains on the ground and was stunned. Looking closer, Zhuofan's hands were so tightly clenched. His nails had dug into his flesh and blood trailed between his fingers. Zhuofan had the diamond body. Just what kind of power did he wield to even harm himself? Chu Qingcheng cried, Zhuofan, you! But Zhuofan pushed her through the pillar, and she found herself back in Dragon Cloud City. Chu Qingcheng was worried sick now, looking at the water national elemental stone. She shouted at the cold Zhuofan beyond the veil. Zhuofan, what are you doing? A pity the array only worked one way. No one could make sense of Drifting Flower's edifice lord's outburst. Why was she so distraught? It was soon made clear, however. Zhuofan pulled the keys and threw them away. His bloody hands spread. His body shivered. His eyes were bloodshot as lightning crackled. All that was heard was his roar. Ninger! The rage had been held back long enough, and it now consumed his mind. Lightning twisted around him like snakes. It donned him with an armor that flickered purple. Zhuofan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the heavens. His veins popped one by one out of his skin, threatening to burst. With the sharp lightning wings stretching a meter in every direction, increasing the lightning output, 100 meters around him was pulverized. Zhuofan was now the avatar of a demon god, bent on spreading chaos and slaughter. And that horrifying face was twisted to such a degree, even the audience watching beyond the veil felt weak in their knees. Even the 7 houses' profound heaven experts were shaking at the mighty display. Chu Qingcheng struck the national elemental stone, calling out his name as tears fell from her eyes, evidence of the pain in her heart. They were wrong about him. He was the one hurting the most from Xuaningxiang's passing. He chose to suppress his grief, to take them all to safety before going to slaughter Huangpu Qingtian. Luo Yunchang was choking with emotion seeing Zhuofan go mad from the pain of loss. Luo Yunhai was startled. I have never seen Big Brother Zhuo lose control like that. Captain Pang nodded, his knuckles white. Zhuofan had always been wise and collected, an indomitable mountain, just like a true leader. Only now he realized their tough and resolved steward Zhua had a weaker side. Zhua Fan's howls and twisted features evoked silent cries from the Luo clan. What pain! What torment must his heart be enduring for him to show such grief? The entire Luo clan turned to Regent Estate. For the first time ever, this meager, barely ascended second-rate clan was looking at the head of the 7 houses with a thirst for battle. Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed as they took in Huangpu Tianyuan and Leng Wuchang. They burned with endless rage, wishing nothing more than to purge the two from this world. Uncaring of the looks the ants gave him, Leng Wuchang smiled. Prime Minister, you were saying? A hero always falls for the princess. I never expected for such a cautious kid to get wrapped up in such a cliché. A shame really. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. Leng Wuchang laughed. It's because of his paranoid nature, of his dead heart, that a man who by all intents and purposes shouldn't have weaknesses would lose his mind in the simplest fashion. Emotional people have normal reactions when they are excited, while those dead inside, the tiniest spark could set them off and collapse them from within. Zhuge Changfeng nodded helplessly. Monkey, you cannot fight an old fox after all. Huangpu Qingtian, your life is mine. Zhua Fan's roar broke everyone out of their reverie, and even Chu Qingqing's shouts stopped. They saw him shoot for the skies and he was gone the next second. Zhua Fan, don't go. You know it's a trap. Chu Qingqing smashed at the national elemental stone, crying herself hoarse, but her voice was unable to pierce the veil. Zhua Fan wouldn't have stopped even if he did hear her. He had long passed the point of no return. His emotions were scarring his heart, and the madness was the only sign showing what he was going through. He was driven by one thought alone, fueled by his inner turmoil. Nothing mattered more than ripping Huangpu Qingtian's head from his shoulder in offering to Ninger. Chu Qingqing was crying and shouting long after he was gone. Grandmother held her. Child, he's doing it for another woman, not you. So why are you? Grandmother? Chu Qingqing looked at her through tears. Didn't you say he was cold and ruthless? How did he change? Ugh. Grandmother was lost for words. How should I know? I am not his shadow. She had to admit, however, that not even she, who had raised 3 generations of Drifting Flowers edifice's elders, noticed Zhua Fan having such strong affection for someone. Sighing, grandmother shook her head. Chu Qingqing closed her eyes and said, I knew I had made the right choice back then. Startled, grandmother nodded helplessly. Perhaps. Do you want to save her? An aged voice pierced Chu Qingqing's ears. Chu Qingqing turned in the voice's direction. You don't have to speak. If you are intent on saving her, come see me in the forest 30 miles from here. But you better hurry, lest the window closes. She only has 2 hours left. Shuddering, Chu Qingqing pulled out of grandmother's embrace and flew away. Grandmother was stunned, but Chu Qingqing's impatient voice came next. Grandmother, I have something to do. I'll be back soon. Grandmother frowned. She used to know everything when it came to Drifting Flowers edifice. Just what is Chu Qingqing going to do? But she trusted her enough not to question her motives. When the clamor died down and Zhua Fan left the water exit, everyone turned to the Earth National Elemental Stone. Huangpu Qingtian had long been waiting there, gathering his men, waiting for his quarry. Eldest young master, are you certain the punk will fall for such a painfully obvious trap? Just now I saw the water exit activating. Wouldn't it make more sense for them to leave for Dragon Cloud City with the 4 brimming sacred pills? Turning to the 10,000 men's ambush, Yu Yushan sighed. With neither the pills nor winning the esoteric debate, we would truly lose this time. The other 2 nodded. Huangpu Qingtian mocked them. Humph! Ignorant fools. I've already stressed what our main objective is. As long as Zhua Fan lives, nothing else matters. And above all else, Sir Leng is never wrong. The others may return, but Zhua Fan won't. Wait and see. The 3 bowed. They had no clue what was happening on Zhua Fan's side, but the audience was clear on one thing. Zhua Fan was on his way over to the Earth exit. They were cast reverent gazes onto Lung Wuchang standing among Regent Estate's clansmen. As expected of unwanted contrivers' ploys, even Demon Archon Zhuofan fell for it. He truly is the Empire's sage. Lung Wuchang was basking in the gazes of everyone, straightening his beard in pride. He felt like his glory had surpassed even Zhuge Chongfeng's. But the latter didn't bother, eyes fixed on the national elemental stone, contemplating. A day passed and Huangpu Qingtian was still sitting peacefully before the earth exit. The sudden thunderclap scared off the birds in its path. The frantic and erratic power threatened to crush everything. Huangpu Qingtian opened his eyes and grinned, looking in the distance. Ha ha ha! Finally. Yan Bongyi, Yu Yushan, Lin Shenfeng, get ready. We can't let him escape. Understood. The three cupped their hands, vanishing among the trees. With the fall of lighting, it revealed a gruesome face. Zhuofan's eyes knew nothing but bloodlust at this point. Huangpu Qingtian was thrilled. His presence here proved that the plan had worked. Ha ha ha, Zhuofan. I used to think you had the same royal air as myself. How come you're riddled with emotion? How could you stoop so low? Now I see that I am the only one worthy to be king here. Huangpu Qingtian, your life is mine. Zhuofan roared, throwing himself at Huangpu Qingtian. Huangpu Qingtian sneered. Only kings are worthy of my attention. 3 shouts followed his words and a flood of people came from all directions. More than 10,000. There were even hundreds of profound heaven experts leading the charge, wielding 4th-grade spiritual weapons with the sole purpose of piercing that diamond body of his. Zhuofan roared, "Get lost, ants!" His voice, powered by his intent, spread all around, only to meet another intent along the way. With a bang, the 2 intents cancelled each other. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes widened. He didn't take Zhuofan to be capable of outdoing him in the strength of soul. But he made sure to cover it up with mockery. Humph! You'll never get to use intent as long as I'm around. Squinting, Zhuofan was still unfazed. If the easy way failed, he'd just have to kill them the hard way. Zhuofan sped up and made contact with the 10,000 men's army. Tens of spiritual weapons fell upon Zhuofan, akin to being hit by a cannonball each time. Even Yu Yushan and his 2 allies looked startled at the onslaught. Not even a radiant stage expert could escape the blows of tens of profound heaven experts all coming at once. They'd be picked apart. Zhuofan has truly lost it to charge head-on. The audience beyond the veil was of the same opinion. They finally realized the horrifying difference between a calculative beast and a mad one. Zhuofan had now lost all reason, all inhibitions, but regardless of how strong he was, even he would fall against an army. Luo Yunchang and others were watching in worry. What happened next was beyond anything they had ever dreamed of. Even Regent Estate was floored. I thought I told you. Get out of my sight, you insects. Following his roar, the purple lighting enveloped his body, and under the stunned audience's watch, he moved like a tornado with his wings spread. Whoosh! The attack hacked through metal and flesh alike. Tens of profound heaven experts and their spiritual weapons were bisected before they could make contact. The lightning wings wrapped in purple lightning were the ultimate killing weapon. Utter shock. Every single person who was watching went slack-jawed, no exception. Lung Wuchang was quite certain a couple dozen profound heaven experts wouldn't do Zhuofan in. But he didn't go as far as to assume they'd die in an instant. Not even a radiant stage expert with their intent sealed could pull it off. And yet, Lung Wuchang's gaze grew firm, as did his frown. I knew the kid was hiding his strength. Now we finally see his limits. Xie Tianshang's eyes shrank. The hand on the hilt tightened. Till now he saw Zhuofan as a convenient target to challenge and better himself, only to find out that the guy was an even bigger objective than Huangpu Qingtian had ever been. Zhuofan's mad slaughter was that of a tyrant, trampling all that stood in his way. The bloody and gruesome battle had even this martial fanatic's blood pumping. He was totally regretting it now. Why couldn't he have stayed back in Beast King Mountain? He would have been fighting alongside Zhuofan right about now, getting his fix of killings. Huangpu Qingtian's eyebrow moved. Zhuofan had defied his projections, with those lightning wings of his even capable of cutting through fourth-grade spiritual weapons like butter. Taking a leap further, it wasn't that much of a wild guess that those wings could pierce his own hardened body. Attack! The instant death of dozens of profound heaven experts struck fear in the rest, but Huangpu Qingtian was there to make sure they would stop at nothing to kill him. For a moment, nobody knew what to do. While the others were in a conundrum over their literal existence, Zhuofan had no such qualms. He jumped into the fray, waving his wings and fists in every direction. Bam! Another few dozen profound heaven experts bit the dust, cut right down the middle. Zhuofan's hands weren't idle either, punching the still-beating hearts out of the chest of two others. He squeezed, sending blood and gore around, while the two decorations on his arms blew apart. His eyes, though, were just as brutal and bloodshot as when he started this bloody mess. They were a window into his heart, consumed now by slaughter. The legs of the rest wobbled, their hearts gripped in fear. Zhuofan was the very personification of a savage beast, killing regardless of who barred his path. Some that broke out into a mad run for their lives were swiftly caught up and killed with impunity. At this moment, valor pushed through the fear and everyone came to one conclusion. Since they were destined to die either way, they'd rather go down fighting. They fell upon him like a flood, as the thirst for murder in Zhuofan's eyes grew and grew. Huangpu Qingtian had a satisfied smirk. I finally understand what Sir Lung was talking about. The collected Zhuofan would never engage in senseless slaughter, breeding hatred all around, but go for scare tactics. We may be 10,000, but the ones engaged in fighting only amount to a mere handful. But with his mind consumed by rage, he forced everyone to see no escape from death, lest they kill him. He has completely aroused their self-preservation. Revenge is so deeply ingrained in his mind that he is no longer feared. Ha ha ha. Eldest young master is a genius. We won't even need to intervene now. The punk will sooner or later end up dying, swallowed by our 10,000 men. Yu Yushan snickered and added a thumbs up. Huangpu Qingtian waved him off. Hardly. Ants are just that, ants. They won't ever get to wring his life. Their only use is to chip at Zhuofan's stamina and reveal any meddlesome aces he has tucked away. It will be up to me to cull this demon for murder. No one else is worthy, not even you three. The trio looked at each other, their hearts filled with dissatisfaction and anger, but none retorted. Going back to the slaughter at hand, Zhuofan was found to have reaped through hundreds of experts. The trio nodded inwardly. Eldest young master has a point. The monster has gone berserk, but we're still no match for him. Now then, it is time we added to the challenge. Activate that 36 array. Huangpu Qingtian watched the slaughter with a cold and detached eye. Yan Bongyi gave a signal to the ones hiding in the forest. The men's hands weaved through gestures and a bright light enveloped the battlefield. Zhuofan, who saw only red before his eyes, suddenly stopped and his knees buckled. Looking down, he saw a silvery light, meteor array. Zhuofan's instinct told him this was a first-grade array, putting pressure on him and sealing his movements. He could tear through such a low-grade array with his yuan qi alone. But it was easier said than done when being assaulted from all sides by endless waves of enemies. Those profound heaven experts wielding spiritual weapons were waiting for this golden opportunity and stabbed him. A dozen of them chose to aim for the lightning wings instead. With the lightning wings nailed to the ground, he was like a lamb to the slaughter. Hee. Soaring demonic dragon's head is mine. One excited profound heaven expert saw endless glory within reach. But then a curse came from behind. Don't you dare get greedy. Stick to the plan and hold down his wings. Any mistake now will turn the eldest young master's wrath on you. Shuddering, the man woke up from his reverie, moving from Zhuofan's head to the wings. The audience beyond the veil were crying out in shock, as Luo Yunchang was sweating buckets with worry. They only had to trap Zhuofan, and when he was meek and helpless, the sea of people would attack and finish the job. Huangpu Tunyuan smiled. Sir Lung, the punk would be worse for wear if not outright killed. Who knows? I reckon his ultimate demise will rest in the eldest young master's hands. Lung Wuchang shook his head. Huangpu Tunyuan snorted. Won't that give him all the glory? Whoosh. Tens of fourth-grade spiritual weapons were coming for Zhuofan's head. Not even Zhuofan could take that. Yet the man in question had the same bloodthirsty gaze, not registering the meager clowns and their parlor tricks. As the spiritual weapons approached, joy blossomed on the faces of everyone. Just then, Zhuofan's right eye shined with a golden halo. Divine Eye of the Void. First stage. Shift. Whoosh. All spiritual weapons vanished without a trace, only to appear a mile away, somewhere in the forest. They all froze in shock. They were this close to ending the monster, but their weapons vanished. How do we kill him now? Won't we just die? Thank God the monster is still in the meteor array and we can draw back. Their relief was short-lived, however, as the purple lightning once again exploded from his body. A boom announced the destruction of the array beneath him, as well as the bloody pieces of profound heaven experts flying everywhere. Zhuofan made a show of standing up and, without preamble, resumed the slaughterfest. Only this time, the purple lightning acted as a shield 3 meters around him. Those unfortunate enough not to remove themselves from peril were ejected by force, permanently and in a spectacular fashion of gory shower and blood. Even the hidden arrays around him were detonated ahead of their time. The purple lightning tore through anyone and anything without remorse. Zhuofan was charging all this while. He didn't need to do much else, with the shield blowing everyone around to pieces. In mere 15 minutes, the death toll reached 4 digits, with many of the victims strewn around all over the place. The rest shirked back in fear, not willing to face him and test his edge. Now even if Zhuofan chased them, they'd still flee. The first time they had placed their trust in human wave tactics and held a glimmer of hope at overpowering the savage. While now that notion was quite literally blown away, evident by the victims getting zapped as they tested the lightning shield, only to die gruesomely before they could even reach him. How do you fight that? A man's valor grew when fighting against surmountable opponents. But in Zhuofan's case, the man was indomitable, and fear had soon taken root. The battlefield had devolved into Zhuofan chasing around fleeing and powerless targets. No one could stop him. Yen Bongyi was soaked in sweat, now realizing the tragic and deadly extent of Zhuofan's purple lightning. It was worse than his poison. Under these circumstances, the tables had turned. They were the ones with the army, and yet they were the ones ending up butchered. Yu Yushan was panicking. Eldest young master. That thing is a freak of nature. Our 10,000 men's army will be gone soon if we don't do something. Not to mention the whole of Dragon Cloud City's clan and house leaders are watching us. We've been plotting and scheming for so long to trap one man, and if we still can't deal with him, we'll become the butt of the Empire's joke. I know. I don't need you to remind me. Huangpu Qingtian's snort cut him off. His eyes glinted with cruelty as he stepped forward. I didn't think I'd have to step in so soon. I truly am surrounded by trash. People watched the Earth National Elemental Stone engrossed, be it from fear or shock. Some were too stunned to even react. Zhuofan had braved against 1,000 men alone and killed them by the score like a true demon god. It was long past the point where the house's elders could stay calm. Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Longjiu was the most affected. Zhuofan's murder weapon was none other than the purple lightning from his eye, though the difference couldn't be bigger. Zhuofan's purple lightning was so strong he used it as armor, and all he had to do was run into the enemy unchallenged. The enemy had no choice but to flee, unable to cope with such destructive force. The lofty figure, filled with zeal in his indiscriminate killing, made the viewers secretly cry out in excitement. One particular crazed martial fanatic felt the opposite. Xie Tianshang had long been shuddering with fervor and fighting spirit. Whoosh! A light announced Chu Qingqing's return, her face filled with grief. Grandmother rushed to her side in worry. Qingqing, what's wrong? Nothing. Chu Qingqing shook her head. How is he? Grandmother sighed and turned to the veil. See for yourself. Chu Qingqing caught Zhuofan's howl as he tore into the 10,000 men army. His face was malevolent among the flying limbs, a picture only achieving completion with the symphony manifested by the agonized victims. The bloodshot eyes seemed to write off anyone they landed on, gone from this world. The first thing that came to mind was a death god unleashed upon this world to spread suffering and pain. Chu Qingqing's heart was twisted up from pain, biting her lip in fear of crying out. Even as tears fell from her eyes. She knew very well that the crazed Zhuofan was in incredible pain and grief. Look, Huangpu Qingtian is joining. At the nameless cry, everyone turned to the imposing and mighty figure charging with relentless force towards Zhuofan. There was not a single person out there who didn't recognize the conceited heaven-shaking dragon lord. This lifted the moods of everyone at the prospect. The two strongest geniuses of Tianyu were duking it out. Who was going to win? Who was going to be the #1 clan in this time's esoteric debate? It would soon be made apparent, as dragons collided. The rules were very clear though. The first to return to Dragon Cloud City was crown champion. Though everyone knew, the returnees even more so, that it was merely an escape, cowardice. The title of #1 clan of Tianyu rested on the shoulders of these two dragons. Gulping, every single person was watching the most anticipated battle of the century with hearts in their throat. Xie Tianshang was holding the sword hilt so tight that his hand turned white. His eyes were sparkling while his excitement shot through the roof. Those two were the objectives he wanted to desperately surpass, but who was the best and strongest of their generation hanged far more heavily on his mind. This battle would settle who was to be his true goal. Zhuofan. Zhuofan went nuts in killing anything that moved, going so far under in his bloodlust that he lost focus of his surroundings. It was then that the shout coming from behind pierced his ears. Turning around, he saw Huangpu Qingtian charging and shouted, "Huangpu Qingtian, you will pay with your life." Zhuofan moved away from those ants and rushed towards Huangpu Qingtian. The purple lightning withdrew into his fist just as he struck. Huangpu Qingtian roared as well, shining golden and surrounded by 9 golden dragons, as he met the punch. Imperial Tyrant Body Art. Bam! The staggering power of the punches smashed together. A golden light erupted and purple lightning exploded. As the earth caved and sky trembled. Zhuofan and Huangpu Qingtian's fists were now in a deadlock. But the power only grew stronger, roaming along their arms and aiming to settle the stalemate. Huangpu Qingtian and Zhuofan glared at each other, with neither backing out an inch. But the sudden explosion flung both of them backwards for 5 feet. The tremendous pressure swept the battlefield. The rampant golden glow along with the berserk purple lightning tore into any poor devil that crossed its path. The fallout alone robbed the lives of 2,000 hapless souls, reduced to mangled flesh and adding to this hellscape. Gasping, the survivors fled as fast as they could. It went beyond what their feeble minds could possibly comprehend. Just the shock wave reaped through them like death. Not even profound heaven experts were spared from such a cruel fate. They had finally come to realize on their own skin what a gulf in power truly meant. The profound heaven experts knew the two of them could kill them with just their thumb. How could heaven allow for such monsters to exist? It went against the natural order. The ones receiving the full brunt of the shock were in fact 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. They were aware of how the two were leagues above them, but nobody had imagined it would be such a steep cliff separating them. They had a feeling that not even in the radiant stage would they be the two's match. Xie Tianshang clenched his fists in frustration, but sighed in the end. Just how am I to surpass these monsters? For the first time ever, this martial fanatic actually complained about one's strength. Huangpu Qingtian and Zhuofan's display left him utterly powerless. A standoff. While the rest were awed by the power display, only Jade Flute Divine Sword Fong Choubai's eyes squinted. They even contained a glint of amazement while looking at Zhuofan. The Emperor's intent for Zhuofan to harass Huangpu Qingtian came from his council. He had gone to great lengths in informing Zhuofan of every aspect of Huangpu Qingtian's traits. That a head-on clash was ill-advised and he had to lean on tactics to get the upper hand. Nonetheless, it did not lower the danger Zhuofan had faced in this mission. Yet at the end of it all, the kid took merely 5 years to reach the level of monstrosity Huangpu Qingtian turned out to be. Something he had failed to foresee. He could go as far as to say Zhuofan was the truest monster of the two. Just 5 years ago, Zhuofan barely defeated Huangpu Qingtian's younger brother, who was far weaker. And here he was now the other brother's equal. It was just too hard to wrap his head around how insane it was. What blew his mind, however, was the two monsters' one-stage gap in cultivation. So the two may be equal right now, but Zhuofan's potential was inhumanly above Huangpu Qingtian's. It was hard to fathom what the future held for the man. In 5 years, no, just 3 years, Zhuofan may very well be able to wipe the floor with Huangpu Qingtian. Such prospects were so ridiculous, even Fang Qiubai had to do a double take. It's also obvious now why the kid was so carefree when accepting this mission. He is confident of victory. As long as he comes out alive from this battle, he will grow into the #1 overlord of Tianyu. Not even Regent Estate's 1,000-year-old legacy will be of use then. Ha ha ha. Fang Qiubai sighed. Lung Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan had reached the same dreaded conclusion. Zhuofan had now risen to the level of biggest threat on their list. He must be stopped at all costs. The kid can already cause upheavals, throwing the 7 houses into turmoil. If allowed to grow for even a second more, no matter how much power the 7 houses bring out, it wouldn't be worth a damn. Huangpu Qingtian stopped his skidding, looking at Zhuofan in astonishment. He couldn't believe what just happened. One of his peers actually had the power to fight him. Zhuofan had so far been a thorn in his side through his cunning and sinister arts. But this clash proved they were equals. A truth he wasn't ready to accept. The majestic and royal Regent Estate's eldest young master, who had been uncontested all his life, had now found his nemesis. Perhaps the one to rob him of his birthright to rule. A deep sense of danger had taken root into his heart. Something that had never happened before. It only worked to fuel his thirst for murder as he roared, "Zhuofan, today you must die. Huangpu Qingtian, pay with your life." Zhuofan roared back. The lightning crackled as he charged, and Huangpu Qingtian did the same. Boom. The sky exploded in lightning as the earth was scorched. The two forces of nature in the shape of body cultivators clashed blow by blow, tearing the world asunder and spreading death. The fallout of every clash was like a bomb, which caught the hapless fools from the vassal clans, reaping their lives in the most agonizing way possible. Oi, you two. We aren't collateral damage here, you know? You both have a strong arm to take the punishment, but we are normal people. Show some compassion, will you? And leave us out of it. The two were too far gone. Zhuofan consumed by vengeance and Huangpu Qingtian consumed by having his status under real threat. They had no time to mind the petty ants, constantly clashing and constantly moving. 200 blows later, the two had no scratch on them, though one couldn't say the same about the unfortunate souls surrounding them. What was supposed to be an ambush was now culled by the aftermath of these monsters. The number of casualties tallied to 5,000, at the least. It was a total tragedy, genocide. Yu Yushan's group of 3 was shaking in their boots and sweating like pigs. They looked into each other's eyes. Should we leave? If anyone else heard them, they'd be floored. What the hell, man? If even the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix are scared of the two's fallout, what about us? Are we supposed to sit here and die? As the two's fight escalated, it had put the lives of even these 3 in danger. The decision was made for them, as the frail balance between the two monsters had slowly tipped. Huangpu Qingtian's golden dragon claw grabbed at Zhuofan's throat. The power behind it made Zhuofan flinch and lean away. Huangpu Qingtian snickered. His attack changed as he struck down. Zhuofan felt an immense pressure burying him a meter into the ground. Die! With a sinister and gleeful grin, Huangpu Qingtian's claw shot for his throat. 9 dragons diamond body, dragon-empowered claw. Rip. The space itself cracked as the golden dragon claw pierced at Zhuofan. The sharp gale cut at one's face. Squinting, Zhuofan was shocked inside. The feeling of this power told him that this martial art was at the limit of surpassing profound rank level and entering the earth level. The consequences would be dire if it struck. The audience beyond the national elemental stone were equally shocked. Huangpu Qingtian's arsenal wasn't limited to just the imperial tyrant body art. Xie Tianshang and his allies were the only ones who recognized that claw. Huangpu Qingtian had used the same claw on them once before, but that time paled compared to the one he showed today. Yet even that weak claw was enough to force them into submission. Witnessing Huangpu Qingtian going all out, it dawned on them what a deadly move it was, that it could crush mountains. Feng Qiubai watched it all with a critical eye. 9 dragons diamond body? I never thought I'd see this earth-ranked cultivation method appear again. What, Sir Feng? Did you say earth-ranked? Gasping, the rest couldn't believe their ears. Grandmother cried out. Is this the fabled imperial families? Feng Qiubai nodded. It is precisely the earth-ranked cultivation method the imperial family used at the time they founded Tianyu. 9 dragons diamond body. With the cultivation method being so brutal, the pinnacle of body cultivation, one needed remarkable talent coupled with a staunch body, lest they would die a gruesome death. At the founding of the empire, the imperial family could only train in the first stage, but even that proved to be too much for some. The dragon power ran rampant throughout their body, bursting their vessels and ultimately their bodies. I would have never guessed Huangpu would attain great ancestors' power. More so as Feng Qiubai squinted at Regent Estate. His training of the first stage is sublime and is very likely to go beyond it. Eyes turned to Regent Estate with horror. It was bad enough that Regent Estate was the strongest of the houses, but now their future estate lord had the talent to wield an earth-ranked cultivation method. Who was there left to face them? Regent Estate was clear on this, sticking out their heads in pride, as if to say, and now you know our power. Be good and wait. See how we deal with anyone who opposes us. Grandmother and her 2 allies' moods sank. There was always a gap in the 7 houses' power, but that would usually be bridged with their inherited profound ranked martial art. That gave them a fighting chance. Yet with Regent Estate using an earth-ranked martial art, they had left the other houses far behind, a level they could never reach. The 3 houses began to lament about their future. Was it perhaps a mistake pitting ourselves against the Regent Estate? Even their greatest hope of this generation, Zhuofan, was about to be culled. He only knew profound ranked martial arts. His talent was great, but how was he to rise up to Huangpu Qingtian wielding an earth-ranked martial art? They turned to the national elemental stone with a shake of their heads, assured that the worst outcome was nigh. Only Chu Qingcheng and Luo Yunchang begged to differ. In fact, they weren't thinking at all. Their minds and hearts were filled with worry for Zhuofan. Trapped there all alone and waiting for Huangpu Qingtian to strike. Die, Zhuofan! Huangpu Qingtian cackled. Victory was at hand. Zhuofan couldn't budge, but his eyes flashed golden. The one to die is you. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage. Shift. Zhuofan vanished into thin air. Huangpu Qingtian's claw gouged a 1,000-meter deep hole into the ground. Eyes trembling, Huangpu Qingtian wailed. He was about to get up when a relentless force smashed into him. A purple lightning-empowered fist rammed into his back. The rampant purple lightning rained havoc to his insides, tearing at his heart. No matter how tough Huangpu Qingtian was, he was not invincible. He spat crimson blood and was sent barreling into the hole he had just made, deepening it by another 1,000 meters. Such a radical change happened too fast for anyone to comprehend or react. None saw how Zhuofan had dodged, only registering how his fist buried Huangpu Qingtian. They were dumbstruck, minds blown. Few knew about Zhuofan's new abilities, with only the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix having seen him using it. But now everyone had gotten a taste of what he was capable of, and all they could do was stare bug-eyed. Feng Qiubai shivered, blinking in confusion. Not even this guy, peak radiant stage expert and glorious divine dragon of Tianyu, had any clue about how Zhuofan had pulled it off. What just happened? Is there a martial art in this world that I don't know of? I know all that came from Tianyu, so how? Feng Qiubai shook his head in the end, praising the kid to new levels. He always liked taking people by surprise. Grandmother and Long Yifei's eyes lit up. Under the imminent threat of Huangpu Qingtian's Earth-ranked martial art, Zhuofan escaped unscathed and even retaliated. Their hopes of winning against Regent Estate were rekindled. The kid doesn't disappoint. Ha ha ha. The trio laughed to themselves. Huangpu Tianyuan watched it all with a thin smile. He spoke calmly to Lung Wuchang, but every elder heard it too. Qingtian is no match for the little monster. We can only depend on Sir Lung's plans if we are to ever defeat him. Worry not, Estate Lord. Everything is going according to plan. Knowing the man aimed to curb the elder's view of the eldest young master, Lung Wuchang merely nodded. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled and enjoyed the show. From the cloud of dust hovering above the hole, Huangpu Qingtian burst out. Quite a sorry sight. He wasn't able to get his footing straight, though, as a sharp wind approached from behind. Huangpu Qingtian flashed around, face to face with Zhuofan's bloodshot eyes. The sharp lightning wings traced his face, leaving a bloody gash. Huangpu Qingtian's heart was wrecked with fear, his body shaking. That was too close. Thanks to his quick reaction, he had kept his head from being impaled. It was his first time being in actual mortal danger. As he grew increasingly cautious, Zhuofan's bloodthirst only rose. Zhuofan was the only one to pose a threat to his life. Huangpu Qingtian grabbed the outstretched wing and punched Zhuofan with the other hand. The blow shot forth with such might, it aimed to explode his head. Zhuofan wasn't worried, using the golden halo in his eye to whisk away right before it touched him. Huangpu Qingtian once again found himself getting struck from behind. Zhuofan used his wing to whip the man's back and leave a nasty gash. Purple lightning singed through the skin and forced another cough of blood out of him. Zhuofan pressed his advantage, following with more blows. Huangpu Qingtian tried to put up resistance, but he couldn't muster the strength. Zhuofan was an enigma. He couldn't get a read on his next action and was caught by surprise each time. The scene turned odd, to say the least. Zhuofan hounded Huangpu Qingtian like a ghost, whipping him from every direction. Every strike left bloody wounds on Huangpu Qingtian's body, while he was coughing blood, yet not once could he fight back. It was more along the lines of him wanting to, but being unable to find his target. The man moved around like a ghost, covering his tracks. Huangpu Qingtian found himself in his most humiliating moment, as if he was Zhuofan's punching bag and received all the man's lashing. Fated to take it all, but could never lash out himself. The audience was speechless. How come the head of the 6 dragons was reduced to being flogged? By contrast, Zhuofan was having the time of his life, consumed by the thrill of revenge. Huangpu Qingtian had had enough at this point and roared, "What the hell are you guys gawking at? Activate the array." "But eldest young master, didn't you say we should wait?" Yu Yushan mumbled. Huangpu Qingtian barked at him. "I can't wait any longer. Do it." Yu Yushan saw the eldest young master had lost his poise and grace. He knew time was of the essence and signaled the men in the forest. The battlefield was then shrouded in a barrier. Zhuofan was just about to change places again when he was frozen stiff, unable to control space anymore. A sealed space. Zhuofan frowned and snorted inside. He finally understood what unwanted contriver had cooked up. The mastermind saw even through his divine eye of the void. "It's too soon to use it." Lung Wuchang sighed. "As far as I know, the kid is quite an expert in arrays. The longer the sealed space's activation is put off, the better, as it would catch him off guard. But Qingtian can't hold on till then." Huangpu Tianyuan smiled. "Sir Lung, does the punk have any chance of coming out of the array, now that it's activated?" Lung Wuchang shook his head. "Even as an array grandmaster, his odds are slim at best." "It's fine then. You're just worried that with enough time he'd see through the array. Since his chances are mostly non-existent, what's there to be afraid of?" Huangpu Tianyuan said. "No, when I move, I make sure to rob even the most minute chance of victory from my enemy. It goes double for increasingly dangerous opponents." Lung Wuchang's eyes held a savage glint. Huangpu Tianyuan laughed mirthless. A clash between schemers is far crueler than any cultivator's fight. Microcosmic orbit array. Zhuofan noticed the 365 profound heaven experts around him holding their hands in prayer and sitting down where the core of the array was. This was the 6th grade sealing array, microcosmic orbit array. Its only function was to seal off space. Set up according to the heavenly directions, a miniature world was formed, trapping anyone within. Entering it, one would find himself in another world. The only way to escape was by employing dominating might to crush the heaven and earth of this miniature world. Anything less and it could keep even a radiant stage expert sealed inside for as long as the controller wished, no matter how much the victim raved. With space sealed up, Zhuofan's shift was under lock and key. It was the first time since the start of his battle with Huangpu Qingtian that he felt danger. This battle was now inevitable and only one outcome was viable, winning or dying. All other choices were now moot. Huangpu Qingtian. Zhuofan's malice was directed at the snickering man. His fists clenched and purple lightning flashed as he charged. Huangpu Qingtian did the same, confident now that his plan was successful in sealing shift. His eyes glinted sinisterly, meeting his enemy head-on. The two were at a stalemate again, but Huangpu Qingtian felt at ease. The earlier lashing had been miserable, robbing him of any chance to fight back. But now that he could display his overbearing might, he was filled with utter joy. The two clashed for 200 more rounds, with Huangpu Qingtian becoming increasingly bolder and Zhuofan finding himself strained. The audience was stunned. Weren't they equals? Why is Huangpu Qingtian holding out strong after all this time yet Zhuofan looks to be reaching his limit? Was Huangpu Qingtian holding back from the start? Worry wormed into their hearts. Xianxia sighed. Huangpu Qingtian is dreadful to hold back even against Zhuofan. But then a laughter resounded. Ha ha ha, he hadn't. Zhuofan is the one who used too much stamina and had long surpassed his limit. All eyes turned to Feng Qiubai. Don't you see? The purple lightning has dimmed and his body is starting to give. He must have been relying on the purple lightning to raise his power when clashing with Huangpu Qingtian. But the toll exceeds the limit his body can bear. That strange art of his allowed him to fight back. But now that it is sealed by that array, he is on the ropes. He may seem to be meeting Huangpu Qingtian at every blow, but he's spent. The outcome is a foregone conclusion by now. Feng Qiubai sighed in regret. Being pointed out, the others looked closer and noticed how Zhuofan was growing frantic. Wounds riddled his body and his blood was being added to the soaked mud. He couldn't take much more punishment or his body would break. While Huangpu Qingtian was getting more and more savage, his power was unbreakable. Soaring demonic dragon has no chance against heaven-shaking dragon lord. This is providence. Everyone shook their heads. Yet the one on the receiving end didn't seem to care. Zhuofan still met Huangpu Qingtian head-on, driven by the thought of killing his enemy even at the cost of his own life. His effort had earned him the audience's respect. It looked like a typical case of fighting against impossible odds, but everyone took it as the eulogy of a tragic hero. Regent Estate snickered at Zhuofan's plight. Xianxia held his sword, filled with battle lust. He was itching to fight alongside Zhuofan. Chu Qingcheng and Luo Yunchang had been crying all this time, their hearts gripped by pain. Zhuofan's mind is drowned in thoughts of revenge, fighting savagely with total disregard for his own safety. After another 100 clashes, the lightning scattered from Zhuofan's body. Huangpu Qingtian availed himself of the enemy's rare moment of weakness and let out a dragon roar as he smashed an empowered fist into Zhuofan's face. Imperial Tyrant Body Art. Boom! After an ear-splitting explosion, Zhuofan was knocked into the ground for the first time. He spat blood as the earth splintered over 1,000 meters. Yu Yushan's side was bewildered. Zhuofan had taken those punches before, but this time he actually spat blood, like he had suffered a major wound. Why now and not earlier? Huangpu Qingtian was the only one who understood, stepping on the powerless Zhuofan's chest as he mocked, "Humph! prick. Where's all your power gone to now? Don't you have a bag full of tricks? What's wrong? Take them out. You think I couldn't tell that the purple lightning was giving you power while eating you from the inside? You did this to yourself, not me. You never were my match. Huangpu Qingtian pressed harder, and Zhuofan spat blood and gore. Yet no sound escaped his clenched teeth. Luo Yunchang and the women cried in pain, while the rest sighed how the soaring demonic dragon was on his deathbed. With his cunning, Huangpu Qingtian would never be his match in a one-on-one fight based on how many tricks he had. A darn shame he lost his mind and now had fallen for Huangpu Qingtian's ploy. Zhuofan needed but days and he'd surpass Huangpu Qingtian many times over. But that ship had sailed, and so too would his life. Huangpu Qingtian squinted at Zhuofan's puny attempts, deriding him. A pity, really. With your talent, if you had fought for any longer, the true king might have been another. But you moron, lost yourself over a dumb girl. This proves that you are unfit to be king. The only true king in this world is me, Huangpu Qingtian. He punctuated with a stomp on Zhuofan's head as he roared his victory speech. Since you are so consumed by love, I'll send you off to join that dumb girl. You wanted revenge? Humph, you won't have it even in your next life. For that wretched girl's death to drag you down like this made killing her all the more sweeter. Ha ha ha. Who? Huangpu Qingtian's cackle jarred the ears of everyone. He raised his leg, ready to burst Zhuofan's head. As people's hearts seized and they looked down, the women's tears ran in streams. But then, a flicker of lightning stopped Huangpu Qingtian's raised leg. Huangpu Qingtian was in shock, finding his leg gripped in an iron vise, with purple lightning streaking over it stronger than ever. Heart seized, Huangpu Qingtian realized that he couldn't stomp no matter how much he tried. Huangpu Qingtian, you will never kill me. The grim and eerie voice sounded like it came from hell. Under Huangpu Qingtian's shock, the grip flung him into the air. He couldn't do anything to fight it. When he picked himself up, what he saw froze him. How does he still have so much power? Huangpu Qingtian watched the dazzling lighting and gulped. The others were dumbstruck. In the middle of the lightning storm, Zhuofan rose to his feet, his eyes bursting with bloodlust. Although soaked in blood himself and riddled with wounds, the boundless might exploding from him hammered into the hearts of all onlookers. Huangpu Qingtian turned grave. Just how much power is this punk hiding? Zhuofan's eyes were dead cold, uncaring of all the wounds all over his body. His hatred for Huangpu Qingtian was on full display. It was so thick that even the audience beyond the national elemental stone could feel the chill in their bones. Huangpu Qingtian, I will send you to hell even if I have to drag you down with me. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth. His face twisted. Divine Eye of the Void, limit release. An even stronger purple lightning burst from his body. Zhuofan had unleashed all the purple lightning he absorbed back in Lightning Canyon. Roar! A wail of anger mixed with pain reached the clouds. Zhuofan's power exploded, purple lighting gushing out of him like a flood. His madness increased as well. The overpowering might left others gasping and shivering in fear. Huangpu Qingtian recoiled as well, fear obvious in his eyes. He had never seen one man capable of unleashing such a raw display of power, until now. What was even more astounding was that the said man didn't blow up from the strain. The viewers beyond the National Elemental Stone weren't there to feel it, but the sight was shocking enough. Fang Qiubai squinted. The kid was hiding such a move, but can he take it? The blood on Zhuofan's body only grew thicker. Just like a dead tree, he was pushing towards collapse. Fang Qiubai frowned, worried. Chu Qingcheng and the other women's hearts went to the man's suffering. Their tears flowed for him. It was obvious that Zhuofan's trump card was a life for a life. Zhuofan from before would have never resorted to such desperate means unless it was a matter of life and death. But now, for the sake of killing Huangpu Qingtian, for revenge, he threw it all away. Ah! With a cry of pain, Zhuofan's surging power had reached a plateau. Purple lightning bathed his body. His wings turned purple as well. They crackled with lightning, releasing waves of power. Zhuofan panted, his body bloodied from head to toe. The bones of his legs were visible as the tyrannical might of the purple lightning ate through his flesh. The pain was excruciating, but his eyes only grew more sinister. Huangpu Qingtian's heart seized looking at the purple lightning show, but he still found in him one last mockery. Zhuofan, I was wondering what great and all-powerful ace had you been keeping all this time, only to find out it is a dumb crippling move to gain the power to beat me. Your body is so wrecked you can barely stand. You may have obtained the power now, but it's still not enough. Whoosh! The lightning storm flashed in his face in the form of a palm. It flung him 1,000 meters away with a bang, burying him deep into a cliff as it collapsed over him. Zhuofan now took his earlier place, arm outstretched and a cold glint in his eyes. Success. Be it the survivors or the viewers, everyone gasped. They knew Zhuofan had the power, but the sheer speed with which he moved was mind-boggling. Not even that monster, Huangpu Qingtian, could see him coming. Rumble. Huangpu Qingtian pulled himself out of the debris with a bloody nose. He didn't have the time to care, finding it more important to stare at the cold figure in shock. That was too fast. And what was that power? The punk is clearly on his last leg, so why does he have so much power? He's even stronger than when the battle started. For the first time ever, Huangpu Qingtian's heart was in fear's grip. Huangpu Qingtian shook it away. He was undefeated, conceited into thinking he was heaven's walking gift on earth, its rightful king. How could such a lofty being ever know fear? Gnashing his teeth and forcing himself to remain calm, Huangpu Qingtian's eyes regained their battle spirit as he looked ahead, only to find no one there. Huangpu Qingtian had yet to make sense of it as a shocking force slammed into his back. A purple lightning out of the blue. Boom! The ground caved in for miles on end. Huangpu Qingtian was in the middle coughing up blood and getting the shock of his life. When did he get behind me? He turned his stiff head back only to meet Zhuofan's icy stare and the purple lightning-infused fist into his back. Humiliation. Being bashed around twice now without the slightest chance at retaliation was a clear and naked insult to Huangpu Qingtian. The shame only grew when he realized he was actually the weaker of the two. This was his complete and utter defeat. In his 20-plus years alive, Huangpu Qingtian had never ever thought it was conceivable. It went without saying, but he was in denial now. Huangpu Qingtian's veins popped, anger overriding his heart and the bloodthirst in his eyes grew. Zhuofan must die. Roaring his frustration, Huangpu Qingtian bore through the pain and slapped the ground to whip around and break free from Zhuofan's fist pushing down on him to get some altitude. He then clawed at Zhuofan's face. 9 Dragons Diamond Body, Dragon-Empowered Claw, Rip. Huangpu Qingtian's mighty claw made eerie sounds as if it tore into space itself. Nothing could stand in its way. Even before it landed, the ground caved 100 meters. Zhuofan merely stood there, taking the pressure like it was nothing. Yu Yushan's group had been worried for Huangpu Qingtian, but they now cheered. It's the Earth-ranked martial art, 9 Dragons Diamond Body. Ha ha ha. The punk is dead for sure. Yu Yushan laughed. Yen Bongi's face split into a grin. If not for that fancy art he used before, the punk would have been dead for ages. Now he is trapped in an array and won't escape no matter what trick he pulls. The rest of the survivors nodded thrilled. They could practically see Zhuofan's head rolling. The dragon's clash was about to reach its end and everyone was excited to see it happen. Chu Qingqing was more worried than ever. Huangpu Qingtian's Earth-ranked martial art wasn't something one could just take head-on. Zhuofan had bolstered his power, but in his wounded state, she feared he wouldn't be able to take it. Everyone watched nerve-wrecked for Zhuofan's fate to end. Ha ha ha! Die you prat! Huangpu Qingtian cackled, his claw landing on Zhuofan's head. The hearts of everyone stopped for a second. Only Zhuofan stood calm, unaffected by the pressure. But when the claw was on top of him, his fist tightened, purple lightning gathered and struck. Bam! The fist and claw met, releasing a terrible sound. But just as they touched, Huangpu Qingtian's claw was flung away. Zhuofan's purple lightning-powered fist astonishingly smashed the man's face. PFF. Huangpu Qingtian was flung into the sky, blood trailing behind him from his nose. Zhuofan was still calmly standing in the same spot, his fist held high. The yapping around instantly grew to a halt and the people looked at the imposing figure in fear. Dude, that's an Earth-ranked martial art, you know? Personally delivered by heaven-shaking Dragon Lord. Aren't you perhaps just a little bit condescending flicking it away with a meager fist? Everyone gulped, unnerved. They wrote Zhuofan off at first, thinking the Earth-ranked martial art had rooted him in place. But now they knew he was looking down on it. Too strong. Xie Tianyang's blood was boiling with excitement. Seeing the two dragons fight, my life was worth it. Tuning out the senseless chatter, Zhuofan looked at the man he had sent flying hovering in the air. His eyes glinted and he jumped. In but an instant he was upon Huangpu Qingtian. Huangpu Qingtian was startled. He didn't get to feel the extent of his wounds as Zhuofan came with a kick in the gut. The blow was so fierce and brutal that even if he wasn't heavily injured before, he was now puking his guts and blood from the pain. Whoosh! A flash of light smashed towards Yu Yushan and the other two. The trio was taken in by Zhuofan's ridiculous power display, but seeing Huangpu Qingtian come crashing down, they panicked. Take cover! Every man for himself. Nobody wanted to get anywhere near this battle. Not that they had the time. Boom! Huangpu Qingtian slammed into the ground, picking up dust and releasing a devastating shockwave. It blew apart 400 hapless people too slow to get away. The ground was now littered with pieces of them. Yu Yushan's trio watched from the air and gulped in fear. Why did they get the feeling that this plan to do Zhuofan in was in fact digging their own graves? Forget about that fiend. Look at us. Our side is about to collapse. Even their strongest, heaven-shaking Dragon Lord was getting his ass handed to him. Looking into the distance, Zhuofan's cold and aloof image was that of a thunder god. Yu Yushan's trio's courage faltered. Damn it all to hell. How do you beat that? Who? The fierce wind picked up the dust and blocked everyone's sight. When it settled, they witnessed a bloodbath, dismembered bodies and mangled limbs. The four houses' vassals participating in this ambush numbered 10,000, yet now less than a tenth remained. Even then, the lucky survivors were traumatized, running all over the place in fear, trying anything as long as it got them away from this hell. A shame there was no way out, not unless the 365 profound heaven experts opened the microcosmic orbit array. With a bang, Huangpu Qingtian jumped out of the rubble, face bloody and enraged. Zhuofan was so heavy-handed that he had caved in the man's nose. People all around sighed. They had never seen the Grand Regent Estate's eldest young master beaten to such an extent, to the point he couldn't muster an ounce of strength to fight back. It was unprecedented. Everyone turned to Zhuofan in fear. Perhaps only soaring demonic dragon was capable of doing so much damage. Their dread only rose. Those geniuses from the 7 houses had it worse. Ever since Zhuofan showed up, all he ever did was bash these arrogant young masters and misses. They accepted Huangpu Qingtian being the strongest, since he was from Regent Estate and all, the head of the houses. He was a monster through and through. While Zhuofan, well, the guy came from a third-rate clan, yet he was the one who trampled all standards and obstacles with his power. It was the greatest form of ridicule. Long Jie and Long Kuei were the most bitter. The first time they met him, they recognized Zhuofan's talent but looked down on his status. Regardless of how God-sent one's talent was, without a house behind him, he would never surpass them. Yet now, Zhuofan created miracles wherever he went. His current project involved brutalizing the strongest genius of the 7 houses, Huangpu Qingtian. His display gave each of them a resounding slap to the face, informing them who was the real hero here. Huff. Panting, Zhuofan's eyes steeled. He looked invincible in the eyes of others, but he knew himself best. Releasing all that purple lightning ate away at his body, and he was now seriously hurt. It was highly likely that he was going to collapse before he finished Huangpu Qingtian off. Eldest young master. Yu Yushan's trio went to their master and helped him up. Seeing his disfigured face, they cried, "Eldest young master, the punk's power is out of this world. We have to fall back. He will kill us all at this rate." Bullshit. Flinging his arm to make his way through the trio, Huangpu Qingtian's rage grew stronger. "As long as I'm here, failure is impossible. I've never known defeat in my entire life." The three felt conflicted and their faces fell. All they could do was shake their heads at the pig-headed Huangpu Qingtian. "Dude, take a good look at yourself and don't force the issue. So what if you always won? You are losing now when it mattered. What else can you do when even the Earth-ranked martial art has failed? That punk is a monster among freaking monsters. How is he so powerful?" Of course, they knew to keep their thoughts to themselves, lest they poke Huangpu Qingtian's ego and end up a smear on the ground along with the countless others. One thing was certain though, the man's imposing air was gone. Zhuofan was too strong for them to cope with. Taking a deep breath to calm down somewhat, Huangpu Qingtian's eyes pondered. Then he came to a decision as he muttered, "No choice but to use that." "You still have a way, eldest young master?" the trio asked in unison. Huangpu Qingtian hesitated for a second, but the sight of the proud maniac who had reduced him to such a low state steeled his decision as he spoke defiantly. "I am invincible, no one can beat me. And you are no different." Huangpu Qingtian released a sound that shook the world. A golden dragon image flew out of his body and circled above him. Yu Yushan's trio cried out, What is that thing?" Long Xingyun cried out, "To this thing again?" What is Huangpu Qingtian growing within himself? He recalled perfectly how twice they had trapped Huangpu Qingtian. But this damn golden dragon ruined all their attempts. They took it for a martial art, but after careful inspection they found it to be something else. Fang Chubai felt it was oddly familiar. He saw Huangpu Qingtian use it earlier when dealing with Chu Qingqing's trio, but that was in defense and it had only appeared for a brief second. Even he took it for a martial art. But seeing it circling above, like a real dragon, he began to pick up on the clues. Damn that bastard! Is he out of his mind bringing it out for everyone to see? Huangpu Tianyuan clenched his fists and raved. Regent Estate's elders were wiping their brows, looking around in fear of being overheard. Sighing, Lang Wuchang shook his head. He won't be able to kill that freak otherwise. I only hope its appearance after 1,000 years won't have anyone here capable of recognizing it. The other Regent Estate clansmen nodded and rejoiced inside. Not for long though, as Zhuofan's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Dragon Vein Soul? Frowning, Zhuofan turned grave. Huangpu Qingtian's face twitched and he cursed inside. Damn rotten punk. You actually recognize this 1,000-year-old relic? Regent Estate's elders almost spat blood. They wished nothing more than to get in there and kill him on the spot. Blast it! How did a twerp like you find out about it? This is ridiculous. That was all Fang Chubai needed as he slapped his head. He and Dugu Zhantian shared a shocked look and barked. Huangpu Teng'e, your insolence knows no bounds. The imperial family ordered you to protect Cage Dragon City, yet you secretly took out the Dragon Vein Soul from the imperial family's Dragon Vein. Are you planning on revolting? The people panicked. They had never seen Jade Flute Divine Sword so outraged. The words Dragon Vein Soul had landed on deaf ears for many small clans, even a few first-rate ones. As for the leaders of the 6 houses, they paled and turned to Regent Estate in mute shock. Others next to them had no clue how dreadful the Dragon Vein Soul was. But being from the elite houses, they understood its importance. And that was what gave them the biggest shock. Regent Estate had the nerve to move a Dragon Vein Soul. Sweating buckets, Huangpu Tianyuan's heart was in his throat. Dragon Vein Soul was the imperial family's lifeline. It nurtured and brought prosperity to the Tianyu Empire. It was of national importance. Moving the Dragon Vein would bring about a huge change in the world. Even the third pillar, Parish's high priests, said those wielding the dragon vein held the fate of the land in their hands. This was why the regent estate was tasked with defending it. First, because the regent estate and Tianyu's imperial family were related, worthy of trust. Secondly, only the 7 houses had the power to defend it and prevent any riots appearing from vying over it. But Huangpu Qingtian took it out before the whole crowd. That was the same as declaring the regent estate planned on using it for themselves, replacing the imperial family. This was a clear act of treason, and divine dragon Fang Qiubai had the right to destroy them where they stood. Regent estate had yet to unite the 7 houses, and their power wasn't yet up to the challenge of facing the imperial family. If a war broke out, the regent estate was done for. Huangpu Tianyuan gnashed his teeth. Damn bastard! You're so blind to see the real picture, and yet you want to steal my position? How can you condemn the entire house over your disgrace? Even if you lost against that freak, that still doesn't give you the right to release the dragon vein soul. Regent Estate's elders were on pins and needles. Huangpu Tianyuan took a deep breath and was about to bullshit his way out of this, but didn't get the chance. Lung Wuchang spoke calmly. Sir Fang, you are wrong. The dragon vein soul is the foundation of our nation. But this does not, by any means, prove we wish to rebel. We are only following our duties based on His Majesty's decree. Did His Majesty tell you to take out the dragon soul for your own selfish use? Fang Qiubai spat. Humph, Sir Lung. I know your mind is sharp and cunning, but you better give me a damn good reason why I shouldn't decorate Dragon Cloud City with your heads. There was widespread shock, with those in the dark of the importance of dragon vein soul even more so. The mighty divine dragon was going to slaughter the regent estate? Was the emperor going to fight the 7 houses and plunge the nation into turmoil? Regent estate's elders felt weak in their knees. Only Lung Wuchang was the picture of calmness. Lung Wuchang twirled his beard as his eyes swept the crowd, ultimately stopping at Fang Qiubai. Sir Fang, do you know what regent estate's duty is at Cage Dragon City? To protect the dragon vein. Fang Qiubai gave a flat reply. Smiling, Lung Wuchang sneered. Do you know why we guard it then? Out of fear of being stolen, perhaps. Fang Qiubai stared back at him in silence. Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Tianyu's 9 dragons dragon vein was sealed in Cage Dragon City by the first high priest himself, for the future of the empire and posterity. But the dragons within the dragon vein are a relentless force, and once they break the seal they would unleash endless death and destruction. The people would suffer and chaos would thrive. That is why Regent Estate was tasked with defending it. Rather than say it was to guard against greedy people, it was more in line to stop the dragon vein's collapse and ensuing devastation. The Prime Minister is precisely right. Lung Wuchang gave Zhuge Changfeng a half-bow, then turned to Fang Qiubai. The dragon vein is tyrannical. Only Tianyu's great ancestor could make one of the dragon souls accept him. After the great ancestor's death, none could make them submit, ultimately getting sealed in Cage Dragon City. Over the course of the millennium, there were many lusting for its power, but were devoured instead. Sir Fang stated that we have taken it out for our private use, which is absolutely ludicrous. If we were to give it to Sir Fang, would you accept it? In your capacity as a divine dragon, the peak of Tianyu's power, how confident are you of success? If not even Sir dares, how could we? Anger rose within Fang Qiubai, but he remained silent. The dragon vein soul was a heaven and earth spiritual being that chose its master. Anyone that tried to claim it instead would find a swift and cruel ending, devoured whole. In other words, the regent estate had no reason to take it out. And yet, glancing at the dragon soul next to Huangpu Qingtian, Fang Qiubai's eyes glinted. Then, Sir Lung, explain to me why your dear eldest young master is currently in possession of it. Squinting, Lung Wuchang peeked at the national elemental stone, then smiled. What's to explain? The dragon soul has chosen its master. Isn't it obvious? You? Fang Qiubai clenched his fists, boring holes into Lung Wuchang with his glare. Lung Wuchang's smile never faltered. Regent Estate has always had peaceful and righteous people, facing any difficulties by ourselves, not willing to let the world see our suffering. But since Sir Fang insists on knowing, I will oblige you with explanation as to dispel any further misunderstandings. Long Wuchang let out a pained sigh. It all began 24 years ago with 9 dragons' insurrection. Our venerables were unable to stop them, suffering heavy casualties. But we were blessed with an eldest young master that had outstanding talent. The dragon soul chose him as its master, sparing the world of its ire. Later we realized that it was impossible to seal it back again, and since it was calmly staying within the eldest young master, we simply let it be. If we forced it back into the seal, we feared the other 8 dragon souls would use this chance to escape as well, and that would spell doom for Tianyu. Long Wuchang's speech was heartrending, subtly shifting the blame on the dragon soul's escape. He even embellished with the regent estate suffering heavy casualties in an attempt to stop it. Thus, in a wonderful and convoluted way, he turned their treason into martyrdom. They had sacrificed so much to keep the dragon vein sealed. It would do them heavy injustice if the emperor would strike them in response. Fang Qiubai gnashed his teeth. What dragon vein insurrection? Am I to take your word for it? Who else but you know what the hell truly happened back then? You can say whatever you like at this point. It was because of this that the regent estate stuck to their statement, it's all the dragon soul's fault, that they always only had the empire's safety at heart, but ended up unable to seal it back. Fang Qiubai couldn't do shit to them now. If the regent estate was wiped out regardless, they would incur the wrath of the common people. And no one ever wanted to take responsibility for a possible civil war, now did they? Fang Qiubai took a deep breath. Why weren't we informed? Informed? Long Wuchang sneered and sighed. Sir Fang, as a court official couldn't you tell? It would invite suspicion, and who knew how twisted the truth would become? The circumstances today had forced me to reveal it to Sir Fang. We hoped to have endured this disaster in silence, and only mourn our heavy losses in our hearts. We'd rather brave through the pain and torment than receive suspicion and undue disrespect for what was only expected of us. PFF. Zhuge Changfeng slipped a giggle and shook his head. Long Wuchang was a true wordsmith. He showed they were ever devoted, bearing through any pain, while also cursing the emperor on the sly for casting suspicion on its loyal subjects. Harming them now would make the imperial family the bad guy here and criticized for harming their patriots. It would ultimately end with the imperial family losing the people's favor. And that wasn't even half of it. Long Wuchang twisted it all up by saying that the dragon soul broke the seal and accepted Huangpu Qingtian as its master. That was the same as saying he truly was God-sent as the world's rightful king. With the only man in Tianyu's history capable of having a dragon soul being none other than Tianyu's first emperor, that lifted Huangpu Qingtian to the same status. What further proof was needed? It also worked to plant the seed in the hearts of the people that the Huangpu clan of Regent Estate would replace Tianyu's Yuan clan in ruling the empire. But with Long Wuchang not stating it, Fang Qiubai couldn't exactly point it out either. His only choice was to seethe in silence. Regent Estate elders' worry was now replaced with full-blown conceit, arrogance, being stuck up, the usual. Sir Long is a true demagogue. Fang Qiubai snorted. Long Wuchang raised his head and waved. You give me too much credit. I am only stating the facts. Ha ha ha. Fang Qiubai faltered and turned to look at the arrogant figure within the national elemental stone with killing intent. Long Wuchang may have preached all he wanted, but Huangpu Qingtian's death was guaranteed in his eyes. The third pillar's prophecy had never been wrong. The one to have the Tao dragon would have the world. Since the brat has a dragon soul, then he might obtain the whole dragon vein. That will spell the end of Tianyu's imperial family. He noticed how the eyes of the rest changed when they looked at Huangpu Qingtian. They may even be hailing him as their rightful king. A bad sign indeed. Only Luo Yunchang and the rest stared at the national elemental stone with worry. Huangpu Qingtian had the dragon soul's help. Providence, as he said, by his side. Zhuofan may be stronger, but how was he going to defeat the king handpicked by fate? Huangpu Qingtian was under the dragon soul's protection. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan stared at his opponent, knowing this as well. Just that he didn't place 2 cents on some flimsy reason as providence or whatnot. Moreover, His blood infant wasn't the least bit inferior to the dragon vein soul. Much better, in fact, as blood infant had a far sharper mind. It was the symbol of a true king. With it roaming around Huangpu Qingtian and defending him, it's going to make things hard. PFF. Spitting blood, Zhuofan frowned as his heart sank. He had released too much purple lightning and his body couldn't take it anymore. It was now or never. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and charged. All or nothing. Oh? You dare come at me knowing full well what dragon vein soul can do? Die then. Huangpu Qingtian saw Zhuofan ready for battle and shouted. Not even father could subdue the dragon soul while I did it in my childhood. Do you know what that means? I am God's gift to the world. You are not fighting me but fate. Heaven itself. The only outcome you'll have from it is death. Huangpu Qingtian spoke with such complete confidence, self-conceit and presence as if he was an emperor rebuking a peasant. Yu Yushan's trio by his side basked in the leftover pride, making full use of their connection. They were destined to be officials, those watching the national elemental stone side. With the dragon soul taken out, they had written Zhuofan off. Who could fight against heaven? Zhuofan gave a snort instead. No wonder those blood crocs listen to you. So that's your spiel. Dragon vein soul is the lord over the earth that no one dares disobey. A king's right indeed, providence even. Your point being. Purple lightning flickered all over Zhuofan as he gathered all his power and shouted. I am soaring demonic dragon. I will ascend the 9 heavens if I have to. Don't ever think your puny earth dragon king, a crownless dragon, can stand in my way. This painted shock on everyone's faces. Providence declared through its agent, the dragon vein soul, who was king. But Zhuofan wasn't buying it. He would have disgraced his soaring demonic dragon title if he did. He feared nothing, not even heaven. Huangpu Qingtian shuddered, his eyes bloodshot. He could accept the earlier defiance, but now he had displayed the dragon vein soul's approval and yet this ant still dared to look down on him? Huangpu Qingtian had long passed the limits of his patience. From an early age he knew that he was the one destined to have the dragon vein, the royal throne offered to him on a silver platter. Every man, including his father, had to bow before him. Zhuofan knew this and showed not an ounce of respect, enraging him further. The one thing his entire pride relied on was looked down at with such scorn that it was a heavy blow to his self-esteem. As if to say he was king above all, but always beneath Zhuofan. His fist tightened and he roared. Then I shall take heaven's stead in eradicating the world of an ant daring to defy a king's authority. Huangpu Qingtian clawed. 9 dragons diamond body. Earth dragon empowered claw. As the dragon soul took flight the earth quaked, and a surge of incredible might rose up from underground. Roar. The dragon roar's might buckled the world itself, followed shortly by the dragon soul ascending to the 9th heaven, then plunging back into the earth below. The ground quaked and beast roars resounded. The terrible power came from the souls and worked its way up into the body of everyone, scaring them in body and mind. Then a beast's head came out of the ground and swallowed them whole. Zhuofan frowned. The 9 dragons' diamond body was an earth-ranked martial art at its base, and the dragon vein soul was a lord of the land as well. With them combined, the martial art had its power doubled, truly capable of ripping the world asunder. Zhuofan took a deep breath and the roaming purple lightning around him focused, ready for the final strike. Rumble. The earth literally exploded as the golden dragon 300 meters long shot from underground, aiming for Zhuofan. Its fangs and claws bared, setting itself up to tear into heavens themselves if it had to. Roar. With another dragon roar, the dragon's might descended, reaching Zhuofan 1,000 meters away. The man was shocked. He had a guess it would be strong, but not this much. The dragon held enough power to write off any Radiant Stage expert on the spot. Gu Santong and Divine Dragons not included. The onlookers gasped, their very core shaking in fear. How can a pre-Radiant Stage expert hold enough power to destroy everything? Yu Yushan's trio were doing a victory dance as they laughed. Such power! I knew the eldest young master was heaven's greatest gift on earth. He is invincible beneath heaven. That punk can be all heaven-defying he wants, but not even he can match up to the eldest young master. Here, the punk is done for, ha ha ha. The trio were having the time of their lives with their early celebration. They had invested so much blood and sweat into this, lost so many men, and now, it had finally paid off. Only Chu Qingcheng and company were shaking at the mighty display. Worry gnawed at their conscience as tears fell down unabated. Feng Qiubai's eyes shrank and he sighed. The dragon vein soul is a true match for an earth-ranked martial art. Such power makes the outcome obvious. Huangpu Qingtian truly is the first in his generation. The rest nodded as well. They turned in the direction the golden dragon was charging to see a man wrapped in purple lightning standing there with his back straight, his gaze hard. He was dauntless in the face of danger, earning no few sighs. Zhuofan would have beaten Huangpu Qingtian if they were going by talent alone. But the sudden reveal of Dragon Vein Soul, of Providence's machinations, left all taking his demise with pity. No mortal could defy heaven's will. The people were already lamenting, writing Zhuofan off as he was receiving the capital punishment for his transgression. Yet Zhuofan's eyes never lost their light. His fighting spirit burned hot against adversity. To him, the dragon vein soul was a mere spirit born of this world, albeit a pretty strong one. Yet it had no damn relation with Providence and the likes. Even if true Providence descended. As long as I am the stronger one, let heaven make you a god in this world, but it still won't save you from me. Zhuofan's eyes steeled and his hands made a sign. Ha ha ha, Zhuofan. Heaven made me king. The new world order. You dare go against me and you shall die for defying heaven. You shall die just because I wish it. It is the will of heaven, your fate. Huangpu Qingtian cackled, drunk on power and megalomania. This nemesis that had defied him for so long would finally meet his end. Who wouldn't be happy? Zhuofan's face was cold, his eyes flashing purple, his hands making the signs as he shouted, "Screw you! I alone decide my fate. The one to die is you." Zhuofan then roared. Wraith style, third move, Necro-Dragon Screech. Roar. An earth-shaking dragon roar pierced the clouds, and a pulse spread from Zhuofan's mouth. Huangpu Qingtian mocked. A trifling profound ranked sound martial art? How can it stand up to my dragon soul and earth-ranked martial art? Humph. I get it. You are on your last leg. The desperate attempt of a hopeless fool. Humph, to deal with the dragon vein soul. A soul-based martial art is all I need. Not to mention, this isn't your average sound martial art. You think you're the only one who can boost a martial art. Zhuofan's grin turned sinister. Huangpu Qingtian doubled back, and before he could react, the damage was done. Zhuofan's roar moved slowly towards the golden dragon, only to explode 100 meters from it. When the sound dissipated, purple lighting surged in its wake, spreading like wildfire and taking the form of a 100-meter-long purple lightning bird. The purple lightning crackled in every direction, its power bearing down on the incoming golden dragon. Huangpu Qingtian cried, "What is that? Your doom." Zhuofan's face split into a grin as he was reeling, about to collapse. This last move had him spent, but it still couldn't wipe the savage smirk from his lips. While you used your dragon soul to add to your martial arts power, what stops me from infusing my entire purple lightning into the sound wave? Huangpu Qingtian's face twitched. How can purple lightning ever match my dragon soul? Dragon vein soul is a king's symbol that no being in this world dares defy. Your purple lightning is nothing. It isn't even conscious. Dragon vein soul. Shred him. Roar. Huangpu Qingtian's words set the golden dragon into a frenzy, charging for Zhuofan, its vicious face set to tear all who opposed it. The earth-ranked martial art topped with Dragon Vein Soul actually had a mind of its own, following Huangpu Qingtian's order. Zhuofan watched it all with a sneer. Purple lightning is beneath the dragon soul? Humph! Ignorant fool! Zhuofan didn't know where the purple lightning came from, but it had the potential to kill a sacred beast. Not to mention, Fan had added a little something to it, a trace of azure flame. It wasn't as overbearing as the purple lightning, but it had a spark of intelligence. Each time Fan was in dire straits, the azure flame would come out and shield him from harm. Fan had done this so that the Thunderbird would gain the azure flame's awareness. Fan pointed, his bloodthirst exploding in his roar. Kill him, Earth-ranked martial art. Heaven-devouring Thunder Phoenix. Correct, an Earth-ranked martial art. With the purple lightning and a bit of azure flame, the profound ranked martial art was forcefully upgraded to a new rank. The Thunderbird cried out at his order, shooting forth. Golden light erupted as the dragon roared and purple lightning scalded the heavens in an unbridled display of raw power. The people below saw a dragon and a Thunderbird clash in an apocalyptic explosion, ringing their ears. And then it happened. Under the Thunderbird's purple lightning explosion, the dragon began to crumble inch by inch as it dissolved into golden specks. With a cry of pain, the golden dragon soul left the huge dragon and fled for Huangpu Qingtian. The purple Thunderbird had scared the dragon vein soul off. How is this possible? Huangpu Qingtian's jaw hit the floor, his eyes bulged out. Others didn't fare any better. Holy hell! Dragon vein soul, you're supposed to be a lord of the land, its king. What are you doing getting scared of a silly flickering bird? Where has your rampant attitude gone? Your master had even bragged about you being his royal symbol. The scared dragon vein soul's reply to their thoughts would be a round of abuse. You know shit. I am the king of the land, but that thing is the king of the skies. What else am I to do but run? Ignorant whelps, stop spewing crap when you know nothing of the world's inner workings. I am born of the earth, but that thing is born of the world. We are light years apart. Not that any side knew any of this, of course. It was just that their minds were blown away seeing the dragon vein soul running away with its tail between its legs. Their brains went out of commission. Dragon vein soul ain't so tough after all. Feng Chubai watched it all bleary-eyed. Then he frowned. Then he shook his head, and lastly looked at Fan astounded. Dragon vein soul wasn't weak, not by a long shot. It was the kid using a far deadlier attack. Even Feng Chubai started praising. Just what are you, kid? With the dragon vein soul abandoning ship, the 300-meter-long golden dragon turned into an earth dragon. And an average earth-ranked martial art was no match for the purple Thunderbird, collapsing in seconds. What followed next was obvious. The Thunderbird flew at Huangpu Qingtian. Its eyes filled with killing intent just like Fan's. How could this be? Gnashing his teeth, Huangpu Qingtian was still in denial. The dragon vein soul, the cornerstone of his pride and joy, of his very existence, was scared off by some purple lightning. What is that lightning that is able to scare the king of the land? He didn't have the time to ponder such philosophical questions though. The Thunderbird was coming in for the kill,